Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 694. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, we got a set review today, kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, the spoiler went up yesterday, and I think me, you, and our intrepid producer Jeff were like, okay, so I guess we're not doing the Sunset Show. We'll circle back on that. Don't worry, we've got plenty of bad things to say about Phyrexia, all will be one. So you'll get to hear our thoughts on that at some point. But for right now, we've got the machines come marching on. March of the Machines, full spoilers here, and we got to talk about it. There's no way.
That's right. Yeah. So, it is part of our pledge to you, the listener, to get you ready to go for any events that you're going to be playing. And the set review plays a big role in that. And so we decided to switch gears. As Luis mentioned, we will circle back on one. We'll probably also throw in Shadows Remastered in there because we've got a lot of thoughts on that as well. And we'll probably combine those into a couple of segments on a future show. But for now, time marches on, and so does the machine. We've got March of the Machine full review here. This is going to be all of the commons and uncommons in the set. Before we get into it, well, we want to thank you, our patrons, for supporting the show. Patreon.com/limited resources is the way to support our podcast. Especially since we don't have any sponsors right now. We're kind of looking around, trying to figure out the next steps as far as sponsorship goes. But for now, it's just us and you, dear patrons. And we thank you very much for supporting us on Patreon. If you do sign up, you get a thank you card and a Limited Resources sticker in the mail, kind of regardless of what level you sign up for. And we really appreciate each and every person who supports us over on Patreon. It does mean the world to us. Again, there's a link in the show notes for that if you'd like to support us. We are going to do what we always do on here, which is that we're going to talk about the cards, the context under which they're good, under which they may not be good, but we're also going to give them a grade, Luis, where we kind of put a punctuation mark on them.
Yeah, and so the grading scale we use is an A through F grading scale with 2 subgrades. And, it starts at the top with A's. These are your bombs, your game winners, and the cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind. These are just the best cards in the set. Cards like Miglos, Nissa, the Eternal Wanderer, most Planeswalkers, it feels like. Yeah. B's are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. They're cards that are headline a set's themes or mechanics, and they're reasons to be in a particular color pair or Gland Guild, whatever the set may be. In this case, it's color pair. So these are the B's are the good removal cards like Cinder / Ravager, Rebel Salvo, Hexgold / crept up to a B, actually, the way Phyrexia tended to play out. C's are playables. These are the pawns of limited. These are the cards. Well, most of your deck is going to be comprised of C's. Obviously, the best decks have more B's and A's and fewer C's, and the worst decks have more C's and D's. But C is not a card you feel bad about playing. You just have to play some amount of these. So these are cards like Volt Charge or Blight Belly Rat, just your kind of workhorse commons. These are cards that you're actually actively unhappy to play. So these are cards that are kind of mediocre, kind of junky, little expensive. Cards like Cruel Grimnarch or Sinew Dancer, which you have too many of these cards in your deck, you feel like your draft didn't go well.
Yeah.
And then Fs are cards that are virtually unplayable in any scenario. Cards like Mind Splice Apparatus, just mostly constructed only rares that just do nothing or cost 15 mana, what have you. Our 2 subgrades are sideboards. So these are cards that you wouldn't want in your main deck, but you'd board in and they could be good. Cards like Duress or Minor Misstep definitely had their place out of the sideboard. And then cards, builder run cards, so cards that by themselves don't necessarily do something, but when they're well supported can end up being quite strong. All Will Be One is a great example from the last set.
And that's it, right?
That's it. Those are our grades. I mean, like Marshall said, these are a kind of punctuation mark on what we talk about. So you don't want to look at 2 cards that have the same grade and conclude they're like the same power level, because they're similar. They're going to be close, but really the commentary is kind of how you use the card, and then of course the grades give you kind of an idea of relatively where they stand.
Yeah, kind of contextualize them. And what we'll do is we're going to start with the signpost uncommons, which we've got actually kind of 2 sets of here, so there's going to be quite a few cards. And the reason for that is that half of them are a new type of card called a battle, and we've got a couple of mechanics at the top here, Luis.
Yeah, so the 2 main mechanics that we want to talk about are battles and incubate. And battle is the interesting one. That's the new mechanic. So the way battles work is they're permanents. You can cast them when you could cast a sorcery, and they have an effect that happens when you play them. So the first one we're going to be talking about, for example, is Invasion of Xerax. So it's 2 white blue, and when it enters the battlefield, you return target creature to its owner's hand. So you start by paying 4 mana and playing this and bouncing any creature. Great. They also have a loyalty number, a defense number is actually what it's called, which is on the bottom right of the card. And that's where you see loyalty or toughness. It's the amount of damage it can take. Invasion of Xerax has 4. This does increment down and doesn't go back up at the end of turn. So it's not like a creature. It's more like a planeswalker where if this takes 2 damage, now it's forever at 2 defense. And your goal as the person who played the battle is to defeat the battle, to win the battle. And when you do, it gets exiled, it transforms, and it comes back into play under your control. In this particular case, the card that Invasion of Xerax turns into is Vertex Paladin, which is a XX flying with power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control. So let's say a 3/3 flyer. So how these play is you play them, that you get their effect, you give them to your opponent, and we don't know exactly what it's going to look like on Arena or Magic Online. I would assume it's just going to live on their side of the board.
Yeah, because it says you choose an opponent to protect it.
Right. And if we were playing in paper and I played a battle against you, I would certainly give it to you and hand it to you to play. And then you attack that battle. Your opponent can block the creatures that attack it, kind of like a planeswalker. And you could also point damage dealing spells at it if they say it can hit any target. So a couple things going on with battles. One is that they're pretty powerful because you get an ETB immediately, so you get an effect right away. And also you have the sub game of if I can defeat the battle, I get what, in this case, a 3/3 or a 4/4 flyer. That's a pretty good reward. Some cases it's an enchantment that gives all your creatures +1/+1. Like we're talking real payoffs for defeating the battles here. And that's going to mean that if your opponent has, let's say, a 3/3 in play and they have battles in their deck, you might not want to attack with your 4/4, even though you normally would, because you run the risk of them going battle, attack the battle because you have no blockers, flip it. And that would be pretty bad for you. Like in a lot of cases, again, these battles flip and they end up being quite strong.
Okay. And what about Incubate?
So Incubate's another mechanic where when something incubates, you put a artifact token into play with X +1/+1 counters on it. So when you incubate 2, you put an artifact into play that has 2 +1/+1 counters. Now note the artifact itself is not a creature. It doesn't do anything. It just sits there. But you can pay 2 mana to transform it into a 0/0 Phyrexian, at which point those +1/+1 counters now determine how big it is. So Incubate 3 kind of makes a 3/3, but you have to pay an additional 2 mana to transform it. You can attack right away once you transform it if it's been in play the whole turn cycle. They don't have haste, but once an Incubate token's been sitting into play, you do get to attack with it right away once you do transform it.
Is there a timing restriction on when you can transform?
You can transform as a sorcery. So there's no ambushes. You can't like sit on an Incubate token and your opponent can't attack you. And so basically what Incubate does is it's just like another way to generate creature tokens, but they alternate in size or they vary in size. And you also have to pay mana to turn them into creatures, though there's some cards that do it for free and whatnot. And the way what this is going to do is it helps sacrifice effects. It makes artifact and enchantment removal a little more relevant, though in some cases there's like a white common that kills a non-token artifact just to make it so you can't pick off the incubate pods.
Dirty.
And it's a cool new mechanic. So those are the 2 new mechanics, battles being the most new because it's like a whole new card type. But I think playing with the battles isn't going to be too challenging.
No, but it does look really like it has an extremely high upside to me. Like this reminds me of the first time that I saw what's it called? The thing with chapters. What are they called? Sagas. Where I was like, oh, this looks like it fits well into some. It kind of borrows from a few different card types that we've got already, and gives me like a little mini game, a little sub goal, a little story plays out. And I think that a little dose of this. I mean, I love sagas. Sagas are one of my absolute favorite mechanics and card types, and I wonder if battles will make that list too. I would not bet against it after having read just a few of them. Okay, well, let's get into it, Luis. We've got our, again, signpost uncommons. These are the gold uncommons for the set. And as I mentioned,
I just wanted to clarify. I just looked it up just to make sure. Incubate actually does transform at any speed. So.
Oh, okay.
You can ambush with them. So if your opponent has an incubate token out, just be and 2 mana, be aware.
Okay, so you just have to always be aware.
Yeah, I am used to those things being sorceries, but no, they in fact are not sorceries. So
that's interesting.
Just to be clear, but I mean the incubate cards seem priced to move. We'll get into that as we get into the cards, but they definitely do give you some pretty good value overall.
Okay. But as I was saying, we've got the signpost uncommons. Now each color pair has a regular uncommon, and then it has a battle as well. So hopefully we can use these as a way to really get a feel for what each color pair is trying to do. So let's dive in. Our first one is called Marshal of Zhalfir. There should be a comma there, and then I would be a planeswalker, but it's Marshal of Zhalfir. It's blue-white for a 2/2 human knight. All of these cards are uncommon. All the ones we're going to read in this next section. So I'm not going to say that every time. The battles and the other card too. And it's a 2 mana 2/2 and it's a human knight. Other knights you control get +1/+1. So there's a hint. And then it's blue-white, tap it to tap another target creature. Yeah,
blue-white definitely has a knight sub-theme. There's like creatures that trigger on whenever a knight enters the battlefield, or or in this case pumps other knights you control, and there's ways to make knights as well. And this is a really good lord. 2 mana 2/2 lord that also has blue-white tap a creature.
Really good.
I mean, this is good enough that you would play this in your blue-white deck even with minimal amounts of knights, because a 2 mana 2/2 that has a tap ability is just a strong card.
Yeah. Also, it's a really nice design, because oftentimes when we call these a lord, like you just mentioned, Luis, right? Like a creature that pumps up other creatures of its type. You often don't want to put these into combat, right? Because if it dies, then you could lose its power and toughness plus the +3/+3, it's dividing up among the rest of your team or whatever. And this gives you a really great way to use it, where it's not just sitting there doing nothing. Instead, it's actually taking away blockers. I mean, this is adding a lot onto how these type of cards play out anyway. Marshal of Zhalfir, I mean, assuming that the Knights thing is well supported in the blue and white, which is what we would assume after having read this, I mean, that looks like a B+ to me.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty solid B+, just a good aggressive creature that has relevance at pretty much any point in the game.
Now, one thing I want to note here when it comes to the battles is, are you ready to give them different grades based on the color pair? Like, this looks like an aggressive blue-white. Like, sometimes blue-white ends up being like artifacts and you don't really attack that much. Here, knights attack, right? Pump up your team, tap stuff down is the clue that we have so far. That would seem to make it easier to get these battles transformed if the color pair is aggressive.
Yeah, I think that they do get a bump. And then, when you've got white in the mix for combat tricks and aggressive creatures, or red also tends to do a little better there. I would imagine that the battles get a bit of a bump as a result, though. I think that all the battles are strong enough that they push you towards wanting more creatures to begin with.
Okay. So let's go to the next card, which is the one that you read before, but I'll read it real quick. And then we'll talk about it more. And it's Invasion of Xerec. So this is, again, 2 blue-white for a battle siege. And it says, when it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. Of note, you can return your own creature there, so that's nice. Sometimes they restrict that. And then, as Louis said, it becomes, after its defensive 4 gets depleted, it becomes a Vertex Paladin, which is an angel knight, by the way, and it's a star flyer that's power and toughness are equal to the number of creatures you control. If you've never played with a card like this before, it does count itself, so you're getting at least a 1/1 out of the deal. And since you just, took down the battle, you probably have at least 2 or 3 more creatures. So you're getting, I mean, geez, if I pay 4 mana and I get a 2/2 flyer that bounces a creature, like, I have a long history with Mistraven, and like, I'm in, right? If it's bigger than that, it starts to get out of hand pretty quickly.
Yeah, even if you do have to kind of give them 4 life or more to flip the battle, it's still this is a really enticing card if you're an aggressive deck. Like, just getting such value out of this is really gonna push you to wanting to curve out. If you go 2-drop, 3-drop, play this, bounce your creature, attack. Maybe they trade with 1, you knock the battle down low, they play another creature, you go removal spell, attack, flip the paladin. That's a really strong play. I think Invasion of Xerec is probably going to get a B. It's just a really dangerous card. And the other thing is, if you have a battle and their opponent's now protecting it, That's really going to impact how aggressive they can get as well with the creatures that they have.
Yeah, the only downside, right, of course, is that this does have a tempo-oriented, more aggressive slant to it, and taking away, the turn that you spend 4 mana to bounce their creature and then not attack them with that while the window's open can be punishing. But the next turn gets pretty ugly for them if you have some huge, flyer on your side. So that's the dynamic. That's the tug of war that you have to kind of go, okay, is it actually worth it for me to get this thing flipped, or should I just jam on my opponent? But I agree with you, B for Invasion of Xerix. All right, the blue-black creature is called Halo Forager. It is 1 blue-black for a 3/1 fairy rogue with flying. So you got a fairy and a rogue. Sometimes these types matter, sometimes they don't. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay X. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value X from a graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. Kind of tricky wording here, right? The two things to note are that it's any graveyard, and the other thing to note is that you're not paying the mana cost, but you are kind of paying the mana cost, right?
Yeah, so basically if you had a 2-drop in your graveyard, you would play this for 3, then pay an additional 2. So you're paying the same amount. You're not getting a discount, like you said, but right. But you are getting kind of a Snapcaster Mage, right? I mean,
you are.
That's a strong card.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash, but it does have flying, and it's a 3/1. So this is like a legit creature on the battlefield. This looks really strong to me. Interesting, again, to have to wrestle around. Well, do I just play it out on turn 3 to start jamming in the air with it? Or, am I saving it till I have 5 or 6 mana to buy something back for free? And of course, that'll be context dependent, but I mean, both options seem good.
Yeah, this is good either way. A 3 mana 3/1 if you want that. And then late in the game, I mean, you're gonna get to play this and cast like a 4 mana spell or something out of your graveyard. You're gonna have the mana to do that. And it's gonna be very good for you.
Yeah, this looks like a B, actually it just looks like a B+ to me again for Halo Forager. Yeah. That's great. Let's see what the battle is like. It's called Invasion of Amonkhet. We're going back there. This is 1 blue-black for a battle siege again, and this also has 4 defense. And it says, when Invasion of Amonkhet enters the battlefield, each player mills 3 cards, then each opponent discards a card, and you draw a card.
So this doesn't affect the board. When you cast this, you're paying 3 mana. Assuming the mill 3 is slightly better for you, but that's still not a huge effect. You're getting 3 mana to make your opponent discard a card and you draw a card.
Yeah, that's right on the border. Like if you have a sufficiently defensive deck, you can make that work, but it puts a lot of pressure on what happens if you transform it. And that becomes Lazotep Convert, which is a 4/4 zombie, and you can have it enter the battlefield as a copy of any creature card in a graveyard, except for it's a 4/4 black zombie in addition to its other types. So you end up with a pretty good creature because you milled both players for 3. So you end up with a 4/4 with whatever the best keywords or ETB ability is. And because it will get the ETB, it's going to enter the battlefield as that creature. Oh, so very nice.
That's pretty strong. But, compare this to Invasion of Xerix, where bouncing a creature helps you kick the battle off right. You get to bounce and then attack. This, you're paying 3 mana, not affecting the board. It does leave behind a 4 defense battle, which is really good to flip. Again, a 4/4 that copies anything in the graveyard is great, but it's not a card. It doesn't self-solve quite as easily as the other one does.
Yeah, I agree. This one's a little bit asking more of you. The setup cost is a bit higher. I'm also wondering, how easy it's going to be to transform these in blue-black. I mean, the Halo Forager says pretty easy. You got a high-powered flyer for only 3 mana, but, we'll have to see if the rest of the cards support that. I would bump this one down a little bit, though, for Invasion of Amonkhet. I would have this in the C+ range myself.
Yeah, I think it's probably like a C. Like, you're just not getting the battle flipped often enough in the kind of games that are going to be close.
Yeah, and on the front side, it's not quite good enough unless you really, really have control, going well. All right, the next one is the red-black, and this is actually the battle first. So it's called Invasion of Asgol, and this is black-red for a battle, and it has 4 defense, and when it enters the battlefield, target player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker and loses 1 life. Well, for 2 mana.
Yeah, it's a very cheap one. I mean, it's got 4 defense still, but you get to play this early, kill their only creature, and maybe even get an attack in. And it flips into Ashen Reaper, which is a 2/1 menace. And at the beginning of your end step, you put a +1/+1 counter on it if a permanent was put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn, which is not very hard to do.
No, that's pretty good. Yeah, this reminds me more of the Invasion of Xerix, right? Like this one is one that helps itself along, right? Yeah. It takes out a blocker so that you have a better chance to attack the battle and win it. I like B for Invasion of Azgul. I mean, this card just seems really solid to me.
Same. I mean, it's an edict, but it has a really good upside at the end of it.
Right. Does get worse as the game goes, as all edicts do. Stormclaw Rager is next. This is 1 black-red for a 2/2 Ogre Warrior. And it has the activated ability 1, sacrifice another creature or artifact and put a +1/+1 counter on it and draw a card. And you can only do that at sorcery speed.
Still, eating any creature or artifact for another card and a +1/+1 counter, that's advantageous.
Very
even
much.
If you're sacking real creatures. And imagine sacking incubate tokens, which, because it can sack an artifact, you don't have to have transform them. Sacking random creatures as well. Stormclaw Rager looks like a really strong builder and for the black-red deck.
Definitely. And, we see the sacrifice sub-theme coming out here in black-red, which is often the case, but it definitely, we noted it on both cards here. So that's a thing. I like B+ for Stormclaw Rager. If you have any fodder at all, this thing just becomes huge and really annoying. And I'm assuming that it'll also synergize with a bunch of other stuff like the Invasion of Azgul and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that this Stormclaw Rager is going to be a headliner for any black-red deck.
All right, next is Invasion of Urgamon, which is green-red for a battle with 5 defense. So we see this a little higher on this one. When it enters the battlefield, you create a treasure token. Then you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card.
So kind of dorky and 5 defense, but you get Truga Cliff Charger when it flips, which is a 3/4 trample. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, you get to search your library for a land or a battle card and put it in your hand.
Wow. You can discard any card you want and turn it into a land if you desperately need it, or more often a battle that you can then play.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get land that often because you're not flipping this super quickly, which is when you'd want the land. But if you have a second battle, this is pretty good. And again, 2 mana to make a treasure plus a half a Faithless Looting. Yeah, that's a little under par. You're
pretty
not,
bad.
You're not thrilled about that. So I don't really like Invasion of Urgamon all that much. If you have a deck that has a lot of creatures in it and there's like a decent chance you'll be able to just get an advantage on the board and like kind of flip this, you then have to have another battle for it to really be worth it.
Yeah, I feel like the extra point is going to matter too, right? On the defense there, like that probably puts it out of range. Like that could be a whole nother turn that you have to wait. And even though this is red green and theoretically they have a bunch of power and toughness to throw at these things, I'm a little more down on this. I would give Invasion of Urgamon in the C range again. I guess a C or a C+.
I think C for Invasion of Urgamon.
Rampaging Geoderm is next. It's 2 red green for a 3/3 dinosaur beast with trample and haste. And haste does seem especially good in the world of battles. It says whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If it's attacking a battle, put a +1/+1 counter on it instead.
Also note, this doesn't have to attack. It'll trigger anytime you attack with anything. You only get 1 trigger per combat, but whenever you attack, so you could keep this back and attack with a flyer if you wanted.
Wow. This also, is a battle crusher.
Yeah, I mean, it comes in as a 4/4 trample haste, and if it's attacking a battle, you get a +1/+1 counter. It might actually be good if they keep the battle around for another turn. Like your opponent might actually want to just concede the fight over to battle so you don't get +1/+1 counters here. Yeah,
seriously. And you mentioned that it doesn't have to be the Rampaging Geoderm, but it can.
Certainly.
And so, you have at least a 4/4 trample haste the turn that it comes down. If it's attacking a battle, it'll stay that way. This card seems really strong to me and definitely incentivizes slamming on battles, but definitely you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a B regardless of whether you're attacking battles or not.
Agree. Next is Botanical Brawler. This is green, white for a 0/0 elemental warrior with trample, and it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put onto another permanent you control, if it's the first time +1/+1 counters have been put on that permanent this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Botanical Brawler. Good God. I never want to have to read that again, but
yeah, it said counters about 1 million times.
Yeah.
But 2-mana 2/2 trample that basically gets an extra +1/+1 counter every time you put a +1/+1 counter somewhere. And there's another new mechanic that we're going to get into when we find the cards with it backup. But because it's not as globally relevant, it's much more of an individual mechanic. It plays very differently based on the cards. But green-white has a lot of ways to place +1/+1 counters, and it's permanent. So it'll trigger off incubate as well.
Yeah. Obviously the signpost is pointing in a very specific direction here. So that, there is a build around nature to these type of cards. They tend to do well enough on their own, but put within the context of what you're trying to do, they tend to really blossom. And I think Botanical Brawler is probably going to do that in its context. I would give it a B. And it might even be a B+. It does have trample. If it gets out of hand, it's a real problem.
All you need is one more counter, and you got a 2-mana 3/3 trample. And
that's great.
The upside is much higher. That said, if you don't have a way to build around it, this card's not very good. But I would give Botanical Brawler a B.
Yeah.
And just, most white-green decks are going to be really happy to have it.
Super happy. Invasion of Moog, or Moog, I don't know, is 2 green-white for a 5 defense battle. And it says when it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. That's nice. So that's already
goes nuts with
yeah, so does it trigger all of the times, or how does that whenever?
Yeah, if you have 3 other creatures and you cast that Botanical Brawler, I believe, will get 3 +1/+1 counters. Well, +1 from the actual effect itself.
Good Lord. Okay, well, that's insane. And this thing, if you can win the battle, which thanks to all the +1/+1 counters you got, you probably can. It's a 3/3. It's called Bloom Wielder Dryads, which is a 3/3 Dryad with Ward 2. And at the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Good God.
Yeah, Invasion of Moog looks nuts because 4 mana to give all your creatures a +1/+1 counter in a color pair that already has a lot of ways to incentivize that and reasons that you don't want to do that is already good. And then if you flip it, you get a 3/3 that immediately starts distributing counters at the end of your turn. I guess I would give an A- to Invasion of Moog, maybe B+.
It's right in there though. This just seems to really play well into its own game plan.
Yeah, part of it really pushes it over the top is you get to play this and then it opens up good attacks onto it where you're probably going to get to flip it the turn you play it a decent amount of the time.
Yes, because your creatures are bigger so they can get through, and it also gives you enough power toughness to actually win the battle at 5. Boy, this one looks really scary to me. I'll go B+ on Invasion of Moog just because, man, did they really just set it up so that there's like an A level uncommon battle? It feels like that wouldn't be the case, but this card certainly has the potential. The next card is Invasion of New Capenna. This is the black-white battle. It has 4 defense, and it says when it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. When you do, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls. And if you win the battle, it becomes Holy Frazzle Cannon, which is an equipment. It's an artifact equipment with equip 1. And whenever a equipped creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and each other creature you control that shares a creature type with it. This one seems not as strong as the prior 2 that we just had, but still pretty decent.
Yeah, so black-white is a sacrifice theme with like incubate and so tokens like that. There's also like a common that makes night tokens. So the idea is you play this, it's kind of like a Bone Splinters sort of effect where you get to sack a creature or an incubate token to get one of whatever their best thing is. And then if you flip it, it turns into this really weird equipment that I'm not sure how well it's going to play, but giving the creature +1/+1 counter is already pretty good, and having it share a creature, any creature it shares a creature type with is really not that hard either. So I think this is pretty good.
Yeah, and it's the lower end, of the defense. It's got 4, which seems to be kind of where they settled for the standard one.
My guess is this is probably like a C+ battle.
Yeah, C+, that sounds right to me. If you can make it so that it's a removal spell that doesn't really hurt you because of the, I don't know how big of a deal sacrificing an incubate token is. That is a resource. That is a potentially a creature that you're sacrificing to it. So I wouldn't consider that free, right? But at the same time, these decks often, can generate advantages where they have too many of them, and this is a perfectly fine way to spend one. So I would say C+ for Invasion of New Capenna. Next is Sculpted Perfection. This is 2 black-white for an enchantment. And when it enters the battlefield, incubate 2, and it says Phyrexians you control get +1/+1.
Yeah, this is awesome because this already means that the incubate 2 token you got flips into a 3/3, pumps all your other incubate stuff, and then there's also just a decent amount of Phyrexians in the set.
Okay,
so you're going to have a lot of creatures that are getting really good value out of Sculpted Perfection, and it's not a horrendous cost either.
And so is that maybe the joke with the Holy Frazzle Cannon is that
all the Phyrexians,
they're just all Phyrexians that it got. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. I like B for Sculpted Perfection.
Yeah, I think B+ is actually going to be pretty good for this card.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can be an A. Like if you can build a Phyrexians deck, it's that'll be, B+ A- range. Next one is the blue-red battle. It's called Invasion of Kaladesh. It's blue-red for a 4 defense battle that says when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature token with flying. Hey, I like that. That's simple. 2 mana, you get a 1/1 flyer, and it can start pecking away at this battle. If you end up winning the battle, it'll transform into Aetherwing Golden Scale Flagship, which is a very cool name, which is a legendary artifact vehicle. It's a star 4 with flying. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts you control, and its crew cost, just 1.
Yeah, not a bad crew cost, as it turns out. 2 mana for a 1/1 flying, which is going to obviously start attacking the battle, and then flips into probably like a 3/4 or 4/4, depending on how deep into the artifact theme you end up getting. This is solid. I wouldn't say opening Invasion of Kaladesh is like, oh, you gotta go into red blue for this. This looks to me like a C+ battle.
Yeah, I would go B-. So the one thing I really like about Invasion of Kaladesh is that it can do all the things itself. It needs no help, right? The 1/1 can flip the thing, then the 1/1 can crew the Aetherwing. The 1/1 also helps pump it. Like, this is a self-contained battle, and I think that's pretty cool. Like, it just doesn't need help. But yeah, it's still just in that B- probably range for Invasion. It's still it's only 2 mana, right? This isn't like the thing that ends the game or whatever. The other one is called Joyful Storm Sculptor. It's 3 blue-red for a 2/3 human shaman, and when it enters the battlefield, create 2 1/1 blue and red elemental creature tokens. And whenever you cast a spell that has Convoke, Joyful Storm Sculptor deals 1 damage to each opponent and each battle they protect.
So blue-red has like some Convoke payoffs like the Storm Sculptor, and I like how they kind of deal 1 damage to each battle there's a few cards like that'll do that. But 5 mana for a 2/3 plus 2/1 is 4/5 worth of stats spread up over 3 creatures and a little bit of upside for Convoking. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I'm not in love with 5 mana 2/3, but you get the 2/1/1, so you're getting 4/5 spread out. I love that. The question is, how often are you doing the Convoke thing? And the answer is, does it really matter that much? I guess a little bit. Like, that's kind of just an extra bonus, right?
Yeah, I don't know how much you're actually going to be Convoking, but
okay.
I think that you'll do some amount of it, and it provides you everything you need to do that.
B? Is that too high?
I would say B minus for the Storm Sculptor.
B minus, yeah, because it is kind of like in many cases just a bunch of power and toughness, and not that much of it. Green black. So this is Elvish Vat Keeper. This is 1 green black for a 3/3 Phyrexian elf. And when Elvish Vat Keeper enters the battlefield, you incubate 2, and you can pay 5 mana to transform target incubator token you control, but you double the number of +1/+1 counters on it.
So instead of paying 2 mana to transform, you pay 5, but you also get a nice little double up, which I think is going to be pretty nice. Like you're gonna be pretty happy with that.
That seems pretty cool actually. I like the long game plan, and then also, I mean, geez, you're getting 3 mana for a 3/3 and a 2/2, or call it 5 mana for a 3/3 and a 2/2. That's great.
Well, also 5 mana is a lot more. 3 plus 2 mana is a lot easier to break up. You play this on 3, turn 4, you play a 2-drop and transform the incubator, or you just play a 4-drop and then turn 5 you do it, or something along those lines. You have a lot of flexibility there.
That's right. And you also have the flexibility of play this on 3, play something on 4, and then on turn 5 just transform the stupid thing and make a 4/4 and a 3/3.
And it combines with your other incubate tokens. Right. If you have incubate 3 somewhere and you can transform it into a 6/6, that's pretty nice too.
Yeah, I like this card. This seems really strong to me. I also like that it's just straight up 3/3 for 3, kind of no matter what else you do. That's a nice little chunk of power and toughness to start attacking battles, or, keep your defense up or whatever.
Yeah, I like B for Elvish Vat Keeper. Very solid card.
Seems really good. Let's see what the battle does. It's called Invasion of, we're going way back. Invasion of Lorwyn. Boy, it's 6 mana, 4 black green for a 5 defense battle. And it says when it enters the battlefield, destroy star target non-elf. What am I reading here?
The star is showing you the backside of it. It's confusing.
I'm confused. The wording just confuses me. I'm just going to read it straight up and then we'll sort it out. When Invasion of Lorwyn enters the battlefield, destroy target non-elf creature an opponent controls with power X or less, where X is the number of lands you control. And then the star is our hint at Winnowing Forces, which is a star elf warrior. And Winnowing Forces power and toughness each equal the number of lands you control.
So basically it kills any non-elf when you play it, because by the time you play this, you're going to have enough lands out that you can kill just about everything. Can't kill elves though. and then if you can flip it, you get like a 6/6, 7/7. I mean, this is great. A 6 mana kill any creature and flips into a gigantic creature. You're not always going to be able to flip it very easily, but a 6 mana sorcery speed removal with significant upside is something I am in for.
Me too. I mean, if you look at this card in its best case scenario, it's make a big thing, kill a big thing, which is about the best thing you can do in the late game. And of course, it's worth noting that killing whatever their best thing is does increase your chances of actually getting it transformed a lot, right? So that's pretty good too. I like Invasion of Lorwyn as a late game clean up the mess type card. Yeah, seems really good. It is slow though, right? It is 6 mana and it is sorcery speed, and it does have a little bit of a restriction on it as well. B minus?
I would just give it a B. I think that this is going to be a good high-end card.
Okay.
And
so good
this is one
finisher.
where the backside is also worth using an extra spell to get through a pump spell or removal spell or what have you.
Because you're going to have a 6/6 or a 7/7 or something for sure. Yeah. And you would trade off, sometimes with planeswalkers, you have to attack a bunch of creatures into them to kill them, and you lose a creature in that mix. This would be a case where you'd be fine doing that. Mirror Shield Hoplite is next. This is white-red for a 2/2 human soldier with vigilance. That would probably be the last ability I'd want on my white-red Hoplite, but let's see what it does. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a backup ability, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once each turn.
So backup is an ability that says, there's backup 1. So when a creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. If it's on another creature, it gains the next ability for a turn. So, for example, there's a 2 and a white for a 2/2 vigilance with backup 1. So when you play it, you can choose to put that counter on itself, and then it's just a 3/3. Or you can put the counter on another creature, and it gains the following ability to end of turn. That ability would be Vigilance, and some of them have more complicated abilities. So with the Hoplite in play, if you played the Knight, you would end up getting a 2/2 that's like Sigil Sentinel is what it's called. A 2/2 that triggers, puts a counter somewhere and gives it Vigilance, and then does it again because of the Hoplite.
Okay. And that's all temporary, though?
The ability is temporary. The counter is not. So +1/+1 counter forever, Vigilance until end of turn.
Okay.
So if you go 1-drop into Hoplite into the Sigiled Sentinel, you put a +1/+1 counter on both your creatures and give them both Vigilance until end of turn.
That does seem powerful if you can chain it together.
2-mana 2/2 that has Vigilance is not exciting to start with, but if you train one backup ability, that means you get an additional +1/+1 counter and an ability, and then some of them have, they can do some pretty wild stuff. So backup is a strong ability. The backup Baneslayer, the rare, gives a +1/+1 counter, flying, Vigilance, and lifelink until end of turn. That'd be a pretty cool one to copy.
Yeah, that would be. So this card does seem like it just holds its own enough on just stats, but definitely has the upside there too.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go? C+ for it?
I would do C+. It's kind of a build around though. If you are in red-white and you have 4 backup cards and you open this thing, you're going to take this over just about everything.
Yeah, that makes sense. The red-white battle is called Invasion of Kylum, and that is 2 red-white for a 5 defense battle. And it says when it enters the battlefield, up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 and gain Vigilance and Haste.
Yeah.
Until end of turn?
I don't know what's up with the haste on a 4-mana card.
Haste on a 4-drop is weird. But it pumps up 2 of your things. Interestingly, this seems like a battle that's very good at getting it transformed, right? It's pumping up your team right away. Let's see what it does. It becomes Valor's Reach Tag Team, which is not a creature. It's actually a sorcery. You get 2 3/2 red and white warrior creature tokens with, whenever this creature and at least one other creature token attack, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So they each get a counter.
Yep. So
that's cool.
As long as something else is attacking.
What is the haste about? That doesn't count for these, right?
No.
I'm really bothered about that haste thing.
Yeah. Expensive plus haste is not really the combo you want.
Well, and the reason I bring it up isn't because there's a why not element to it, right? But it's like complexity, right? Like, I don't know. We don't need more words, but at any rate, how good is Invasion of Kylum?
Not that good.
Seems just kind of medium, right?
Sorcery speed, give 2 creatures +2/+0 and Vigilance and haste, by the way, is just not that exciting.
So, but can you get this thing transformed right away, get the Valor's Reach tag team going, and then be happy?
Yeah, the tag team's really good. 2 creatures that distribute +1/+1 counters, is pretty sick. But so let's say if this is 5,
what percentage of the time do you flip it right away? Is what I'm really asking.
With 5 defense, you need a 3-power creature to get through. To start with, you had 2 3/3s, you'd play this, they'd both be 5/3s. Your opponent has 1 blocker, you get to attack with both. And then you get 2 more 3/2s, which then, when they all attack, they both attack as 5/4s. Or
as
I guess
4 3s. Yeah. But that keeps happening.
Yeah. My guess is this is going to underperform. This looks like it's a new card type. People are going to put this in their decks, surely, but you're going to put this card in your deck, and sometimes you're just not going to be able to kill it right away, and you're going to end up spending a bunch of mana on really not that good of an effect.
Yeah, this to me stands out as a card that this is one where you effectively have to transform it, and if you don't, you're really unhappy, right? You spent 4 mana for a temporary buff at sorcery speed that didn't really get you that much. And if you do flip it, I think you're going to be pretty happy. Those 2, the tag team seems really nice, but that's a lot of pressure on the board state to make you do it. It also, of course, has the very bad side effect of just doing absolutely nothing on defense. Maybe you get in a chip with a creature because of Vigilance or something, but That's not even close to being enough, and it's effectively the same as just leaving your creature back to block. So I would go lower on Invasion of Kylum. I mean, yes, it will be in an aggressive deck. You know, you can build around it to a point, but I really feel that there's a ton of pressure on getting this thing flipped, and if you can't, you're going to be unhappy. And, you know, I really kind of want the card to leave something behind, you know, more often, a creature or kill something or give me a card or whatever. And this one is very all in on just like get this thing flipped or you lose.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't even flip it with like a 2-power flyer. You need to do a little better than that. So
yeah, they made it 5 defense.
I'm going to go D on Invasion of Kylum. I feel like it's the kind of card. Look, when you're winning, it can definitely help you win more. Like this will turn an advantageous situation into a more advantageous situation. But when you're behind or at parity, this card does not do well.
Right. That's why we devalue that on the quadrant theory, right? It's because when you're ahead, that's the time when it's easiest. The easiest way, by the way, just as a shortcut, because you will feel like this card's amazing when you're winning, you play it and then you win more. But the easiest shortcut is to take like a bread and butter common, even a D level common that costs the same amount of mana, 4 mana, and say, would this have also won me the game in this situation? And oftentimes the answer is, yeah, that would have also sealed the deal. So there you go. Last pair is blue-green, and we'll start with the battle, which is Invasion of Pyrulia. This is green-blue, so nice and cheap for a 4 defense battle. And when it enters the battlefield, you scry 3, then reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land or double face card, which the battles are, by the way, draw a card. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. What does it transform into? Gargantuan Slabhorn. Great name. It's a beast. It's a 4/4 with trample and ward 2, and other transformed permanents you control have trample and ward 2. What other transformed permanents would besides battles?
Incubate cards.
Those are transformed.
Would be transformed.
Okay.
And then there's a bunch of cards that transform for Phyrexian mana plus mana. So like 4 and a green 4/5. You can pay 4 and a red Phyrexian mana to transform it into a 7/5. That sort of thing. Okay.
And this thing will pay you off for those. So this one to me, you know, we've noted that a bunch of them help you transform by taking a creature out on the other side or by adding it to your board. This one doesn't, right? It's only 2 mana though. So you're kind of, the question I really have is, would you play Invasion of Pyrulia as a sorcery? Just, you know, would you put it in your deck? And the answer is probably not, right? It's close though. And if you do ever get to transform this, then I think you're quite happy.
Yeah, I mean, getting scry 3, draw a card for 2 mana is pretty good. Obviously, it's not always going to draw a card. Like having to keep a land when you don't want it just to draw the card is kind of like, it's mediocre. And then if you have enough transform cards or in your deck or battles, then you know what, you can really start getting somewhere. But you wouldn't play this card. The back end is I think a big part of why you'd want to play this.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, I don't know how easily that's going to happen, but it's worth noting that the battle itself does not give you help you do that. So I don't know. I think I would definitely start off by playing it, but I would put this one at the C+ level for Invasion of Pyrulia. Like it doesn't have the neat package that some of them have where they like take out a blocker and then you flip it and then you have more things and you can kill your opponent or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, green blue does care about things that are transformed. So we're going to see that with the next card as well. But I would say it's probably Invasion of Pyrulia is probably like a C+.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. C+. So last gold card of our signpost here is Mutagen Connoisseur. This is 1 green blue for a 0/5 Vidalcan mutant. It's got flying and vigilance with all of its 0 power, but it gets +1/+0 for each transformed permanent you control. So I think that the key here is that you have to be okay with Mutagen Connoisseur being a blocker, right? And just sort of prolonging the game, which it does quite well. And then at some point, after you transform 2 or ideally 3 things, you know, that starts to add up real quick, right? Flying and vigilance on a 2/5 is like 2, right? It starts to really kind of get you after a while.
Yeah, it is a little annoying that this isn't like counters it's getting +1 for each transformed permanent you control, but if those permanents leave the battlefield, then the progress gets reset. So it's not going to be uncommon for this card to be out as a 2/5, then all of a sudden fall down to a 1/5.
Right. And it starts off as a straight up 0/5, right? It doesn't help itself. So, this to me, I don't know if I've just had it trained out of me from the last sets or whatever, but when I'm looking at this blue-green color pair, the Mutagen Connoisseur here and the Invasion of Perulia, I'm just like, yeah, right. Right. Somebody's going to play a freaking 1-drop and I'm going to look down at these cards and be like, what am I doing with my life? I'm playing a 0-powered blocker and I'm playing a card that doesn't affect the board on 2 mana. My opponent's, playing some 3-powered creature on 2. And I'm just like, this isn't going to work. I obviously am going to give it a chance. Like every set, I try to clean the slate and come in and see what's really there. But I'm pessimistic, let's say, about these actually working. And because transforming permanents is hard. They don't let you do that for free, right? You even have to put mana, not money. You have to put mana into, the incubation tokens, and getting any of these battles transformed is it's hard. I don't think it's going to happen that easily. They wouldn't just give that to you for free. So Mutagen Connoisseur, to me, I'm going to start it at C and assume that it fits into the role of prolonging the game and can do so well, but I'm not convinced of it.
Yeah, I think I would start it at C, and in some decks it might get up to a B level card, but most decks, I don't think that's where you'd want to start. Yeah.
Okay, so we've been kind of rolling through the colors to start with just to make sure that everything's even, and we're going to be starting with black this time around. Our first card up then is Corrupted Conviction. This is black for an instant at common, and it says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Woo, that's cheap.
Yeah, Village Rites here.
Yeah, which is already okay in the sacrifice deck. This one only costs black. It's really nice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in for this, if it's a build around, it's kind of like a C level build around where when your deck supports it, this card is playable, but it's not amazing.
Yes.
And when your deck doesn't support it, it's unplayable. So not a card I'm excited about, but a card I will put in the right deck that it makes enough tokens and has creatures that you want to trigger their death triggers, that sort of thing.
Right, that's the thing. 2 things to note about it. You do have to sacrifice actual creatures, so artifacts will not work here. And then the other thing is, the first Corrupted Conviction might make it into your deck and be worth it. The second one almost never does. These things really do fall off quickly. If you ever have 2 of them in your hand, it just gets so difficult to actually deploy them while maintaining any semblance of a board state. So this falls off very sharply even after the first one. But, the first one can definitely be a thing. It really can. You need to have cards that are expendable and that say, whenever you sacrifice something, you get a bonus. And then that's where these start to actually add up. Because remember, you're not up on cards in most scenarios here.
Yeah, you're up on cards if you either generated a token for cheap or free, or they tried to kill something, or they played a removal spell or a pacifism on one of your creatures. Right. Otherwise, it's even.
I would give Corrupted Conviction a D, and my thought process is that there are times when you want it and it will perform at a C or even a C+, but on your average deck, it's going to be a card you'd prefer not to play.
Yeah, I like that.
Ichor Drinker is next. It's black for a 1/1 Phyrexian Vampire at common. It has lifelink, and you can pay black and exile it from your graveyard to incubate 2 at sorcery speed.
I like this one, actually.
Me too.
This is the kind of card you want to sacrifice. 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink. Works well with pump spells, works well with sacrifice, and then out of your graveyard, for another black and 2, you get a 2/2, and you can break that up into 1 mana here, 2 mana there. So I like Ichor Drinker at C. I think this card is gonna actually deliver.
I think so too, and it'll probably play as a B because it's a 1-drop, and they just push them to B level.
Well, it's gonna play great with the next card. Mirrored and Avenged is an instant. For 1 black mana, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, draw a card. And we saw this in Kamigawa, the Neon Dynasty, and it wasn't that great cut down, I think, or not cut down, it was a different one, but it was the same card functionally. Mm-hmm. Where this card gets a little better is with cards like Ichor Drinker or any other kind of like cheap, dorky thing that you don't mind dying, where you can chump their 5/5 with Ichor Drinker and then end of turn Mirrored and Avenged and take it down. That said, Mirrored and Avenged is probably a D still. You're not going to be having too much trouble picking these up if you want one.
Yeah, but hey, when you get that off, it is a powerful effect, no doubt. Scornblade Berserker is next. It's black for a 0/1 human berserker. This one is uncommon, and it has backup 1. And I'll just read it again, just since this is our first official backup card. When this creature enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. If that's another creature, it gains the following ability until end of turn. And this says 1, sacrifice a creature, draw a card.
So by itself, you can play this, put the counter on itself, and you have 1 mana for a 1/2 that you can pay 1 to sack to draw a card. Mm-hmm. But where this, I think, really shines is you play this, you put the counter somewhere else, and then now you got a +1/+1 counter on something else. You can still sack Scornblade Berserker to draw a card at any point, and you can sack the other creature to draw a card that turn. So imagine if you have a creature in play that they've put the pacifism of the set onto. You can play this, sack that, draw a card, then you can sack the Berserker. Or you can put it on a creature that you're going to just be attacking and blocking with. It's probably better to have a +1/+1 counter somewhere else than just immediately get to cash this in to get a card back.
Right. It does feel like it's split, right? Because I think it'll feel kind of bad if you put a counter on a thing and then also sacrifice it, unless it's a weird.
It's a little weird to know exactly how that's going to work out.
Yeah.
But I do think that you end up in a spot where this card is good by itself and has a lot of combos. I think backup is a really cool ability. I'm looking forward to playing it.
Yeah. I like C+ for Scornblade Berserker. It does feel like it'll have a home in the sacrifice theme deck.
Yeah, I like C+ as well.
Aetherblade Agent is next. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 human rogue at common. It has Death Touch. And then this is the first of that cycle or type of card that you mentioned before, Luis, where you can pay 4, in this case, 4 and a blue Phyrexian mana. And remember, Phyrexian mana can either be paid for by the mana itself, or you can pay 2 life instead. And then transform it at sorcery speed, and it becomes Gitaxian Mind Stinger, which is a 3/3 Phyrexian rogue with Death Touch, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player or battle, draw a card.
Great card. I mean, nice. Aetherblade Agent is just fantastic. First of all, with all of these cards, because it's Phyrexian, you don't need to be playing the secondary color in order to put this card in your deck. This card's great in red-black. You don't need to have blue. It is better because that way you're not priced into always paying 2 life to switch. But 2 mana, 1/1 Death Touch, and at some point, if the coast is clear, you just upgrade it to a 3/3 Death Touch, attack and draw a card, or force them to chump or something along those lines. I like this card. It's just good in both directions. So I like C+ for Aetherblade Agent.
Me too. Yeah. I love it that it just doesn't ask more of you, but it gives you more later if you want. Bladed Battle Fan is next. This is 1 and a black for an equipment at common. It has flash. And when it enters the battlefield, attached to target creature you control, that creature gains indestructible until end of turn. The equipped creature also gets +1/+0, and the equip cost is kind of ideal. It's just 1.
So 2 mana to give a creature +1/+1 indestructible, and then it leaves behind this this weird like +1/+0 equipment for 1. Yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, imagine you run your 2-drop into theirs, you play this, so you kind of end up a creature, and then I would probably be in for or up equipment. I'd probably be in for Bladed Battle Fan. I think the card looks pretty strong.
I do too. It's the +1/+0 that really changes the whole thing, right? Because if it was just 1 and a black instant, your creature gets indestructible, we're not really interested in that. But this actually lets it win a fight that it may not have won, and then just leaves you something relevant behind. And +1/+0 does matter, and the fact that you can kind of just move this around matters too. Yeah, I would give C- to Bladed Battle Fan. I'm not excited about it, but I think we'll see it.
Yeah, I like that.
What about?
It's also an artifact you can sacrifice. If you have sacrifice things like the Invasion of New Capenna.
Good point, because you could use this to save your creature and then just throw it to whatever. So yeah, that matters too. What about Blight Reaper Thallid?
This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 fungus at uncommon.
Look at this guy.
You can pay 3 and a green Phyrexian mana to transform it at sorcery speed. And when a creature transforms into Blight Thallid or dies, make a 1/1 Phyrexian Sapperling, and it's a 3/3. So
it becomes from a 2/2 to a 3/3.
That gets you a 1/1 right away. And then when this dies, you get another 1/1.
Okay.
But that's pretty solid, I think.
And the Phyrexian Sapperlings are just 1/1s?
Yep, they're just 1/1 Phyrexians, so they do count for like Phyrexian subjugation or whatever to get the ++1, that sort of thing.
This card seems great.
Yeah, I like Blight Reaper Thal. This looks like a C+ to me as well. 2-mana 2/2 that you can pay 3 to upgrade it, get a counter, maybe get another token when it dies, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I love it. Dreg Recycler is next. This is 1 and a black for a 2/2 Phyrexian Beast. At common, you can tap it and sacrifice an artifact or creature. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Is this how you're going to win games? This is we'll call it a free sacrifice ability, meaning that you can just simply tap a creature to sacrifice, no mana required. That can be very powerful if properly supported. The drain them for 1 is usually annoying, we'll call it, but not, overly powerful. Like you usually can't do that enough to kill your opponent because you just don't have enough artifacts or creatures to feed it, and you can only do it once per turn because it's tap. But if you need a sacrifice outlet and that's part of your primary game plan, that seems very strong. I mean, we haven't got to red yet, of course, but is there a threat in it common?
Yeah, we'll see.
That's the question.
I do think that a 2-mana 2/2 that just has utility later in the game is something that you're not too unhappy with. Threaten is uncommon in the set.
Okay.
But a 2-mana 2/2 that like you play this on turn 2, you trade for their 2-drop, or you attack a few times, right? That's what 2/2s do for 2. But then imagine late in the game they're at 5 life and you have this in play. That's a card your opponent's going to have to be concerned with.
No, it is. It is. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. I mean, my assumption is that this is really only a build around card, right? It is a Phyrexian Beast if that ends up mattering. We saw a little bit of that in our gold cards, but I assume you just have to be interested in sacrificing things, being paid off for that pretty significantly. And if you are, then you'll probably put a Dreg Recycler in your deck. If you're not, you probably won't.
If you're aggro, I think you could justify playing this as well.
Yeah, just to have a 2-drop that does something in the late game.
2-mana 2/2, and this has a real ability. So I think it's a C. It's just a straight up, C.
Well, Dreg Recycler gets a C. Next is Final Flourish. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It's got Kicker. You can sacrifice an artifact or creature. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If you kicked it, it gets -6/-6 until end of turn instead.
I mean, I'm playing
nice.
1 and a black instant, give a creature -2/-2. So having the Kicker as a way to finish anything off that you need to seems fine to me.
Me too. Also has the word sacrifice on it. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm waiting for the payoffs, but the ability to sacrifice things is very well supported here in the early. This is all cheap cards too. We're not even out of the 2-drops yet. And we've already had 3 or 4 that did it quite handily. So yeah, but at any rate, Final Flourish, this is awesome. -2/-2 until end of turn doesn't just kill 2 toughness things. It kills much bigger things once combat gets introduced as well. So don't forget that this can kind of, play above its pay grade as well. So Final Flourish, that looks C+B- range to me. That looks like you're going to see it all the time type removal spell.
Yeah. Final Flourish seems great.
Gift of Completion is 1 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you incubate 3. Still only have to pay 2 to transform it. You get a 3/3. Whenever a Phyrexian you control dies, you surveil 1. And if you don't remember surveil, it's look at the top card of your library. You can put it into your graveyard if you want.
So it's 4 mana total, but split up into 2 and 2 for a 3/3, but also gives you this surveil 1 kind of emblem just sitting in play, which is not a bad place to be.
It's freaking awesome. I like this card.
And the surveil goes a long way because it's just not going to be hard to surveil 2 or 3 times off this card.
Yeah.
And it also plays nicely with other incubate payoffs you have. So I like Gift of Completion. This looks like a C+.
Yeah, C+. It could be a B-, but I like starting at C+ as well. It looks solid. Nezumi Informant is next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 rat rogue at common. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Man, I always like cards like this. Like
Virus Beetle.
Yeah, they're just really annoying, right? But they actually do their job, especially if you can sacrifice the Nezumi Informant to some other effect to get a bonus. That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, if you have ways to sacrifice or utilize this, then this becomes really good. Obviously, in Neon Genesis, it was or Neon Dynasty rather.
Mm-hmm.
It was ninjas.
Yep.
It was a way to use that. But Nezumi Informant here, it's going to play well. We know these cards are good. They always end up being pretty good.
They really do. Even if it's just discard and you chump a 4, you can use it to protect your battle from getting flipped, whatever. The people never want to bounce these cards. Like, they just always do well. And usually you can play about as many as you can get your little hands on. So Nezumi Informant is a C, and I assume that it'll see a ton of play.
Yeah.
Traumatic Revelation is 1 and a black for a sorcery. At common, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a creature or battle card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, incubate 3.
So the idea here, and they've tried to do this a few times, is discard spell that doesn't miss. So you cast this on them, and you can choose to make them discard it. You can actually look and choose not to have them discarded if you don't want to. Like you
could just do the creature. Yeah.
You could just get a creature even if you see a battle there or a creature. And giving you incubate 3 is kind of like the buyout there. So interesting card.
I feel like this card should have backup.
Yeah.
It gives you a backup plan, quite literally. How good is 1 and a black incubate 3? It's mediocre, right? It's
mediocre. It's not a terrible downside. I guess when I look at this card is I look at Traumatic Revelation. It's like I either spend 2 mana to trade 1 for 1, but you spent 0 mana, which is already, I'm not loving that. It's certainly fine. Or I spend 2 mana to incubate 3, which I'm also not super thrilled with. So this isn't something that's making me sit up out of my seat and think like, oh yeah, I definitely want this card in my deck.
It looks like a D+ to me for Traumatic Revelation.
Yeah, I like what they're trying to do. I like trying to make discard kind of like relevant, but I don't know. I'm still not there.
Yeah, and I think if they aim too high, it would just be too good and annoying anyway. So I'd rather have them stay on this end of the spectrum. Collective Nightmare is next. This is 2 and a black for an instant and uncommon. It has Convoke. So again, I'll read Convoke just for those that haven't played with it before. Your creatures can help cast this spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for one colorless or 1 generic mana of that creature's color. If that makes sense. And then target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn is what it actually does.
Yeah, you basically you get to play this sometimes for a lot less than 3 mana, and even for free, which is pretty nice. You can end up in a spot where you're like curve out and then Collective Nightmare your creature, getting effectively 3 mana for free out of your creatures. Of course, you do have to pass up on attacking for a turn to do that. But I mean, look, I would be happy with 3 mana to give a creature -3/-3. Again, I'm always playing that card.
Yeah.
So getting to play it for 0 mana or 2 or potentially 1 or 2 mana, that's just a great deal. Collective Nightmare is a B. It's just a really good card.
Definitely. And I think it's actually especially good here because you often can use that mana to transform your, your incubate tokens, right? Like you'll just have that mana sort of floating around and actually have something to do with it. Next is Completed Huntmaster. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 Phyrexian Elf Warrior at uncommon. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sacrifice another creature or artifact to incubate 3. That's pretty good, man. So
this is one of your sack outlets here.
This is one of the many, many sack outlets that we've seen, but this is awesome, right? I mean, so you can basically pay 3 mana to turn any other creature or artifact into a 3/3.
Yeah, you can play your Nezumi Informant, then sack it and make a 3/3. You can, if you wanted to, I guess you could keep sacking the tokens you make off this, depending on what exactly you're trying to accomplish. Like there's some cool stuff you can do here.
Yeah. Again, I'm still like, I want payoffs. Like I want things that tell me I'm doing a good job for sacking it. This is as close as we've gotten, right? This is if you have fodder around, here you go. So I like B. It's probably technically a build around, but I assume that any deck that has black will have stuff around to do it. So I would just give a B to Completed Huntmaster.
I like B plus. I think this card is going to be a really appealing card for those decks.
Little synergy bump in there.
Yeah.
Etched Familiar is next. 2 and a black for a 3/2 artifact creature, Phyrexian Fox at common. And when it dies, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
Do you remember Filigree Familiar?
This is the naughty version.
Yeah. So
I think I like Filigree Familiar better.
I mean, 3 mana for a 3/2 that drains your opponent for 2 is pretty good, and there's a lot of ways to sacrifice it in this set. I would assume you're always playing this card. I think so. Familiar is probably a C+. This card looks strong.
Yeah, it looks like a C+ to me too. Next is Flitting Gorilla. This is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Fairy Rogue at common. It's got flying, so 3 mana 2/2 flyer, and when it dies, each player mills 2 cards, then you may exile it. When you do, put target creature or battle card from your graveyard on top of your library.
And just to be clear, it's gorilla as in like guerrilla tactics, not as in like an ape.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Windrake that has pretty reasonable upside. Milling for 2 can be good, if your deck's built to care about that to begin with, and then getting to put something good on top of your library is nice. Of course, it's not the 2-for-1 you were hoping for, but I think this creature's fine. It doesn't seem great to me, but it seems playable.
Seems like a D to me.
I think it's a little better than that. I don't think it's a lot better than that.
I just haven't seen what's the benefit from milling, I guess. Like, it just feels like everything we've seen so far from black has been very like on the board.
Yeah, well, it can help it find targets for itself is a big part of it. Mm-hmm. And you know what? It's a reasonably sized creature. A 3 mana 2/2 flyer isn't terrible.
It's kind of terrible.
It's playable. I don't think it's fantastic.
Well, I don't think that 3 mana 2/2 flyer is playable anymore unless it adds. This does. This has extra text. This does
have an extra text.
Yeah, I just think it's like borderline. Like, I would say D+ for Flitting Gorilla. Like, it's really borderline for me.
I can buy D+. If you have some really good battles or creatures in your deck, just having a way to recur them can be really good.
It can be. Yeah, that's true. And on a serviceable enough body. Yeah, I would say D+. We'll see. Glistening Deluge. This is 1 black for a sorcery at uncommon. All creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Creatures that are green and or white get an additional -2/-2 until end of turn. Jeez.
That's a hate card.
That's a hoser.
I think this is going to be a sideboard card because giving all creatures -1/-1 for 3 mana is just not a very good card by itself. But out of the board, if you're playing best of 3, playing against a deck that's green or white, not to mention both, giving all their creatures -3/-3 sounds absurd.
Is it actually worse if you're playing against both green and white because of +1/+1 counters? Like, can they out?
Maybe, but just the fact that it hits all their stuff is really good.
Yeah, it's really great. So I would give sideboard A to Glistening Deluge.
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Just hammer it. They don't make cards like that very often, so anymore. Ichor Shade is next. It's 2 and a black for a 2/3 Phyrexian Shade at common. At the beginning of your end step, if an artifact or creature was put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Ichor Shade.
So
okay, another little payoff here.
Yeah, it grows slowly. It's capped, right? It's just it triggers and it's either 0 or 1. It's binary. It's never getting multiple counters in the same turn. But 1 counter makes it a 3/4, and then 2 counters make it a 4/5, and you're kind of off to the races at that point.
Yeah, the 4/5 is the inflection point where you're actually happy. Look, I was saying, like, I want payoffs. Here's a common, admittedly not super exciting, but decent payoff for the sacrifice deck, and you probably could put one of these into your deck. Sure. I'd probably give it a D+. It might be a C- in that deck or something. Yeah,
I would say it's probably like a C is about right for this card.
Yeah, it's just okay. That's okay though. You need some of those. Render Inert is 2 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. It says remove up to 5 counters from target permanent. Draw yourself a card. So does this work on battles?
No, I don't think so, because I don't think they come with counters.
Okay.
You end up in a spot where you're trying to kill planeswalkers or remove +1/+1 counters. I mean, it kills most of the incubate creatures,
Yes.
which I think is a good place to start.
And you can kill them proactively, right? Like even if they're not transformed, they
Okay,
still have counters.
I just checked. It looks like it does work with battles.
Okay, so those
are defense
things
counters.
Are counters like
planeswalkers.
Like planeswalkers. Okay.
So destroy target battle, draw a card, and then or kill an incubate card and draw a card. The good thing about it is you won't know if they have incubate cards in their deck when you put this card in your deck, but you will know if you have battles in your deck.
That's true.
So like you are able to know whether or not this card is going to already work with the cards you have in your deck, even if you don't know exactly how good it's going to be. So it's not exactly a sideboard card. I think you could just put this card in your deck.
The question is it even good? Like, let's just say it said, 2 and a black, you win target battle, draw a card. Because if you kill a creature and draw a card off this, then that's great, right? Because you're getting like a 2-for-1 straight up. But the battle thing's a little more muddy than that. I guess it's still good enough.
Yes and no.
I mean, you're getting a card.
Yeah. I think the backside of every battle is pretty good. And some of the battles, it's better than the front side.
Okay. So if you have 2 battles, you run a render alert inert in your main?
Yeah,
3?
I would say so.
2, 3, yeah.
I think if you have 1, you might consider it still.
Can you just cycle this on a permanent?
Yeah, you can just target any permanent to draw a card. Okay.
So that's fine then. I mean, that's obviously a bit of a disaster if you have to spend 3 mana to just stone nothing. But the fact that like, even if you just have 3 lands, you can just be like, render and hurt my land, give me my stupid card out of this dang thing.
Yeah. So I would say that I'm leaning towards this card being good.
Okay.
Like, upside. I think that, you're going to see incubate often enough, +1/+1 counters often enough. And then if you have 1 battle in your deck, it's already a nice combo. And if you have 2 or more, I think it's a slam. So I would still probably give this like a C+. I wouldn't give it like a B, but I think that you do want this card in your deck. I think this card would probably be really obnoxious as a common.
Yeah. Okay. I like where you're going with it. The fact you get the card back puts the floor up high enough. C+ for render inert. Next is Unseal the Necropolis. This is 2 and a black for an instant. At common, each player mills 3 cards. Then you return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. This is an interesting one to me because I think a lot of like, is this format sweet revolves around cards like this. Basically, can you afford to, and or are you paid off for playing Unseal the Necropolis or not? Because a lot of formats are too fast for this type of nonsense. And some of them, think old Dominaria, this type of card it breaks the game open.
Yeah. I mean, getting 2 creatures back for 3 mana is already not terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Like in most situations, it's a draw 2. The fact that it's a mill 3 means that you're able to set it up a lot easier. Sometimes you could even cast this kind of on spec. Yeah. Like you have 1 creature in your graveyard and you cast this because you just need to spend the mana that turn. I like Unseal the Necropolis a lot. This seems like a pretty good way to get card advantage.
It does, yeah. And, it is in black where we've seen a lot of ways to sacrifice creatures for value. You could feed the graveyard by sacrificing some stuff, getting some onboard benefit, and then, get those creatures back later to do it all over again. Yeah, I like Unseal the Necropolis. Also, the fact that it's an instant doesn't hurt either. It gives you perhaps options. I'm sort of always thinking now in terms of incubate, just like, can I pass the turn, make combat difficult for you, and then punish you for not attacking me by casting something relevant like Unseal the Necropolis on your end step. So, yeah, I like C for Unseal the Necropolis. If the format proves to be not super fast, you'll see this card getting played. If it is super fast, you won't.
Yeah, I think the first one of these is going to be pretty good, and I think this format's going to lend itself nicely to this.
So the mill deck, right? That's what you're we're just milling out.
Not as much the mill deck, no, but
oh man,
just getting good value out of unsealing seems pretty good.
Vanquish the Weak. This is the 2 and a black instant at common. Destroy target creature with power 3 or less.
Yeah, decent reprint. The card's fine. It's like a C to C plus, depending on how much you need removal. Like if you're really short on removal, then you're a little more likely to want to play this.
Yeah. This one also does have diminishing returns. The third one of these starts to get pretty bad. Second one's usually okay-ish, and the first one's usually quite good. Next is Consuming Etherborn. This is 3 and a black for a 2/2 Etherborn Vampire at common. It's got backup 1, and its ability, hey, it's lifelink.
So the way you're going to play this most of the time is you're going to cast this, put a counter on like your 3/3, attack for 4 points of lifelink, and then next turn you now have just like a 2/2 lifelink kind of hanging out.
It's pretty good.
Because you get a lot more value if you get the haste lifelink thing going than if you just put the counter on this. But the kind of fail case of 4 mana 3/3 lifelink is also not bad. This card seems like it's going to be really good in races.
Definitely. Like really, like this is the type of card that can completely swing combat math in your favor.
Yeah.
I like C for Consuming Etherborn. Looks solid to me.
Yeah, I think that it's gonna end up playing really nicely. You're not going to want too many of them because they're a little clunky, but the first one goes a long way. If you get just one hit from like a 5/5 lifelink or whatever, makes the card already worth it, and then leaves behind a pretty good deal. So I would say Consuming Etherborn looks like a C, but I'm going to want my first one of these in a lot of cases.
Definitely. Deadly Derision is next. This is 2 black for an instant at common. Destroy target creature or planeswalker, and you get a treasure token.
Grim Bounty at instant speed.
Thank you.
I'm in. This is a B. This card is just great.
Wow, that's really great. Yeah, so Deadly Derision, play those. Next is a battle, and this battle is called Invasion of Eldraine. It is 3 and a black for a 4 defense battle, and when it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards 2 cards. That's tough. And then when it transforms, it becomes Prickle Fairies, which is a 2/2 flyer. It's a fairy, and it says at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 2 or fewer cards in hand, this thing does 2 damage to them.
So
that's
I'm not really liking either side of this that much. Where 4 mana for discard 2 is just not a great deal. Like how many limited formats can you play 4 mana, your opponent discards 2 cards?
Oh yeah. If there's any type of pressure on board, that's a disaster.
Yeah. And then a 2/2 that drains them for 2 every turn, like sure, like that, that's reasonable. It deals 2 damage to them every turn, because they're probably going to be low on cards. But you play this, you didn't affect the board. You spend some resources to flip the battle and you get a 2/2 flyer. Like that doesn't help you either. I'm just not really seeing what we're supposed to be doing with this.
What is the great use case for this? Let's say it's a slow format. Goes up a little bit, but even then it's not amazing, is it?
I don't think so.
What do you want to give it?
I mean, this looks to me like a D. Like I just don't think Invasion of Eldraine looks that good to me.
I agree. I'll go D on Invasion of Eldraine, and I'll keep my fingers crossed that it's actually great in the format, because that means the format's like deadly slow. What does Nezumi Freewheeler do?
This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 Rat Samurai at uncommon. It's got Menace, and when it enters the battlefield, each player mills 3 cards. So another like both players get milled sort of deal. And then it also has 5 and a white Phyrexian mana that you can transform as a sorcery into Hideous Fleshwheeler, which is a 4/5 menace, and when it transforms into Hideous Fleshwheeler, put target permanent of mana value 2 or less from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control.
Woo!
This is a card. I mean, this is a hell of a card.
That's really good.
So you end up with a 4/5 menace that also gets a 2 or less cost permanent from their graveyard or yours into play, and you invested 4 mana plus another 5 plus a Phyrexian white mana.
Yeah, and you started off with a 4 mana 3/3 menace, which is already okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not unhappy with this card. This card seems like it could be pretty good.
I like it at B-. It is mana intensive. You're not neither side is like amazing, right? 3/3 menace for 4 is just okay, and then you have to pay 5 or 6 mana to get it transformed, and you're getting a 2-drop kind of late in the game. But I mean, it all adds up. I like the card. I'm just not.
Well, so both players milling for 3 means you're probably going to hit.
Yes.
And you could even hit a land if you wanted one. Like the fail case scenario is you're putting a land into play, right?
Yeah.
So that's not horrendous.
It's not great. I mean, it's 5 or 6 mana you've already got.
But it just means you can never miss, which is nice.
Yeah.
Or at least very rarely.
I mean, what do you want to go? Do you want to go like B plus or something? Or?
I would probably just give it a B. Like, I think when your opponent plays this on turn 4, the natural curve is play this turn 4, turn 5, you pay 5 mana and 2 life, flip it into a 4 or 5. Let's say put a 2 mana 2/2 into play. Like, pretty big.
Yeah, that's really good. All right. Yeah. B for Nezumi Freewheeler. That is very scary. If the first time it attacks is already a 4/5 menace, that's rough.
Yeah.
Next is Tenured Oilcaster. This is 3 and a black for a 2/4 Phyrexian Wizard at common. It has menace, and it gets +3/+0 as long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Interesting, because we've seen a couple of mills that mill both players here. And whenever it attacks or blocks, each player mills a card. So it kind of works its way up to a 5/4 menace. 8 is a lot of cards, though. That doesn't happen naturally over the course of the game until it's quite late in the game, usually.
Yeah, if you play this, you play one of the mill 3 cards, that we've seen, like Unseal the Necropolis or the Flesh Wheeler, and then you
attack with this. You're halfway there.
Yeah, then the game happens. You get like another 2 cards based on that. So it doesn't seem crazy, but yes, it's not free. That people look at this. It will be a 5/4 menace at a point in the game where both players have probably like 7 or 8 lands in play.
Mm-hmm.
So
which is okay. It's okay. And a 2/4 menace isn't the worst. It's a little weird. I would say D+ for Tenured Oilcaster. Setup cost is quite high. Payoff is okay. I would say, you'll see it in a deck here or there. But I mean, also, is this mill them enough plan really part of the thing? We'll have to figure that out too.
Yeah, my guess is that's not going to be fantastic. Yeah, so
same.
I'll go with D for Tenured Oilcaster. Yeah. Brings us to Etched Host Doombringer. It's 4 and a black for a 3/5 Phyrexian Demon at common. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Or choose target battle. If opponent protects it, remove 3 defense counters from it. Otherwise, put 3 defense counters on it. So 5 mana 3/5 drain them for 2. They lose 2, you gain 2. That's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. You play this, you kill a battle that has 3 defense that you're trying to kill, or you put 3 additional defense counters on a battle they're trying to take down. Yeah, this seems okay. I don't think I would play this without any battles, but it seems like it's worth playing if you've got a good battle or 2.
Yeah, right on that borderline, right? Yeah. Like it's not doing, none of these things are particularly great, but it just has enough power and toughness. It just has enough, you might want to drain them. You might want to do the thing to push it over the line. To me, it's still right in that D+ range. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this card didn't see a lot of play, but I wouldn't be shocked if it ended up being like closer to a C where people play it as a 5 when they need it.
All right.
I would start off a D+ for Etched Host Doombringer.
Yeah, I like D+ for the Doombringer, which brings us to Failed Conversion. This is 4 and a black. It's an aura at common. Enchanted creature gets -4/-4. When enchanted creature dies, surveil 2. It's kind of weird one. It's pretty close to 5 mana kill a creature surveil 2 at sorcery speed. But you can also put this on a creature that's a little bigger, like you put it on their 5/5 flyer just to like kind of slow things down a bit. Or you play this, it means pump spells can't save it, and it's a permanent if you care about that. Like there's cards that kind of interact with that. At 5 mana, I'm not looking to play a bunch of these, but I'd probably play one of these in my deck.
Probably, yeah. This does look like a slight upgrade on the typically expensive, black removal spell. The 5 mana sorcery, kill most things. Yeah. The Surveil 2 at this stage of the game is quite strong. Like if you got 5 or 6 mana on the battlefield or lands, you fire this off, you kill an important creature. I mean, -4/-4 kills a lot of the bigger stuff. And then you surveil a couple of lands away, like you're kind of in business, like that's actually decent. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Failed Conversion, like one of them makes it into your deck, a good chunk of the time. I would still just have it at like C, trending towards C- level removal, but there's enough there.
Yeah, I like that at probably C for Failed Conversion.
What about Invasion of Ulgratha? It's 4 and a black for a 5 defense battle. It's uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to any other target. What does that mean? And you gain 3 life.
It can't hit itself.
Oh, because you could actually just knock them. That's funny. And it transforms into Grandmother Ravi Sengir, which is a 3/3 flying human wizard. Last name Sengir, not a vampire. Okay. Whenever I don't know the lore, I guess. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Grandmother Ravi Sengir, and you gain 1 life. Is Sengir vampire like?
Grandmother Sengir was a card in Homelands. I don't think she was a vampire.
So
but I'm not
sure. The
sure.
Sengir vampire got turned. Anyway, whatever. So 5 mana does 3. That's great. You got 5. Yeah, this is sweet. This thing looks really good.
Yeah, I mean, 5 mana to nug anything for 3 and gain 3. Like, that's a sorcery speed card, which I wouldn't even be that unhappy to play. And then getting a 3/3 flyer that gets a +1/+1 counter and a life every time one of your opponent's creatures dies, like that's great too.
Yeah. Yeah, this seems really good. Invasion of Ulgratha looks like a B to me.
Yeah, I like B for Invasion of Ulgratha. It might even be a B+, honestly.
Yeah.
The card seems quite strong.
Yeah, the fact that you gain the 3 life can make a big swing for aggressive starts too. What about Merciless Repurposing?
So this is 4 black for an instant and uncommon. Exile target creature, incubate 3. So 6 mana to exile any creature, and then you get a 3/3 that you have to pay an additional 2 mana for. This is solid. I mean, there's probably a reason it's uncommon instead of common. I guess this card would be obnoxious to play up against if it was all the time. Because 6 mana exile a creature at instant speed is below the bar. We don't want this card in our deck.
Mm-hmm.
Incubate 3 is a pretty big upside. You get a 3/3 the next turn. Like, I mean, 6 mana 3/3 exile target creature would be a card you'd never cut. This is obviously a step in between because you don't get the creature right away, but it's still this card is very strong.
This seems really good to me. I with the caveat that if the format is very fast, then it plummets pretty quickly. But we've seen similar stuff where you basically get a card out of it and a removal spell, even if it's a little slower, like Rise of Extus and stuff like that. And those cards perform really well if the format can sustain, right? But if it's just 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, then these type of cards, once again, just get sort of washed away with that. So I would start off, as I always do, assuming that the format is somewhere in the middle, right? Not super slow, but not super fast. And that means that Merciless Repurposing is solid. It's not amazing unless the format's kind of on the slow end, but it's still good. I would give it a C. I would start off as a C for Merciless Repurposing. This is the type of card that can absolutely crush an end game where your opponent finally plays their big bomb. They're feeling good. You play this, you transform the thing, and all of a sudden the game swung back in your direction. Not many cards can do that. So I like C for Merciless Repurposing, starting right in the middle.
I'd probably go C+, but yeah, not too drastically different. Hopeful,
I see. Phyrexian Gargantua is 4 black for a 4/4 Phyrexian Horror. This one's also uncommon. And when it enters the battlefield, you draw 2 cards and you lose 2 life.
Yeah, great, clean, simple. It's the card you want on 6 mana. Like, compare this to Merciless Repurposing, and I think I'd rather have the Gargantua almost every time.
Would you? Yeah, I wonder.
A 4/4 with that draws you 2 cards right away is real good.
I don't know. The loss of 2 life really scares me.
There's going to be matchups.
These cards are very similar, right?
They are similar, yeah. But you get a 4/4 and two cards right away here versus exile their biggest creature and get a token next turn effectively. You're probably not going to be paying to incubate it the same turn you play it very often.
Yeah, the 2 life really stings. Because, I mean, I think about the 2 cards and it's going to be like a land and a spell a lot of the time. I don't know. These are close to me. I think I would start off at C for Phyrexian Gargantua, but I actually like the repurposing a little bit better.
Oh, really? I think Phyrexian Gargantua is going to be closer to a B. I played with this card a few times. It's such a good card.
Okay. Yeah. I guess the 2 life really, I just fear the times when I effectively can't cast it because of that. Not necessarily like literally I'm at 2 life, but just like if you're down
Sure.
low, if you're at 5, like this is a tough sell.
Yeah, I bet it is
But it is insane.
It is a 3-for-1 when it works.
Yes,
which is pretty crazy good.
No, that's true. Okay, well, I'll go C+ on Phyrexian Gargantua as well then, and hope it's a B, because if it's a B, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think I'm still probably going B or B on it, but I'll let you play it and see what you think.
Oh, if I ever get to play it, I'll be happy. Gloomfang Mauler is next, 5 black for a 5/5 nightmare. At common, it has Swamp Cycling 2. This means you can pay 2 mana and discard the Gloomfang Mauler to search your library for a swamp and put it in your hand. That's pretty great. And then it has backup 2. So when this creature enters the battlefield, you get 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, and then it gets, in this case, Menace. So we have a 7 mana 5/5 Menace, but Swamp Cycling completely changes the equation on cards like this. They effectively become ways for you to continue to hit your mana drops in the early part of the game. And then if you happen to be getting close to the 7 mana or draw this late, you can slam it. And then they just threw backup 2 in there as well. So this thing just kind of has it all.
I mean, giving a creature a +2/+2 and Menace can lead to the open the door some pretty big swings. Your 4/4 all of a sudden attacks past their thing, hits for 6. And then
you got a 5/5 Menace sitting there for next turn.
Also, this could just be a 7 mana 7/7 Menace, though. I think most of the time you're going to want to spread out the counters just to be a little less vulnerable.
Yeah, because it's already so big.
Yeah, to that sort of thing. So I like Gloomfang Mauler. I would want the fact that it's Swamp Cycling mitigates so much of the risk.
It does.
Of putting a 7 mana card in your deck. So
it really does.
I'd play like 2 of these with no hesitation.
Same.
But I think this card's like a C+. I think it's very good.
Me too. C+ for Gloomfang Mauler. So black looks really interesting. Heavy on the sacrifice sub theme there. There were a lot of things that sacrifice. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. That'll move us to red, where our first card is Aki Scrap Chomper. It's red for a 1/1 Phyrexian Goblin at common. You can pay 1 in a red and tap it to sacrifice an artifact or a land to draw a card.
The problem with the Scrap Chomper is it itself is pretty bad. It doesn't really interact in combat a whole lot. So what are you really getting out of the Scrap Chomper? If you sack multiple artifacts and lands to draw, you kind of did some good resource exchange, but you're kind of down a card to begin with. This card just looks like a D to me. Like,
me too.
If you have to put it in your deck, so be it. It just doesn't seem very good.
Yeah, it just feels like you have to be desperate for a sacrifice outlet. This is not even a good one. Costs 2 mana and you have to tap it. Like, yeah, no. You can't even sack creatures, by the way. Next is Beamtown Beatstick. Boy, the naming is just Aki Scrap Chomper into Beamtown Beatstick. This is
Really something.
It is. It's red for an artifact equipment. This is common. Equip cost is 2. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has Menace. And whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player or a battle, create a treasure. Ooh, this is close, but I would say probably falls just a bit short.
Just sticky fingers all over again here.
Yeah. The equip 2, is significant. This has a relatively minor effect. I don't know how good are treasure tokens. I mean, they are things you can sacrifice. So maybe, they have a better place.
They can help you cast stuff too.
They can do that too. I would lean towards D+ on Beamtown Beatstick as my starting point and kind of need somebody to, whack me on the head with that thing before I convert.
Yeah, I don't really want to spend quite this much mana to get this going. And yes, it pays you back with the treasures, but you're investing a lot for not a lot of board presence. And then, I don't know, if something goes wrong, they bounce or kill the creature, like you're not really getting much out of it, or they just kind of ignore it. Would also probably work out.
Right. That's probably a reasonable thing to do too. Also, it's just hard to imagine. Maybe there's an archetype like green, red or something, but it's hard to imagine that the archetype that wants like cheap equipment that it gets in there and gets your creatures in is also the one that wants a bunch of random treasures, like you're not playing a 6-drop or whatever. Next is Coming In Hot. This is red for an instant at common. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. Scry 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to play a little better than it looks. +1/+0 and first strike for 1 mana is a trick that kind of punches above its weight, and getting a scry 1 out of the deal is not bad either. I still think it's probably like a D plus.
Yeah.
Like you're not falling over yourself to put this card in your deck, but I think it's not bad.
I agree. It's just an okay combat trick, which is a D plus. But man, Aki Scramp Chopper, Beamtown Beatstick coming in hot. Those are our first 3 red cards.
Yeah.
They're just on fire. This next one's called Lithomantic Barrage. It's red for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says this spell cannot be countered. It does 1 damage to target creature or planeswalker. It deals 5 damage instead if that target is white and or blue. And then also interesting to note here that it even though we had battles come in this set, they still specified creature or planeswalker, and battles are not part of the equation here. A little bit unfortunate there. But basically, is it good enough to play Lithomantic Barrage to do 1 damage to target creature or planeswalker in your main deck with the assumption that, 40% or 30 or whatever, you're going to see white or blue?
I don't think so.
Not quite there.
I don't know. I'd have to get a sense of how many creatures are weak to deal ones, because there's some formats where that's more the case than others.
Yes.
But I would say for the most part, you're playing a 1 mana deal 1, which is not a card you put in your deck. But when you play against white or blue, which is, close to 40% of the time, you just get a deal 5 for 1 mana. No, I'd probably start this card.
Probably start it and just hope to find something.
It gets even better too if you have any discard outlets. If you have any cards that let you discard or do something like that, where you end up getting to cash this in if you don't want it.
Would this have been too good if it just did it to any target?
Like a battle
or a
I think
player?
1 mana to. I think I think that there's no real reason to make it a player, especially since it makes the wording a little awkward.
Doesn't it just make it easier? Does 1 damage to any target. If it was blue or white, it does 5 instead. Like, players aren't applicable to that. So
I don't know. I don't know that you want to imply that you're describing players when you ask whether they're blue or white, but
well, I'm saying it doesn't. They're not. That's what I'm saying. They don't factor
well, the wording,
in.
that wording would start to get awkward. I think it does. Yeah. Do you want to have that argument? Because I don't know. That doesn't seem like.
I see what you mean. People would. Yeah.
Let's leave the templating to them for the moment, shall we?
So should we play the card or not? How about we
Yes. You should play the card.
Okay. Obviously, it's great out of the sideboard. And I'm with you. I think I would start with 1, not 2, but 1 of these in the main deck and kind of see how that goes. You don't need it to go too far. Sideboard, it's a B plus or an A minus or something. It's still a sorcery, but it kills basically anything for 1 mana. If they're blue-white, so that's obviously awesome. But main, it's probably like a C, maybe a C minus. Yeah. Mirror and Bane Splitter is next. It is red for an equipment. It is common. It has flash, and when it enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. The creature gets +2/+0. So you're getting red as kind of a combat trick, but just +2/+0. But this is where they get you, because the first one's free. Second one is not. Equip cost is 3. Ouch.
Yeah, it's also it's not going to make your creature win in combat. It's going to make your creature trade up.
Right.
And then you're paying 3 to equip past that. I'm not liking this card. This looks like a D to me.
Me too. D for Mirror and Bane Splitter. Next is Burning Sun's Fury. This is 1 and a red for an instant at common. It does have Convoke. Up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn. Oh, that's awkward, right? Because one of the tricks that we mentioned before with Convoke is that you can use your freshly cast creatures to pay for Convoke because it's not using an ability of them. It's using it of the card. But that steps on this, right?
Well, kind of. This is a card you can cast for 0 mana. So imagine you play your 6-drop creature and then you tap your 2 other creatures you already have in play to give it haste.
Okay. They don't have good attacks. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I think that's pretty reasonable.
All right.
So I'm pretty much in. Like for that usage of the card. That said, I don't know that I want this card in my deck because it feels a bit like a win more.
I definitely don't want this card in my deck.
Where if you're in a position where spending a card to give 2 creatures haste is good, yes, this card does exactly that. But a lot of the time, this card's bad on defense. It's bad if you give your 4/4 haste and they have a 4/4 in play. That doesn't really even accomplish anything.
No.
So
this doesn't solve that. I mean, it creates trades where there weren't, and it does help you win a lot more. I would give Burning Sun's Fury a D, though. Like, this seems like a card that sometimes we'll see play. Convoke is a very, very powerful mechanic, particularly in curve-out aggressive decks that get on the board really fast. You got to respect it, but this would be a card to me that you'd see every once in a while, but won't be like format staple.
Yeah, I agree with that. It looks like a D or an F to me, and then if you can find the right place to put it, I guess you could do something with it.
What about Furnace Gremlin?
It says 1 and a red for a 1/2 Phyrexian Gremlin, an uncommon. You can pay 1 and a red to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. And when it dies, you incubate X, where X is its power. So if you didn't have that part, this card would be obviously quite bad. But with that part, let's say they block with a 2/2, you spend 2, you trade, and you get effectively a 2/2 out of the deal. That's just okay. But in the late game, this card does seem like it's pretty obnoxious. Like you pump it up to a 4/3 or 4/2 rather, and trade for something, and you get an incubate 4. And it works really nicely with combat tricks or like equipment, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. To me, the setup cost is there for this. Like you need to work. You got to either dump mana into it or equip it up, like you said, or combat trick it up. But it only really needs to be 2 power before I'm like actually okay with like it trading for basically anything and me getting another creature back out of it later.
Yeah.
Looks like a C though. It's medium.
It looks like a C. Again, It being uncommon makes me think it might be might have been a little obnoxious at common. So that increases my confidence that it's good. But I would start at C for Furnace Gremlin.
Invasion of Mercadia is 1 and a red for a 4 defense battle. And when it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. So if you can win the battle, it becomes a 3/3 goblin spell shaper called Kirin Flameright. With the activated ability, 2 and a red, tap it, and discard a card to create 2 1/1 blue and red elemental creature tokens. And creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain haste until end of turn.
So you spend 3 and you tap it, and you make effectively 2/2/1 hastes, plus the rest of your team gets +1/+0.
Mm-hmm. That'll end the game right quick.
This is one of those battles this is Tormenting Voice. It's 2 mana, discard a card, draw 2 cards. With, I think, pretty massive upside.
Agreed. I agree.
Yeah, I'm liking this. I think I would be pretty happy to play this card in just about any deck.
I would too. I would give Invasion of Mercadia a B. I mean, the truth is that Tormenting Voice is a card that's fringe playable in almost any deck. You're usually just looking for an excuse, right? Like spells mattered, right? You're just that's it, right? You just need that one little bump because it does give you flood protection, right? You draw your 6th land, your 7th land. It's nice to just Tormenting Voice it away, refresh your hand. This gives you the ability to like turn that into like a game-winning effect later on.
Yeah. And
I like B.
Again, this is just a lesson in how much costs matter, because here you're basically paying nothing to get this battle.
Yes.
And as a result, I think that you're pretty happy putting the Invasion of Mercadia in your deck. So I like B for Invasion of Mercadia.
Yeah. Kenra Spell Spear is next. It is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Jackal Warrior at uncommon. It's got trample and prowess. And you can pay 3 and a Phyrexian blue to transform it at sorcery speed into Gitaxian Spellstalker, which is a 3/3 trample ward 2 prowess. I did not stutter. That is double instances of prowess. So they'll each trigger whenever you cast a
I'm in for a Kenra spell
non-creature
spear.
spell.
I mean, you pay 2 mana, you play this. Next turn, you flip it. You've got a 3/3 with ward 2, so it's pretty hard for them to kill it. And then from then on, every spell you play gives it +2/+2, and it has trample.
That's awesome.
This looks like a B+ to me. Like there's going to be decks that this is really good in.
And you mentioned, the curve out is the same thing, right? Turn 2, play it. Turn 3, activate it. Let's go.
Yeah.
B+ for Kenra Spell Spear, excuse me. Paretic Prankster is next. It's 1 and a red for a 2/1 Devil at common. You can pay 3 and a Phyrexian black to transform it at sorcery speed. It becomes Glistening Goremonger, which is a 3/2 Phyrexian Devil. And when it dies, each opponent sacrifices an artifact or creature. This one's a little less exciting.
So let's see. You get
this is what you get on uncommon versus common.
2 mana 2/1, and then you spend 3 to flip it into a 3/2 that also has, when it dies, you get to do something. You get to make them sack something, which they could sack something as weak as an incubate token that they haven't flipped or what have you.
Treasure, yeah.
So
yeah, this seems very mediocre to me. Paretic Prankster looks to me like a C-, like it's a playable. You put it in your deck. It does do a thing, right? If they do trade off for your 3/2 and they have anything else on the battlefield, they're probably losing that too. It's okay.
It looks closer to a C to me. I feel like. I mean,
Does it really?
It's a 2 mana. It's a 2 mana 2/1,
which is crap.
It's just something you just need those. I don't know. You need
it's not 2008 anymore. You can't just put 2 mana 2/1s in your deck.
But that's why this isn't, because when you flip it, like there are going to be boards where you flip this card and it's really annoying for them.
Yes, that is true. Where if they want to trade off for it, they're effectively losing 2 things.
Yeah. I think this clears the bar for me of 2-drop that's good on turn 2 and does something later. Like when you draw this card late in the game where flipping it is kind of close to free or it doesn't cost you much. Mm-hmm. It's a 3/2 that dies and makes them sack something. You got value out of your 2-drop. And if you play this turn 2, they play, if they play a creature, you play this, they hit you. Next turn you flip this, and when they have 2 creatures in play, your opponent might just be in a spot where they can't really attack into this or kill it. Obviously, they could bounce it, and that could be pretty devastating. But
yeah, I guess what I'm seeing is like if your play is to dump 5 mana into this, they'll just ignore it, right? They may not be able to attack into it, but they certainly will just take the 3. And,
yeah, but you might be able to just kind of sit back on it, and it keeps multiple creatures at bay effectively.
That is true. So what do you want to give it?
Probably a C.
Okay, I mean I said C-, but Rouse Reinforcements is next. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says create 2 1/1 blue and red elemental creature tokens. So we'll have to see if this
convoke.
Yeah, so this helps with convoke. Yeah. Stuff to sacrifice, right? We've seen a lot of things. This gives you 2 cards to sacrifice out of 1, or 2 permanent sacrifice, out of 1 card.
Yeah, I mean, these kinds of cards, Dragon Fodder type kind of cards, are again a little weaker. It's kind of like Tormenting Voice. Mm-hmm. You're not thrilled to put these cards in your deck, but as soon as you have a couple of synergies, they become easily playable. So I would say Rouse Reinforcements is a D, except it's very easy to have a couple synergies in your deck that move it up to a C.
Right. Triggers prowess. There's just a bunch of little stuff to look out for Rouse Reinforcements. Thrashing Frontliners next. It's 1 and a red for a Phyrexian Viashino. It's common. It's a 2/2 with trample. And whenever it attacks a battle, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Interesting.
Yeah.
And it becomes a 3/3 trampler when it's hitting battles. That's pretty good, actually.
It's good at fighting battles for sure.
And then it's decent. The trample matters like if you can augment the creature, right? Like now your 2-drop with equipment or pump spells or whatever with trample, does get a bit better. I don't know how important the battle part is though. Like, is it every game we're going to be attacking battles? The good news is you can play this without that, and it isn't like completely embarrassing. It's just not great.
Yeah, but I mean, compared to like the Prankster that we were just talking about, that's a lot better until you get to the point where you're actually attacking battles.
For sure. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, I guess to me, it would just depend on how many ways I have to pump this thing up or how many battles I had. Like, I don't want to play just 2 mana, 2/2 trample, but if I can pump it up or if I'm using the battle ability, sure. You know, you need
if you have 2 battles in your deck, I think you're going to be really happy with the card. If you have a bunch of pump spells, it looks to me like a C-.
Yeah.
And then once you have a couple battles, you're pretty happy with it.
Thrashing Frontliner, C-. Next is Trailblazing Historian. This is 1 and a red for a 1/3 human shaman with haste at common. You can tap it to give another target creature haste until end of turn.
The haste is so funny because it's like you're not playing this in the same turn as another big creature, but I guess you get to attack them for 2 on turn 2. So
could you do you get 2 separate instances of haste if you
yeah, I guess
double
so.
haste? Do you like cards like this? Because it doesn't cost mana to activate it. So turn 3, you can straight up play your 3-drop and go, okay, it has haste, start slamming on you. You know, that
these cards tend to play a little better than they look.
They can.
And I think the fact that this is a 1/3 means it's actually got pretty good stats to begin with. So I think that most aggro decks are going to want like a copy of this. You don't really want multiples because it's a little bit of a low impact card. But if this is your 2-drop, now all your 3s and 4s have hastes. Their 5s, whatever. Like that's pretty good.
I think so
funny
too.
that this has haste itself.
It is funny, yeah.
But you know, I would give Trailblazing Historian a C. I want the first copy.
I agree. C for Trailblazing Historian, and please stop giving haste to everything. Volcanic Sprite is next, or Spite, excuse me. It's 1 and a red for an instant at common, and it does 3 damage to target creature, planeswalker, or battle. You may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. If you do, draw a card. Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually gonna go right into Pioneer because this is an upgraded Fire Prophecy.
Right.
And yeah, this is good. I mean, 2 mana, deal 3. If it's just instant speed, 2 mana, deal 3 to a creature, that's already like, you know, we're on the road to B. The fact that this now can hit battles or planeswalkers and lets you kind of put a card back to exchange it for a random card. Well, still a B, but still it's a great card.
But
like, I'm really happy
there.
with Volcanic Spite. Yeah.
Yeah. So Volcanic Spite gets a B, and it's really good. Ren's Resolve is next. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards.
Yeah, I like Reckless Impulse. If you have a low enough curve where you can cast this and you know, not hit too many situational or expensive cards, then it can be really good. Like I would give this a C, but it plays closer to a C plus in your like red-white aggro deck that has 2 of these to refuel.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times you'll see people play these on 2 to try to hit, or on 3 to try to hit their land drop as well. Digs you out. Yeah. So yeah, totally fine. Again, another type of card that doesn't tend to stack super well, but can still be okay in multiples if you have to. C for Ren's Resolve. Next is Furnace Rains. This is 2 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. Oh, here it is. So gain control of target creature until end of turn, untap it. Till end of turn, it gains haste, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, create a treasure token. Look, I mean, the red-black sacrifice deck looks like it already has a decent number of payoffs and ways to go, but if you can pick up Furnace Rains, you are in business, because there was a ton of ways to sacrifice creatures.
Yeah, and one thing that's kind of cool is when you threaten one of their creatures and attack, they have incentive not to block, and then this gives you a treasure. And it's also 3 mana. A lot of the threatens we've seen have been 4 recently. So I like Furnace Rains. It's a build-around card. I would not put this card in your deck without a good reason to, but having 2 sack outlets, 3 sack outlets, all of a sudden this card becomes very appealing. So it's kind of like a build-around B+, where
it is.
It's really good in the right deck.
Yeah, the 2 types of decks that want these, number 1 is the sacrifice decks, which we've talked about, and number 2 are really low-curve, hyper-aggressive decks actually can take advantage of cards like this as well. Next is Hanger Scrounger. This is 2 and a red for a 2/1 dwarf pilot at common. It has backup 1, and whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And again, that's the ability that the backup creature gets, at least temporarily.
Right. So you play this, you make your 2/2 into a 3/3, attack with it and get to rummage, and then now you've got a 3/3 plus a 2/1 that attacks into rummage.
I just put such low value on the attack to rummage thing.
It's not great. I mean, it is tapped, so I guess if you had a creature with a tap ability, you could use it that way, but it is mostly going to be attacking.
Yeah.
So
But maybe just a backup creature's good. Is that already just
3 mana
fine?
for a 2/1 that distributes a +1/+1 counter. Not a terrible card.
No, it's not.
Not a fantastic card, but not a terrible one. It's just a fine card.
And when you do need to rummage, you do it. So I'm not against it. I just don't strive for it, let's say.
Yeah.
This seems like a C- to me, Hanger Scrounger.
I like C- for Hanger Scrounger.
It looks playable. What does Harried Artisan do?
It's 2 and a red for a 2/3 Human Artificer at uncommon. It has haste. So 3 mana, 2/3 haste. And then you can pay 3 and a white Phyrexian mana and transform it into a 3/4 flying haste. Phyrexian Skyflare. So
interesting cost here too. It's 3 mana to cast it. It's also 3 mana minimum to transform it.
Late game you can spend 6 mana and 2 life and you get a 3/4 flying haste, which you're going to be happy to do.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then early game, 3 mana, 2/3 haste, attack them. If they don't play a good blocker, if they tap out for something, you just flip it and you have a 3/4 flyer. Sounds like a great curve to me.
These things just seem awesome.
The transform cards are good because they're really all priced where the front side is fine and the back side, once it transforms, is also quite good. So
yeah,
I'm pretty happy with that. I would give Harried Artisan a C+. This card looks.
Can I just give it a B?
Yeah, I can't stop you.
I'm going to give it just a straight up B. This card just seems like a nightmare. Like you kind of have to kill
big,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3/4 flyer is quite large. So yeah, Harried Artisan, Phyrexian Skyflare, C+, B-. We'll say that.
Yeah, there we go.
Then we've got Invasion of Regatha. It's 2 and a red. It's a battle with
the head turns.
What else you can do? It's a battle with 5 defense. And when it enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to another target battle or opponent and 1 damage to one target creature. So this deals 4 to your opponent plus 1 to a creature. Or it can also try to flip one of your battles. So this is, again, another red-green like battle card where if you have a bunch of battles, this helps flip them. And then the other side, when this goes away, again, it has 5 defense. It's Disciples of the Inferno, which is a 4/4 prowess. And it says if a non-creature source you control would deal damage to a creature, battle, or opponent, it deals that much damage plus 2 instead, which that's asking a lot to have more non-creature sources of damage after this. Like this looks like a kind of constructed, like play a bunch of these sort of deal.
Yeah.
But so 3 mana to deal 4 to your opponent and 1 to a creature is pretty weak.
That's bad.
But if this is the second battle you draw in a game, it could be pretty good.
It could be. Many of the battles only have 4 defense. So it could transform them just immediately with no attacks needed.
Yeah.
Man, but I don't know. The setup cost is getting high, right? I need to have another battle on the battlefield already to make this card kind of enticing. And if I don't, well, this card kind of stinks.
It's not great. I'm skeptical on the whole red-green battle strategy. We'll see how many battles you can end up with, but it feels like a lot of the battles, maybe this actually helps because this isn't a battle most people are going to take, but a lot of the battles are just going to be high picks. You're not going to end up with 5 battles in your deck, I don't think. And so a lot of these cards, I'm not sure how well they're going to work. So I would give Invasion of Regatha kind of like a D or build around C.
Yeah,
grade.
I like build around C.
And then kind of go from there.
I want other battles to try that out. Next is Karsus Depth Guard. This is 2 and a red for a Viashino warrior at common. It's got Defender, and it's a 4/3. So we have a 2 and a red 4/3 Defender, and as long as its power is 5 or greater, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender.
I'm just surprised it doesn't have haste. Haste Defender is a great combination. So
it totally should have haste.
3 mana 4/3, and then it has a quest. If you can get it to 5 power, it can attack. Yeah, if you have a bunch of backup cards, you play this and you just play a backup creature, and then you're there already. That's not terrible. Or there's
just turning your combat trick into a sorcery
big lava axe sort of deal.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm not unhappy with the idea of the Karsus Depth Guard. I think it's probably like a C-, but in the deck that wants it, it'll be good.
I actually think it's okay. Yeah. And in your worst case, it is a really good blocker. Like it just sits there. It's not like they're going to be running you over if you have a 4/3 for 3 that can just trade for anything. Marauding Dreadship. This seems like a name that's already been used. is up next. It's 2 and a red for a 4/1 vehicle, which is, of course, an artifact. It's common. It has haste.
Of course.
Because, of course, it has haste. And when it enters the battlefield, you incubate 2. So that brings up the big question. What's the crew cost? And the crew cost is 2.
So on 5 mana, you go play this, incubate 2, crack the Phyrexian into, or crack the incubator, crew this, attack with my 4/1, and then they can trade or take 4. You're left behind with a 2/2. I like that. I'm not unhappy with that.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it feels like this thing will just trade off or something, but that's okay, right? Like
trading off for something and leaving you with a 2/2 is just not the worst fate that I can imagine. So
yeah,
I don't think you want too many of these in your deck. It's expensive. Like
yes,
this is not a play you really want to make on turn 3 because you're like turn 3, play this, go. Turn 4, do something. Though I guess what you could do is if you had a 2-drop, you play this turn 3, crew it with the 2-drop, attack for 4 or trade, and then you're left with the incubator token still. That's pretty good. I would say Marauding Dreadship is a fine card, but not one I'm going to go out of my way to get. But I think it's like a C. I think it's
okay.
In a red-black sack, it puts 2 artifacts into play to sacrifice.
True. Okay.
So,
C for Marauding Dreadship. Also, this is an easy front runner for best artwork. That is so sick.
Yeah, that ship coming at you.
And it looks like a shark. I don't think I've ever picked a red card, but this could change it for sure. Searing Barb is next. It's 2 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 2 damage to any target. If it's a creature, it can't block this turn. And they throw in a little incubate 1 for you there too. Super nice.
So it's a 3 mana, deal 2 sorcery speed, also make something unable to block, and then you leave behind a little incubate 1. Yeah, this is clearly much worse than Volcanic Spite, the 2 mana, deal 3.
Yes.
But as the secondary removal spell in red, I think I'm okay with it.
I am too, and I think that the can't block this turn is really important, right? Because when you're trying to get somebody from 20 to 0, having one creature not be able to block for a turn is okay, but doesn't usually get the job done. But when you're trying to get a battle from 4 to 0, that can do that. Like you can just take out their best blocker and go jam on this, and now I get my battle transformed and I'm ready to go. So I think Searing Barb is going to be able to do that fairly regularly. I like it at a C. It's the Incubate 1 is what got it to C. For me, it was going to be a little lower before that.
Yeah, I like it at C. I think my question was, do we want to go higher? And I agree with you that we do not. So C for Searing Barb. They've got Red Cap Heal Slasher. It's 3 and a red for a 2/3 Goblin Rogue at common. It has backup 1 and a first strike. So a 2/3 first strike is pretty burly, actually. That thing fights surprisingly well. And then a 3/4 first strike is even better. Mm-hmm. So playing this as a fail case, 4 mana, 3/4 first strike, not the worst. But a lot of the times you're just going to put that +1/+1 counter on, your other 3/3 and attack with a 4/4 first strike for a turn. Pretty good against battles in your red-green battle deck.
We keep coming back to that, right? Like think about these cards this one's good against battles. Searing Barb is good against battles. You know what else is pretty good? Marauding Dreadship. Like that thing has 4 power with haste when you can get it rolling. And most of the battles are 4. A couple of them are 5, but like, I don't know. Maybe this red-green battles thing is starting to come together a little bit.
Definitely could see that. I would give the Heal Slasher a C. I think it's a kind of middle of the road common, but
definitely
it'll be solid. Scrappy Bruiser's a Raccoon Warrior. It's 3 and a red for a Raccoon Warrior uncommon. It's a 3/4, and whenever it attacks, up to 1 target attacking creature gets +2/+0 and gains trample until end of turn. Return that creature to its owner's hand at the end of combat. And
this is another one that's really good at flipping battles.
Yeah. It has a note that you only return the creature if it's still in play. So like if the creature dies, it doesn't come back. But
in case somebody tries to get away with a little something.
So you play this, when it attacks, it gives a creature, including it could give itself. It could target any creature, +2/+2 and gains trample. And but then the creature also gets bounced end of combat. So you if you're fighting against a battle, you give one of your creatures +2/+0 and trample. And then if they block and kill the creature, it doesn't matter that it was going to return, or you could target a creature with an enters the battlefield ability, though I don't know how likely that is, though. I don't know. You put it on your marauding dreadship, attack with a 6/1 trample, and then if they don't block it, it comes back and incubates again.
Mm-hmm.
This one seems a little clunky because this also has to attack itself. So you're paying 4, playing your 3/4. It's not doing anything special. Next turn, you can attack and do something with it.
Yeah.
I'm not
it's close.
Super impressed.
It's really close. +2/+0 and trample does matter a lot, especially if you're trying to flip battles. Boy, picking up your creature's tough, though.
I
would definitely give this guy a shot.
Yeah. I guess I would like it a lot more if it didn't have to attack, because a lot of the situations where I could see this being really good, you have to put it at risk, in which case your opponent's going to block it.
Yes, and it is a
pretty
medium
clunky to attack with. It is a 5/4, and they take it, and then it returns. But like we talked about, this does get better with battles, so maybe keep an eye out for those red-green decks that actually have 3 or 4 battles, and maybe splash for off-color battles or something because they're so good at flipping them.
Yeah, and it does seem like it puts your opponent to a test, right? Like they really do want to block the bruiser and take the damage or let the battle go. I would say C+ on Scrappy Bruiser. It just feels like there's enough here to make it worth it, but I could see us coming down on B at some point or D. Like I don't know exactly. Wow, this one's not going to be a D. Stoke the Flames. Anybody? 2 red for an uncommon instant. It has Convoke and it does 4 damage to any target. I remember this was in M15 and it was so sick.
I mean, 4 to any target's a lot. Like this is where that gets to the point where you start thinking like, okay, I'm going to save this to nug my opponent. And then also Convoke means you can just cast this out of nowhere a lot of the time. So Stoke the Flames gets a B. It's just a great card. Maybe B+, honestly.
I would probably go B+ because of Convoke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome card. It also is a game plan in and of itself. It kills battles. It kills opponents. War Train Slasher is next. This is a 3 and a red 4/3 Wolverine dinosaur. Doesn't really look like a Wolverine. It looks like a cat of some sort. At any rate, it's a common and it's a menace. So it's a 4 mana 4/3 menace. And whenever War Train Slasher attacks a battle, double its power until end of turn.
There we go. I mean, you attack with an 8/3 menace, which menace is pretty nice on that because it means that they end up having to block with 2 creatures, and it for sure takes out 2 creatures.
Okay, that makes. I was going to say because so far we've only seen either 4 or 5 defense. So why are we so? But that makes a lot of sense. It just almost guarantees a double block wipes them out. Hey, they're pushing the let's get rid of these battles thing, but I think for our purposes, how do we feel about 4 mana for 4 power of menace?
4 mana, 4/3 menace. That's pretty good. It's gonna, yeah, that's a C. And then I don't think
I would actually give it much more of a bump. I don't think I would bump it to C+ just because of its. I would still just give it a C. Is my yeah. So C for War Train Slasher. Next is Fearless Scald. This is 4 and a red for a 3/2 Dwarf Berserker at uncommon. It has backup 1 and I was waiting for it. Double strike.
Yeah, this one's a threat. This one's almost never going to target itself with backup unless you're kind of in dire straits, because you really want to make even your 2/2 into now a 3/3 double strike for a turn.
That's right.
Clock in for a bunch of damage. Really good card. I mean, this does combo nicely with the Raccoon Puncher, the Scrappy Bruiser.
Yeah.
Because you get to make it, attack for 6 points or 12 points of double strike damage once you go off. So
anything with trample.
Fearless Scald looks really good. I mean, a 3/2 double strike also leaves behind a great card on the board. So
awesome.
Yeah, I'm
at least a B.
I'm at B for Fearless Scald, but I could even see B+.
I could too.
Really open the door for some sick attacks.
I think that it's probably going to play as a B+. You're going to lose to this so often. Onaki Javelineer is next. This is 4 and a red for a 5/4 Ogre Spirit at common with reach, and you can tap it to do 2 damage to target player or battle. Huh. That's actually okay. And reach does mean that like if you're in a parity situation, you can just sit on it. Just, not going to get attacked here. Tap it, start nugging your life total or chewing away at some defense. I like that actually. it's kind of decent for the, mediocre 5-drop red guy.
Yeah, I would say this is going to be one of the more threatening versions of this card because if your opponent has this in play, you can't really ignore it. 2 damage a turn is a lot. So
yeah,
I'd give the Javelier a C. You don't need a ton of cards in this space, but this is a pretty good one.
I agree. I like that one. Next is Ramosian Greatsword. This is 4 and a red for an equipment. It's uncommon. It has Convoke, so you can get this thing down easy. The equipped creature gets +3/+1 and trample. So that is a heck of a sword. The equip cost, it's actually pretty decent. It's 2. It's what you would hope, I think, for a card of this power level, which is quite high.
Convoke goes a long way. I mean, you are often going to be able to set up turns where you play and equip this in the same turn. It's 7 mana total, but if you tap 3 creatures, all of a sudden we're talking 4 mana, and by the time you want to do this, that's just not that bad to set up.
And +3/+1 and trample turns any creature. Like literally 1/1s become threats that must be dealt with. And anything bigger is complete nonsense. I kind of like Ramosian Greatsword, actually. If you're going to keep it simple on a equipment, just give me a bunch of power, toughness, and trample. This is kind of what I want. And Convoke works really well to ease the burden of turn 5. Play Ramosian Greatsword. Go. Do absolutely nothing. And it's on the board and you know what I'm going to do. Now you can be like, tap these 3 things, put this down, equip it, slam. And your opponent's like, oh man. And some of the stuff we've seen with the double strike and the adding extra power helps as well. Trample's good against battles, I'm assuming, as well as life totals.
Imagine putting this onto the goblin that dies and incubates equal to its power. You have a 4/3 trample that if they trade for it, you just get a ton of value from that.
Totally. The one that needs to have 1 extra power to be able to attack past defender, this thing's great on it. Yeah, I like this card. I would go B- for Ramosian Greatsword. It still has the caveats of equipment. It still does take significant resources to get going. But this looks like the type of thing that can turn a game around. A parodied board is no longer parodied if one player has one of these bad boys.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Greatsword at B-.
What about Furnace Host Charger?
This is the land cycler for the color. It's 5 and a red for a Phyrexian Giant at common.
Wait, let me guess. It has haste.
It does indeed.
It has haste.
It's a 5/5 haste with mountain cycling 2. So you can pay 2 and discard it to find a mountain. It's good. Again, you never really want to cut these cards from your deck. You end up in a spot where you are just really happy to get to land cycle them early or just cast them late. And both those are really good.
Yeah. CC+ for these things are just all day long. Shatter the Source is 5 and a red for an instant at common. It has Convoke, and you can choose 1. Shatter the Source deals 6 damage to target creature, planeswalker, or battle. Or you can destroy an artifact.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from something called Shatter the Source, but
yes,
and
it has is that Nahiri on there with some sweet sword blowing everything up? Come on,
yeah. But instant speed, 6 mana for deal 6 to kill a creature or a battle or a planeswalker, but that's not super relevant. Creature or battle. I wouldn't be thrilled with that, but giving it Convoke means you can just play it for effectively 4 or 3 mana, especially at instant speed. Instant Convoke is a lot more enticing than sorcery speed Convoke.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're going to end up being able to play this in a spot where end of their turn, you go, you kill something. You can't put too many of these cards in your deck, but I do think these cards do some good work.
You can put 1.
Yeah, it's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah. I like C- for Shatter the Source. The Convoke is a game changer. It just is. It completely opens the door for cards like this to actually see a little bit of play where without it would be effectively unplayable. What about our last red card, Shivan Branchburner?
This is a 5 red for a 4/4 dragon at uncommon. It's got Convoke. It's got flying.
And?
It's also got haste.
Hey!
There's going to be a lot of battles getting attacked out of nowhere here.
No kidding. Everything has honestly, 4 power and haste.
When you play against red, and especially if they have a battle in play, but even if they don't, a lot of times you might just be, I guess I should just kind of leave my creature back in case they play something with haste. There's a lot of hasty cards
A
here.
lot of 4-powered haste coming at you.
So 5 mana 4/4 flying haste is great, right? That's a card you're like, wow, this card's really good. So this is 2 more mana than that, but all your creatures can help reduce it. I think this card's going to be quite good. I think the red decks are going to be really happy with it. We're just on 5 mana. They played their 2 mana 2/1s or whatever that have been brick walled, and then they just cast this on 5 mana and attack in the air for 4, and kind of puts the onus on the opponent to deal with it. So there's enough expensive Convoke here between the Branch Burner, Shatter of the Source, the Greatsword, that I think 2 mana sorcery make 2 1/1 tokens is looking like a card I would like in a lot of my red decks.
Agreed. You just can't sleep on Convoke. If it's supported in any way at all, it's awesome. It is really a powerful ability. I would give B to Shivan Branch Burner.
Yeah, I like it at B. It's just a really threatening card.
Okay, so that's it for red. It moves us to green, where our first card is Arachnoid Adaptation, which is green for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains reach until end of turn. Untap it. Finally made it just one green mana for that.
Yeah, I mean, 1 mana for +2/+2 is a combat trick I'm pretty happy with.
Yeah.
So.
And this one has defensive capabilities that are actually kind of impressive, right? You can snipe a lot of creatures out of nowhere with this. To me, this is a C or a C- level combat trick, but that's fine. That's what these are.
Yeah, you will not always play it, but sometimes it'll make the cut.
Placid Rottentail is green for a fungus rabbit at common. It's a 1/1 with vigilance, and you can pay 2 and a green, exile it from your graveyard, and put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature at sorcery speed.
So
you have to want to sacrifice this or something? Like, what's the?
I think you're gonna. Yeah, I think you're really gonna want sacrifice or discard. Like, it's good with rummaging cards too, because a 1 mana 1/1 vigilance is pretty weak, and getting 2 +1/+1 counters on the deal isn't so amazing that I'm really stoked to have it.
Right. It feels like you really need to do something with this for value before you're going to be happy, because the front side's just too small. Cute, but small. D for Placid Rottentail.
I like D.
It'll obviously end up being a B, right? Because it's a 1-drop. So
there will be some decks that are going to be pretty happy with it.
No, it's just going to be the best common in the set for sure. Like, this is where we're at. Seed of Hope is green for an instant at common. Mill 2 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand, and you gain 2 life. They limited it to just the ones that you milled.
I know.
So mean. I mean, generally speaking, though, this reads similarly to a lot of cards that we've seen where it's like you want to try to find a creature or a land. It's just you only get to mill 2. I assume in an average green deck, you would have to run really bad to just straight up whiff, though, right? Just like spell.
Yeah, but hitting a land isn't that good.
No. It's like, well, yeah, it's tough because on turn 1, you might really want to do that. But then if you hit a creature, you're not happy.
This card looks really weak to me.
Terrible.
I think it looks like an F, actually.
Yeah,
F. I don't think this is going to be a good card.
So you would not plant the Seed of Hope?
No.
Okay.
I'm dashing the hopes right now.
All right, next up is Atrax's Fall. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Destroy target artifact, battle, enchantment, or creature with flying. Looks pretty sideboardy, but is there a world where we can main deck this one?
Well, there are going to be a decent amount of artifacts because we know from Incubate. So you will have some good targets. Well, you won't have good targets. You'll have targets there. Most of the cards, like, look, if they play, one of the Incubate 5 cards or something like that, like Converter Beast, sure, you'll feel okay about using Atrax's Fall in it. When they play an Incubate 2 card, it's not, you don't really feel like you got a whole lot of value out of that whole exchange.
Right. You can blow up opposing battles so that they are unable to flip them. Is that worth it? They already got something out of it.
That's not a very good use of it. I mean, it is a use of it. It's not the worst thing in the world, but
this just feels like you will have a target you will not be happy with it most of the time, and you should probably not play it or sideboard it if you're playing best of 3.
Yeah, I think that this is more of a sideboard card than anything else. I don't think you're
Okay.
going to end up wanting to main deck it.
Pretty decent sideboard C plus for Atrax's Fall.
Yeah, I would say sideboard C plus. I mean, the fact that it's artifact, battle, enchantment, creature with flying, that's a pretty good amount of stuff. So I would feel pretty decent about that overall.
Okay. Cosmic Hunger is next. It's 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle. Yeah,
it's an instant speed rabid bite that, because it's not a fight, it's a bite. And it also can hit battles and planeswalkers. Great. Upgrades all across the board. I mean, I think this is pretty clearly like a C plus B minus. Like it's just such efficient removal if you have a bunch of creatures in play and you can, always have one. And then the fact that it can flip battles, which is one of the things Green's trying to do. Getting to cast this and just basically you're spending a card. So you are spending an actual card to get what's on the other side of the battle. But some of these battles give you like 4/4 flyers.
Right.
Like effectively spending 2 mana to get a 4/4 flyer does not seem like a bad deal to me.
Yeah, totally.
And one thing that's kind of cool, by the way, which is if you flip a battle into a creature and then you have a bounce spell, you can just replay and go through the whole battle again.
Oh, yeah. Especially if the front side's really giving you some business, or if you can flip it right away again from combat. Yeah. Yeah. So Cosmic Hunger seems pretty good.
Yeah. I would give it a C plus probably.
Okay. Yeah. C plus for Cosmic Hunger. Instant speed. Nice too. Herbology Instructor. This is 1 and a green for a 1/3 Treefolk Druid at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you gain 3 life. Now, this one has the transform thing going on, but it's 6 and a Phyrexian black mana.
Yep, it's pretty expensive to transform.
Yeah, sorcery speed as with the others. But it becomes Malady Invoker, which is a 3/3 Phyrexian Treefolk. And it says, when this creature transforms into Malady Invoker, target creature an opponent controls gets -0, -X until end of turn, where X is this card's power. So probably 3. So it gives something -0, -3 until end of turn when this thing transforms.
And it's 2 mana, 1/3, gain 3. And then later in the game, you spend 6 mana to kill one of their things and get a 3/3 out of the deal. I like this card. This card's good.
Yeah, I do too. This is a much more skewed towards the early late thing, right? Rather than it kind of, the other ones we've seen curve into themselves, right? It's like you can play this, and if you play the Phyrexian, you can do it the next turn. This one's not that. This is like you get something small for a little while that can kind of hang around, and if it does, then later on you can transform it. The one thing I don't like about it is that if there is a high value target that's coming up, your opponent can choose to use removal on this before you have the ability to transform it and just sort of dictate that for you. Of course, if your opponent's using removal on your 1 and a green gained you 3 life, then you're not like heartbroken about it. But
yeah,
I don't love giving my opponent that much information that early, about, hey, that thing's going to die in a couple of turns. But it is what it is. Card seems fine to me.
Yeah, good against aggro, good against, slower decks. Like, I just think it's a good card. I would give it a B. Like, okay. You're just always going to be happy to have this card in your deck, I think. And if you can pump its stats a little bit, then you end up with giving a bigger minus,
Mm-hmm. Next is Iridescent Blade Master. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 elf warrior at common. You can pay 3 and a green to give it +2/+2 until end of turn. Another battle killer. Yeah, anything that can get to 4 power, even temporarily, just sort of jumps out to me as something that's good against battles.
Yeah, and it threatens, right? You attack their battle, or your battle, rather, and they can either put their 3/3 in the way or let you flip the battle is what you're kind of asking them. This is on the low end of cards still. It's a 2 mana 2/2 that it's just too expensive. Mediocre in the middle of the game, I guess,
Yeah, it's just too expensive activated ability, right? That's the bottom line. Portent Tracker is next. It's 1 and a green for a 1/1 Satyr Scout. It is common. You can tap it to untap a land, or you can tap it to choose target battle. If an opponent protects it, remove a defense counter from it. Otherwise, put a defense counter on it, and you can only activate that at sorcery speed. My guess is that, like, the ramp ability might be nice, but the battle thing is probably very much just a throw in. Like I can't imagine that the way that you're actually trying to play out these games is like, oh, I'm going to, keep one extra counter on this battle from, you just want to have power and toughness and flexibility on I'm going to attack you or I'm going to attack the battle and not have to like try to mess around with counters on battles that often,
Yeah. But on the other hand, getting a 2-mana 1/1, like how the 2-mana dork, we always play at this point, right?
Yes.
2-mana
And that's what I
1/1
was saying, that
mana.
the focal point is that first ability, which actually seems good to me. Yeah.
Totally. But I think the battle ability is actually pretty relevant too. Like there's just going to be a lot of games where you get to chip away a battle. Even knowing you will eventually get the card, I feel like goes a pretty long way.
Yeah, no, I agree. And especially the removing the counters one, like the adding the counters one seems kind of whatever. But yeah, if it's like, hey, I chipped into that battle, it's down to 2 in a couple of turns, I'm going to get the thing, right? That seems all right. Yeah, Port and Tracker looks like a C to me. I mean, if you want the ramp, then it's good.
Yeah, I like C+ on Port and Tracker. I think that the ramp is going to be pretty good.
Streetwise Negotiator is next. It's 1 and a green for a 0/2 cat citizen at uncommon. It has backup 1, and the backup is this creature assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. Like, so where's our target? I get, where's my 0/5 or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, there is the 0/5 Flying Vigilance, the blue-green one.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
It's also a 2-mana. It's kind of like a 2-mana 3/3, right? Like by itself, it's 2 mana for a 3/3. That just makes it like a B- just straight up.
Yeah, I agree. The putting the counter somewhere else has been seemed to be the way to go on most of the backup cards, but it feels like on this one it's maybe not so much.
Yeah, I think that this is mostly going to go on its own, and then sometimes you're going to end up paying for putting it somewhere else if it's just going to be a short-term boost or whatever.
Yeah, because I'd be
you also just want the
super
counter
happy
somewhere else.
I would just super happy to just play this on 2, right? Just empty board, 0/3, start slamming for 3 or whatever. So yeah, I mean, I like this a lot. Like it seems like a C+ at the very minimum to me, like a 2-mana 3/3 with some flexibility.
I would say B-, just 2-mana 3/3 with decent flexibility looks pretty good to me.
Vengeant Earth is 1 and a green for an instant at common. Target creature or land you control becomes a 4/4 elemental creature with haste in addition to its other types until end of turn. It must be blocked this turn if able.
So it's cute that you can make it a land, or you can target a land or a creature. So it's kind of like a weird pump spell, but if you have no targets, you just get to target one of your lands.
Yeah.
If they only have one creature, it's kind of removal. Like all they have is a 3/3. You can just target a land attack, and they have to block it. These cards end up playing kind of poorly. I would say Vengeant Earth looks like a D, and there's a chance maybe that it could do a little more. My guess is it won't, though.
Yeah, I love the primary plan of a hasty 4/4.
It's also green haste granting, by the way, on a creature.
It's like, what else is new? But I like that, like, again, we see the ability, like my mind is now tuned to 4 power with haste or some way to get it through. And this has that. This will knock down battles pretty easy. But, and then the must be blocked this turn is interesting in that you could use it to eat a creature. But man, in the other times, it's just not that great. It's also only till end of turn. So you really have to get something out of it for that turn. So I would say D on Vengeance with you. Wary Thespian is next. This is 1 and a green for a 3/1 cat druid at common. When it enters the battlefield or dies, surveil 1. Doesn't seem great to me.
Yeah, I'm not like super in love with the card, but it seems like it could be decent.
Yeah,
like
this just looks like a super boring 2-ball.
Yeah, if you need a 2-drop, you need a 2-drop though.
Yeah. And it does have 3 power, trades up, gets in there.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bonus. It's probably a C-. I was kind of D+, but I think it's probably a C-.
No, it's a C-. Getting 2 surveils out of your 3/1 for 2. I mean,
yeah.
How much more can you ask for, really?
Yeah, that's true. And the first one's proactive. What about Blighted Burgeoning?
It says 2 and a green. It's an aura. Enchanted land. taps for 2 mana, or whenever a channel land is tapped for mana, it adds an additional mana of any color. So basically, it's like all those enchantments that make your land now tap for 2 mana. And when it enters the battlefield, you incubate 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's solid. Like, you need the ramp, you need the color fixing, you need some combination of those things in order for this card to be, I think, really interesting for you. But once you have those, then I think that it can actually kind of give you a nice pseudo 2-for-1, right? Because it's kind of like a land plus a 2/2, a little bit of action there.
Yeah. I mean, do you feel like you would need the ramp and the fixing to make it worth it, or at least one of those things?
You would need at least one.
Okay.
Like, I think your average like red-green deck is just not going to want this card.
Yeah.
Your black-green sacrifice deck that really wants to incubate and maybe is splashing a red card is a very different story, though.
Okay. What do you want to give Blighted Burgeoning?
I would give it a D. I don't think it's a card you're going to heavily prioritize putting in your deck.
Kami of Whispered Hopes. This is 2 and a green for a 1/1 spirit at uncommon. If one or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a permanent you control, that many +1/+1/+1 counters are put on that permanent instead. And you can tap it to add X mana of any one color where X is its power.
So 3 mana for a 1/1 that taps for a mana of any color, and it also kind of boosts all. It's like hardened scales. It boosts all your +1/+1 counter makers by 1. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. How worried are you about the 1 toughness? I just like any scenario where it's going to be good, it will get killed. It feels like.
Look, it's a drawback, but to have a 1 toughness creature in this spot, but I don't think I would not want to build around it as a result. Like. Also, if you pump this and start tapping for 2 or 3 mana, like you could go pretty deep on that.
You definitely could. I mean, the upside is clearly there, especially in green-white.
Yeah, I would say Kami of Whispered Hopes is like a C+ in the green-white deck.
I think so too. C+ for Kami of Whispered Hopes. Next is Overgrown Pest. This is 2 and a green for a 2/2 pest. It's common. When it enters a battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land or double-face card from among them and put that card into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. That's nice.
Yeah.
You ain't missing on that one.
3 mana 2/2 that draws a card a lot of the time is pretty nice. And if you could end up with a decent amount of double-faced cards, then I think you'll be pretty happy with how that plays out.
For sure. Yeah, I like Overgrown Pest. I give it a C.
I would give it a C+. I think that it starts out at a C, but if you have enough double-faced cards where this is drawing you a spell a decent amount of the time, not just a land, then I think C+ will be good.
Definitely. Sandstalker Moloch is next. It's 1 green for a 4/2 lizard. It's uncommon. It has flash. And when it enters a battlefield, if an opponent casts a blue and or black spell this turn, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them and put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Wow. So you get a 3 mana 4/2 flash no matter what, but if your opponent casts blue or black, you get a card too. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, it's double green, so it's a little tricky, but I would pretty much always play this in any like heavy green deck. And then sometimes you're just going to get a nice free card out of the deal.
Yeah. I would just play it in any green deck for sure.
Yeah. What would you give it? You give it like a B-?
No, I'd give it
C+.
a B. I'd give it a B.
3 mana 4/2. 3 mana 4/2 flash
is decent. It changes the math on battles for sure. It's true. Just kind of big. And then, as we mentioned before, roughly 40% of the time you're going to be facing one of the 2 colors. And if you ever get the 2-for-1, it's just stupid.
Yeah. All right. I'm in just for B on Sandstalker Moloch and just happy to play the card.
What about Serpent Blade Assailant?
It's 2 and a green for a 2/1 Elfware common. It's got backup 1 and Death Touch. Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
So basically, you play this, give something +1/+1 and Death Touch, and you have it left over with a 2/1 Death Touch, which is quite a strong card to have in play.
Yeah, and 2/1 Death Touch and 3/2 Death Touch are almost identical, so you almost always want to give the backup counter away, right?
Yes.
Like the only thing it's doing is blocking
a whole lot
ones.
out of keeping it around like that.
Yeah. That seems like a nice little curve filler. I would give Serpent Blade Assailant a C.
I'm excited to get to play with backup and see how it changes like different combat math in emergent strategic situations where you're like, play this, now my creature gets pushed past your my 2/2 is now pushed past your 2/1,
Yes.
but also does death touch, so your 4/4 can't block it. Attack my battle. Like
definitely. I think it's going to be really combat decision intensive format. It's feeling like that. Tandem Takedown is next. This is 1 green for an instant and uncommon. Up to 2 target creatures you control each get +1/+0 until end of turn. They each deal damage equal to their power to another target creature, planeswalker, or battle. Wow. Both
what
of
I
them
like
do?
about this is even if they have a bounce or removal spell, both the creatures are firing at their target. So you end up in a spot where your opponent can't really stop this. They'd have to have 2 kill spells, which is pretty unlikely. And +1/+0 means this could be a nice little combat trick too.
Yeah, and it's biting, not fighting, so you're not going to lose your creatures there. Yeah, I mean, as long as you have a board state, it doesn't really matter what it is. You could just have a couple of random 2/2s. This is going to kill basically anything. I like it. Tandem Takedown looks good to me, and very good at taking out battles as well. It's hard to imagine. I mean, even if you only have 2 1/1s, you're going to kill most of the battles in the set. So, yeah, I like Tandem Takedown. I would give it a B. Like, this card looks like it can punch way above its weight class.
Yeah, I like B for Tandem Takedown. Solid removal spell.
War Historian is 2 and a green for a 3/3 human monk at common. It's got reach, and it has indestructible as long as it attacked a battle this turn.
That's a funny way to go about it. Sure.
Yeah, man, green red really is like focused. Like the question is just how many battles can you get?
Yeah, my issue isn't. I'm not worried about having good things to do when you have good battles. It's how do you get the good battles? But 3 mana 3/3 reach with an extra upside. Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in that card for sure.
C.
I like C for War Historian.
Chomping Kavu is next. This is 3 and a green for a 3/3 Kavu. At common, it has backup 1, and this creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell how good the weird intimidate-ish ability, the menace type ability is.
Yeah.
So there are boards where you put this on one of your creatures, and it's going to be really hard for your opponent to deal with it. But then there are boards where that doesn't really accomplish anything. You put a +1/+1 counter on your 3/3, and they have a 4/4 in play. It doesn't really matter too much.
Right. How good is just 4 mana 3/3 with this creature can't be blocked with creatures power 2 or less?
It's just okay, but I mean the floor on this is a 4 mana 4/4 at least.
Or 4/4 even better, yeah. Yeah, so, this seems okay. You know, I think backup's just sort of generally strong, you know?
Backup is just good. I mean, a 4 mana 4/4 that's hard to block, or at least harder to block than normal, that can also grant that ability somewhere else. Sure. That's a C. I mean, Chomping Kavu is good.
Yeah. Converter Beast is next. It's 3 and a green for a 0/1 Phyrexian Beast at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you incubate 5.
All right.
And then you sacrifice the beast or something, or chump block with it.
Yeah, I mean, this looks great for a sacrifice deck.
It does, because it's still just 2 to flip the incubate.
Yeah, and it gives you a lot of what you're looking for. I don't know that it's good unless you're getting some extra value out of it, because as it currently stands, it's 6 mana for a 5/5 and a 0/1. But you know, bounce spells are good against the big token. The 0/1 is, you know, you're not getting any extra value. You're just going to chump block once or something with it. So I would say Converter Beast looks like closer to a D than a C.
I agree.
But in a deck that has good sacrifice stuff, it's probably good enough to play.
That is exactly what I was thinking. Crystal Carapace is next. This is 3 and a green for an aura at common. It enchants a creature. The creature gets +3/+3 and has ward 2. But this card also has cycling for 2. So if you're not interested in that anymore, you can just cycle it away. I think I'm just not interested in any of it, but.
Yeah, ward 2 is decent at protecting you. That's true. But I don't know that I really want this aura. It doesn't give any evasion. No, I don't think Crystal Carapace is what I'm looking for because yes, Ward 2 makes them spend more, but you're investing so much in this that if they then bounce or kill it, even with the extra 2, you're still on the bad end of that.
Exactly.
So I would give this a D, I think.
I think so too. Fertilid's Favor is 3 and a green for an instant at common. Target player searches their library for a basic land card, puts it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffles. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target artifact or creature.
So you're spending 4 mana to get a land and 2 +1/+1 counters. I think this is just okay overall. Like you spent 4 mana and you kind of got like a card and a half out of it.
Yeah.
But the two things don't synergize that well. Like ramp plus playing creatures beforehand. Yes, I mean, the +1/+1 counters are good for like the green-white deck, but I would say most decks do not want Fertilid's Favor. This does not look like a very strong card to me.
Yeah, it is an instant. So you can actually get this in combat and get a card out of it.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I still am just not excited though, but I would give this a D+. I think Fertilid's Favor will see fringe play. And as you mentioned, the +1/+1 counters deck probably just needs to play anything that has those words on it.
Yeah, I would say that's likely true.
Notvold Hermit is next. This is 3 and a green for a 4/4 troll. It's uncommon. And you can pay 5 and a Phyrexian blue to transform it at sorcery speed into Chrome Host Hulk, which is a 5/5 Phyrexian troll that whenever it attacks, up to 1 other target creature has base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn.
So
wow,
4 mana 4/4, and then you pay 5 plus 2 life for 5 plus a blue to turn into a 5/5 that also pumps your next thing. All right,
dude, that's dope. Like you play this on 4, you transform it on 5 and slam with it and anything else.
Yeah,
and you're crushing for bare minimum 10.
You're attacking for a lot of damage. This is definitely true.
I like this. I like B for Notvold Hermit. Like, let's get rowdy.
Yeah. I'm in for B. 4 mana 4/4 that turns into this huge swing where you're like, make my converter beast 0/1 into a 5/5.
Yeah, there. See, now you're thinking.
That's the sort of thing I'm in for.
And of course, anything with +1/+1 counters gets that in addition to the base, and anything with any lifelink, trample, whatever, benefits greatly as well. So I like B for Notvold Hermit. Let's do the head turn here for Invasion of Zendikar. It's a uncommon battle for 3 and a green, but we haven't seen this yet. Only 3 defense for this thing. As it enters a battlefield, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So 4 mana to kind of super ramp. But what does it transform into? Awakened Skyclave, which is a 4/4 vigilance, and of course it has haste. As long as Awakened Skyclave is on the battlefield, it's a land in addition to its other types, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color.
I mean, that's pretty good, and only 3 loyalty is just not bad.
Yeah.
Or defense, whatever.
Defense, yeah, I like it. I don't know how much I value the 3 and a green, go get 2 lands. I don't know that yet.
Yeah.
Obviously, if I'm splashing, then that comes in very handy. But, generally speaking, we don't value ramp spells that cost 4 mana already. They jumping from 4 to 7 the next turn usually isn't what it's all about.
Yeah, you're not going to get full value out of getting 2 lands here.
Right. But
is I think the big part of it.
But I love having extra mana, and I love that I can turn this thing into this like nasty 4/4 vigilance haste. That's a good combo if you can, first main get this thing transformed, like use a burn spell on the defense or something, and then boom, you're slamming with this 4/4, and it gets to block. I'm interested in Invasion of Zendikar. I like this.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think this is going to be one of the battles that you get a lot of value out of if you're in this red-green deck. Because there's a lot of mana sinks, incubate, and just expensive cards or what have you. Like the transform cards are pretty expensive. So I think you'll be able to use the extra mana, and then getting an Awakened Skyclave out of the deal is a nice little bonus.
If this card was 3 and a green, incubate 2, would it be better?
No, I think getting 2 lands is better.
Okay.
I think you'll be able to use the extra lands. I would give it probably a B.
A B? B minus?
Yeah.
B? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Storm the Seed Core is 2 green for a sorcery at uncommon. Distribute 4 +1/+1 counters among up to 4 target creatures you control. Creatures you control gain vigilance and trample until end of turn.
That's a lot of counters.
I mean, it almost says put 1 on every creature you control, you know.
Yeah. Well, you can also stack multiples on the same creature.
Oh, you
it's
can
distribute 4 among up to 4 creatures you control.
Oh, oh wow. So that's actually better.
So you can go pretty hard on this.
And they get vigilance too and trample, but vigilance is like wow, this is really strong.
Yeah, I mean this card I think is pretty threatening.
Yeah, I really like it. I would give Storm the Seed Core a B.
I like B for Storm the Seed Core. This is going to feel kind of overrunny when you win the game with it.
Very much so. Bonded Herd Beast is next. This is 4 and a green for a 4/5 beast. It's common, and you can transform it for 4 and a red Phyrexian mana at sorcery speed, and it becomes Plated Kiln Beast, which is a 7/5 menace. And this one's actually cheaper than its actual cost.
Yeah.
So next turn, you're in. 7/5 menace on attacking on turn 6.
Yeah, and 5 mana 4/5. One of the things that's nice about this compared to some of the other transform cards is you don't really need to transform it to have it be a pretty big impact on the board. Like you play this as a 5 mana 4/5, you threaten to block there like 4/4s or whatever.
Definitely.
I just liked all of these.
I just liked all of these things. All of these transform ones just seem really strong to me. This one I would put at C+. Like we're still talking about significant mana investment here, right? You're still putting 9 mana into getting your 7/5 Plated Kiln Beast going, but still like 7/5 menace that's a handful.
And this is the where you use all that extra mana from the Invasion of Zendikar lands. So you get to sink them into stuff like this.
Yeah, I like it. Okay. Next is Invasion of
Muraganda. So this is, I've already got my head tilted.
Okay, so you read it for me. I'll flip it over.
4 and a green. It's a battle at uncommon. It's got 6 defense. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then that creature fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So 5 mana. +1/+1, then fight, 6 defense.
6 defense. Okay, what does it become?
But you get Primordial Plasm. It's a 4/4 ooze. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature gets +2/+2 and loses all abilities until end of turn.
Funny.
So, yeah, the Muraganda Petroglyphs were that Time Spiral card that gives all creatures without abilities +2/+2. I guess it was Future Sight. But 5 mana, sorcery speed, +1/+1 counter, and a fight is not great.
It's not great. It will do the trick, but it's not that great. Yeah.
But getting a 4/4 that pumps something +2/+2 when you attack is pretty nice. And 6 defense is kind of a lot. Look, the red-green decks will just always play this card. There's too many creatures that are like, when I attack a battle, give me +1/+1 or trampled or indestructible. You're gonna be hunting down for these battles. So I think that Invasion of Muraganda in this context is probably like a B- for those decks.
Even at 6 defense.
But then something like black-green, which is like trying to do a sacrifice theme and maybe doesn't have big creatures to fight with, a lot less interested in this sort of thing.
Okay.
So this is kind of a build-around. This is more of a build-around battle. You need a lot of big creatures to make the front side good and to make it flip to the back side.
All right. Ravenous Sailback is 4 and a green for a 3/4 dinosaur at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, choose 1. Ravenous Sailback gains haste until end of turn or destroy target artifact or enchantment.
So
they just had to put haste.
And then destroy. I think that this card is probably going to be pretty good. Getting a 3/4 for 5 that kills an artifact or enchantment, like one of those incubators, is pretty nice. And then the fail case of it having haste and attacking a battle is pretty good too. So I would give Ravenous Sailback a B-. I think I think you're always going to put this card in your deck. Like 5 mana 3/4 eat an artifact or enchantment, like that's just a good card. And
I
then the
think so
haste
too.
is gravy too.
Yeah, I mean, you'll know when you need to do each one, and you're getting a 2-for-1 if you do blow up an artifact or enchantment. That's already good.
Oh, I love this next card. This is a Tangled Skyline.
Okay.
It's 4 and a green for an enchantment and uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 5 life and then incubate 5. And Phyrexians you control have reach. So it's 7 mana total for a 5/5 gain 5. This is our Honey Mammoth of the set at uncommon.
Yeah, I like this.
And it also, your Phyrexians all have reach. I think this is a really nice combination of abilities.
That is extremely frustrating for an aggressive deck or any deck that's trying to just, eke over the finish line. Like they're like, I can't kill you now, and you just got yourself out of range. Yeah, I like Tangled Skyline.
Yeah, this is good.
Is it a B minus?
Yeah, it's like a B minus. Like, I think this is going to be a really good card for like those like defensive, like black green style decks. For white green, it has 5+1/+1 counters, which makes it pretty nice too. So there's some cool stuff going on. I like B minus for Tangled Skyline. Probably not the first pick in red green, for example, but in blue green also does a transform thing. So yeah, it's pretty good for most of the color pairs, it seems like.
Okay. Next is Wildwood Escort, which is 4 and a green for a 3/3 elf warrior at common. When it enters a battlefield, return target creature or battle card from your graveyard to your hand. And if it would die, you exile it instead. So you can't like loop it or whatever.
If Wildwood Escort would die, not the creature you return.
Correct. Right. Hey, this seems pretty solid. Again, you're not like really stoked about a 5 mana 3/3, but when it, draws you a card or gets you a key card back from your yard, this is the type of thing that can really power a late game.
Yeah. I mean, the green Gravedigger, eking out a little new space here. I'm into Wildwood Escort. I think that, like, my guess is it's going to depend on your creature composition, but I would rather have the first Wildwood Escort over the first Bonded Herd Beast in a lot of cases. Getting a 3/3 plus a creature back from your graveyard or a battle, like those are both so good.
So good.
I kind of like this at C+, I would say.
This thing's punching, well above or at least at its weight class. Because when you think about this, what would you pay mana-wise to get a creature or battle from your graveyard to your hand? And the answer is like 1 or 2 mana, right?
Yeah.
And what would you pay for a 3/3? 3 mana, right? So
but you combine them two,
getting both.
And in one card. So
in
it's
one
like you drew a card.
It's like you're getting 2 cards out of one. And those tend to really excel. So I would keep my eye out for Wildwood Escort for sure. I would go C+ on it, and if it ends up playing in the B range in certain decks, I wouldn't be shocked.
If you have especially cheap, really strong creatures or battles, this card becomes a lot better. Like this is the kind of card you want with a 3 mana 2/1 Death Toucher, because it's like a cheap creature that trades off, and then this gets it back, and you're just like going to town.
Timberland Ancient is next. It's 4 green for a 6/5 Tree Folk at common. It has reach and trample. So 6 mana, 6/5 reach trample. And this is the Forest Cycler as well. So this is great.
Great card.
Man, it's great. This thing really just covers all bases, right? Early game, late game. And then when you play it in the late game, defense and offense. It's just like, what do you want? I can do that for you. Thank you, Timberland Ancient. You are awesome.
I'm liking Timberland Ancient at C+ B- level.
Same. I am too.
I mean, you might think we're exaggerating, but like any deck with 2 land cyclers is going to get screwed and flooded less.
Yes.
Like it's just a little bit of padding on both ends, and that's great.
I love it. Last green card is Copper Host Crusher, which is 6 green for an 8/8 Phyrexian Bear Rhino at uncommon. It has trample and hexproof. Ugh, that's annoying. 8 mana though, right? Like even
a lot.
In this set,
this is your super ramp deck payoff, I guess. 8 mana, 8/8 trample hexproof. But most decks, I think, won't be able to just put this card in their deck. You just can't put 8 drops in your like random red-green deck unless you have 2 Invasions of Zendikar and you're going to ramp a bunch of lands into play or whatever.
Exactly. That's the bottom line, is you have to build around it.
Kind of like a build around B, where if you can build around it with enough ramp, it is very good. I mean, can you imagine playing like a controlling blue-black style deck or blue-red deck, and your opponent ramps this out turn 6, and you're like, I might as well just go to the next game.
Nightmare. But
if you're playing a white-green deck and you're told your opponent has this card in their deck, you're like, I hope you draw that card every game, because it will never come down in time. So I like build around B for Copper Host Crusher.
I do too. All right. Green looks pretty good. All right, so that brings us to white, where our first card is Elspeth's Smite. This is white for an instant and uncommon. It does 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. That's pretty efficient, only just white mana at instant speed.
Yeah, I mean, as far as this kind of effect goes, this is a lot more intriguing than most.
This is the uncommon version, yeah.
I mean, getting to deal 3 for 1 mana means it's actually efficient enough to get the job done. And
yeah.
I think that mostly controlling decks are going to want this. Like this effect typically isn't great in aggro decks, so I wouldn't look to be playing that. But in a control deck, I think I'd be pretty happy with it. And honestly, in an aggro deck, you'd still play it. It just wouldn't be, it wouldn't be the best thing in the world.
Yeah. It's still it's in the C range though, right? I think
it might be a C
damage.
plus,
C
for a control deck and like a C for an aggro deck.
Agree. So C
and honestly, most decks fall into the mid range category. So most decks are just going to play this card.
Yeah, and it's an uncommon. You won't see too many of them. Next
also, it exiles, which is nice too.
Yeah, which is really nice. That does come in more often. Handy. Enduring Bond Warden is next. White for a 0/1 human scout at common. It's got backup 1, and its ability is when this creature dies, put its counters on target creature you control.
So it's a 1 mana 1/2 that when it dies moves its counter if it targets itself. That's mediocre, but in a sacrifice deck, that's actually the kind of card you don't mind playing. Like you remember the like Star Pupil from Strixhaven, the 1 mana 1/1 that moved its counter. Like these cards actually are powerful if you combine them with the right cards. What makes this a lot more interesting is the backup ability where you get to target something else and make it so that other thing is a little bit more burly. And then if it dies that turn, you get value. Plus, imagine in a backup deck, you target something that has 2 other counters already. And then if they're forced to block and kill it that turn, you end up in a pretty good spot because now you get to move 3 counters. So a lot of combos, especially with sacrifice stuff that you can kind of end up with. And by itself, it's actually decent stats if you're doing a good job of using it.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is just you want Enduring Bond Warden in green-white counters just because it's a 1-drop that makes a +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
right.
Look at how many cards were like, if this gets a counter this turn, if that gets a counter this turn, this card triggers all of them.
Exactly. So I like a solid C for Enduring Bond Warden, but I'm leaning towards it more in that deck rather than just throwing it into anything because I think the backup ability is not that great outside of the +1/+1 counter on this one. I think it's just really about the counter.
Yeah, I think that's mainly where you're gonna see dividends.
Core Halberd is next. It's white for an equipment. It's common. The equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance, and the equip cost is 1.
This is
they
good
made
rate.
it efficient. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is the rate I want to pay for this sort of effect. Giving +1/+1 and vigilance with such a cheap equip cost, it's like equip, attack, move to something else if I want.
Yeah.
And there's some good stuff here. I mean, it's funny because equipment has felt like it's varied in between quite bad and way too good.
Yes.
And this is one that's like actually just good.
And it's like the third one I think we've had where they're just sort of getting back to bread and butter. It's like good stats, reasonable equip cost. Do you want to run it?
I think most white decks that have a decent creature count will want to run like 1 or 2 of these and be just pretty happy doing so.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I like C- for Core Halberd. I don't think we'll just see it all over the place, but I agree with you. It is exactly where it should be. If you ask me how much would you pay for these things, I would say 1 mana and 1 mana, and that's what they gave it to us for. Surge of Salvation is next. It's white for an instant and uncommon. You and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. Prevent all damage that black and or red sources would deal to creatures you control this turn. All right, here's one that I'm definitely just leaving in the board.
Yeah, it's not something that's good enough in the main deck, but it's definitely something that would be good in the sideboard. I think I would board this in against any black or red deck, assuming I had enough creatures.
I think so too. And of course, against actual black-red, it's just devastating. But this is one that if you're primarily a best of 1 player, I think you can just ignore it. So sideboard B or whatever. Next is Tarkir Dune Shaper. This is white for a 1/2 dog warrior at common. and you can pay 4 and a green to transform it at sorcery speed into Burnished Dune Stomper, which is a 4/3 with trample. Interesting to note here is that this one is 1 mana to cast, and then you have to get to at least 4 mana before you can transform it. So this isn't like the 1/2 punch that some of them are. And it is just a 1/2 on the front side. So realistically, you are looking to dump that extra mana in and get this thing transformed at some point during the game. Kind of find that interesting in that the 4/3 Trampler is pretty nice, but the 1/2 for 1 it kind of isn't.
Yeah, I think that this does is it's a good job of letting you use your mana on a turn you normally don't, which is turn 1. And then on turn 4, if the situation's right, you can flip it in and attack for 4 right away.
Yeah. Am I, I'm just like effectively ignoring, like I just assume I'm always going to be paying Phyrexian mana for these. It's just such a huge advantage to get the bigger creature down a turn early that like if you can even remotely afford it, you probably should, right?
I think so. I mean, it depends on the situation, of course. It depends on how much life you're at, whether they're attacking you, all that. But historically, paying 2 life for 1 mana is a very good deal.
Very good deal. Yeah.
Getting to do that, I think, is generally something you're going to be happy with.
So do you like this card? Like the 1/2 for 1 is tough. Like that is not, it's something to do on turn 1. So, but it's not much.
No, but like it gets on the board. If they don't have something to stop you, you get to attack, and you end up in a spot where you can sneak this in on turn 3 if you have a 2-drop. There's just a lot of efficient places to play this card.
Okay.
And then late in the game, it's basically just like 5 or 6 mana for a 4/3 trample, which is also fine too.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to give it?
I would give it a C.
C for Tarkir Dune Shaper?
I think you're going to have a good reason not to play it more than anything else.
If anything, we've learned that about 1-drops lately. Aerial Boost is next. It is 1 and a white for an instant. It has Convoke, and target creature gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. Good combat trick.
Yeah, it's definitely solid. You get to threaten a combat trick even when you're tapped out, which I think is a pretty good place to be.
Is that going to be obvious on Arena?
Yeah, maybe. I think you'll have priority passes. I still wouldn't go nuts trying to trying to bluff that, but yes, I think it will be.
C for Aerial Boost. I mean, this just looks.
I like it as C. I mean,
across the board,
the
solid.
fact that you can always threaten this is pretty nice, and also killing battles, giving a creature +2/+2 is really nice, and just getting to have an efficient turn with this is really, really good.
Yeah, this does look like a Battle Slayer for sure. Next is Alabaster Host Sanctifier, which is 1 and a white for a 2/2 lifelink. It's common.
I mean, that's just good stats. Like
this begs to be. This is a canvas on which you paint +1/+1 counters, equipment, that kind of stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And just 2 mana for a 2/2 lifelink has just historically played out well. Like you end up just getting good value from this card. Like if you trade off and gain 2 life, that wasn't bad. There's a lot of things you can do that are really good with this.
Yeah, any format that's fast or medium speed will play these. If it's really slow, it's kind of like, not really where you want to be. But generally speaking, these see play. I like C for Alabaster Host Sanctifier.
Yeah, and in the green-white counters deck, it's going to perform at like C+, B- level, depending on how deep you go. But in any deck, it does a good job of just giving you a good relevant play. Even late in the game, this sort of thing can be good.
9 syllables on a 2-drop. Next one is Angelic Intervention, which is 1 and a white for an instant at common. Target creature or planeswalker you control gains protection from colorless or from the color of your choice until end of turn. If it's a creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Yeah,
they got me with that last clause for sure.
It's a good one. I mean, this is the sort of card that has often just done really good work.
Yes.
Where like we saw it in Gaia's Gift, in Dominaria, like just getting to win a combat, your creature lives and permanently has a +1/+1 counter. It also stops a removal spell. Like there's a lot going on here. And I think Angelic Intervention is just going to be one of the premier tricks in the format.
I think so too. I like C+ for it.
Yeah.
Also, if you're not up on it, make sure you look up what protection offers, because it does even more than just protect your
Right.
creature.
It can also make something unblockable. If they only
Right.
have green creatures on top, you just go Angelic Intervention, pro green attack. And that's great too.
Yeah. Kill a person, kill a battle, win a battle. Norn's Inquisitor is next. This is 1 and a white for a 1/1 Phyrexian Knight at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you incubate 2, and whenever a permanent you control transforms into a Phyrexian, you put a +1/+1 counter on it.
Great card.
So it's really sweet. And a 2-drop too.
2 mana. It's like, if all goes according to plan and you play this and then you incubate, you spent 2 + 2 mana and you got 4/4 worth of stats.
Yeah, you got a 3/3 and a 1/1. And and that static ability is just sitting there.
Right. And this combines nicely with other Phyrexian cards, like other incubate cards. So you end up in a spot where this not only gives good deals just to begin with, but also provides value with the other cards that you naturally want to play here. So
yeah,
really good place to be. I mean, this looks like a power uncommon. This looks like a B. Just really good deal if you're doing sacrifice stuff. It does have a +1/+1 counter synergy.
That's
it
what
really
I was
just
gonna
has
say.
Everything going on with it.
It feels like one of those pivot cards that is just the all-star in multiple different archetypes, which is very difficult to pull off and always highly sought after. So yeah, B for Norn's Inquisitor. Next is Realm Breaker's Grasp. This is 1 and a white for an enchantment aura. It enchants an artifact or a creature. It's common. And the enchanted permanent can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities.
Yeah, I mean, this is the pacifism of the set. You can also preemptively put this on an incubate token, which is nice because that way, otherwise, let's say they had an incubate 5 token in play and you only have sorcery speed removal, you would end up in a spot that you'd have to take 5 before doing that. Clearly, you don't want to put this on a token unless they, like, you'd rather them spend the mana on the incubate token. But if you're in a rough spot, then just do it the other way and it'll be totally fine.
Yeah, is this just a rest for 2?
It's a rest, yes, basically, but it also can go on artifacts too, which is nice.
So it's actually better than a rest for 2?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, that's pretty good. Is there a weakness to this type of removal? We've seen the sacrifice theme get pushed pretty hard, so that's a major weakness. Is there any others? Is returning blinking isn't really a thing that we've seen, although we haven't done blue yet.
No, there's a good blink card at common and white, 2 and a white blink draw card. So
okay,
those are the drawbacks.
So this will hold it out of the B range. Do you want to go C+ for Realm Breaker's Grasp?
I would go C+. It's just a good removal spell, but it definitely has some weaknesses to it for sure.
Sunblessed Guardian is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human cleric. It's uncommon. And you can pay 5 and a Phyrexian red to transform it at sorcery speed into Furnace Blessed Conqueror, which is a 3/3 Phyrexian cleric. And it says whenever it attacks, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of it. Put a +1/+1 counter on that token for each +1/+1 counter on Furnace Blessed Conqueror. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. So, it doesn't give it itself a counter though, right? You have to generate that.
Basically, this, once you flip it, you get a 3/3, and when it attacks, you get a copy of it, but it also copies the counters that happen to be on it, even though you don't necessarily have counters on it yet.
Okay, but you still get to attack with 2 3/3s at the minimum there.
I mean, it's still a 2 mana 2/2 that at some point you pay 5 and 2 life for 6, flip to a 3/3 attack with 2 3/3, so you just attack for 6 out of nowhere across 2 creatures. Yeah, and if you've stacked up some +1/+1 counters, more the better.
Yeah, so definitely in for this one. Sunblessed Guardian. Is that a B?
Just give it a B.
Probably a B minus.
Just give it a B.
Just give it a B. Okay.
It's a 2 mana 2/2 that's like pretty threatening on the board. And look, imagine the game state. You're playing against your opponent. They play this on like turn 2 or 3 or whatever. At some point in the game, you're just sitting there looking at that thing. You're like, if I like tap out or don't leave good blockers up, they just get flipped this thing and attacked for 6. And if they put a +1/+1 counter on it first, all of a sudden it's 8. It's a pretty threatening card.
That is very, very threatening. Yeah. All right. So B for Sunblessed Guardian. Next is Sunder the Gateway. This is 1 and a white for a sorcery at common. Choose 1. Destroy target non-token artifact or enchantment an opponent controls, incubate 2, or incubate 2, then transform an incubator token you control.
So this is your main deck artifact enchantment removal because, I mean, at common, this is 2 mana for an incubate 2 that blows up an artifact or enchantment. Note it's non-token. They didn't want you eating other incubate cards, but this is still pretty good. And if there's nothing you want to kill, you just get a straight 2 mana 2/2. Or there's even possibilities of more. You can also do something like incubate activate my 5/5 and attack with it or something along those lines.
Yeah. So I mean, the downside on this is reasonable, as you mentioned, 2/2 for 2 straight away. And the upside's very high, right?
Yeah.
2 mana for a 2/2 that blows up an artifact or enchantment that actually matters.
My guess is that this blowing up incubate tokens was actually too much. And so it got dialed back a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I would give this a C, and I think my inclination would be to main deck the first one until kind of like shown otherwise.
Swordsworn Cavalier is 1 and a white for a 3/1 human knight at common. It has first strike as long as another knight entered the battlefield under your control this turn. So here's another payoff for the blue-white knights deck.
Yeah, and a 2 mana 3/1 is not the worst in really any deck, but especially so in the deck that's going to reliably make it a first striker.
Yeah, C- for Swordsworn Cavalier.
I like C- for that. Yeah.
Attentive Skywarden is 2 and a white for a 2/2 flying Phyrexian core. It is common, and it says whenever it deals combat damage to a player or battle, that's pretty cool. Transform up to 1 target incubator token you control. Oh, okay. So it kind of spots you a couple of mana when it gets in.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Windrake that every now and then will basically add 2 mana that you can only spend on incubating. I think it's kind of mediocre still. It's like a C-.
I think so too. I think that the thing I'm focusing on more is like, does the fact that it's a Phyrexian matter? I don't know if you're a battles deck, you want flyers, etc. But yeah, C- for Attentive Skywarden. Cut Short is next. It is an instant at common. It has Convoke, and it says destroy target planeswalker that was activated this turn or a tapped creature.
So mostly
they
a tapped
bury the lead a little there.
Yeah. Again, this is like decent at dealing with attacking creatures. So if you're a defensive deck, this is the kind of thing you want. But I don't think it's something I'm like super excited about.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is
I really like Convoke, but
when you want to use this, it's awkward because you left a bunch of creatures untapped. So like what is the situation where you really want to use this card, but are they attacking into your like 3 untapped creatures? So
yeah,
I think Cut Short is going to play a little worse than it looks. I think it's probably on the like C- range as well.
Okay, yeah, C-. It is conditional removal at the best. All right, let's turn heads here. We've got Invasion of Belanon, which is 2 and a white for a battle. It's got 5 defense, and it says when Invasion of Belanon enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white and blue night creature token with vigilance. And if you get it transformed, wow, creatures you control get +1/+1. I think you mentioned this one earlier, but that is a beating, man. So this one gets you like a fine deal on the front side creature and then like really great on the other side. That's insane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this card I think is great. I mean, 3 mana for a 2/2 that has the subquest of if you can deal 5 to the battle, you get a glorious anthem, like the whole you get everything you were looking for. I mean, that is very, very good. And
man,
I think I'd be pretty happy with Invasion of Belanon on any deck. Like this is a good reason to play a bunch of creatures.
Yeah, this one to me is the one that we've seen the most, by the way, that really puts you to that test of, do you want to punt away 5 damage that you could have been doing to the opponent, right, to try to earn yourself the anthem effect here?
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage that you're giving up potentially. It could even be more than 5 by the time you actually get this thing transformed. And if you have to trade off your creatures to get this transformed, it gets a little bit worse. There's an interesting tension there. Yeah,
but it also is really powerful if it works. So
very.
I would give it a B. I think Invasion of Belanon is the kind of card you're looking for. This is like the archetypal battle you're scared of, I think.
Definitely.
Or very close to it.
Turn 3, this comes down and you're like, oh no.
That's what this game's going to be about.
Yes, exactly. The next one is another battle. It's Invasion of Dominaria. This one's also 2 and a white, also uncommon. It also has 5 defense. Looks like they couldn't make up their mind there. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life and you draw a card. And if you can somehow manage, even after only gaining the life in the card, not adding to your board on turn 3 there, and get this thing from 5 to 0, you get Sarah Faithkeeper, which is a 4/4 flying vigilance.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid reward there.
Super great reward, but this one just doesn't play into its own plan quite as well as Invasion of Belenon, but it seems great still to me. I would play this one too.
Yeah, I think that you're going to run into a spot of, do I have enough, creatures to make these battles all work? But
Right.
assuming that you can do that, this is a pretty high payoff if you can get it. And I do like at least that the 4 life gives you a bit of a cushion, when it comes to not affecting the board.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about the play pattern for these as well, because I think you'll want to play Invasion of Belenon on turn 3, right? Like you play hopefully a 1-drop, but a 2-drop into this, and then you've already got a little bit of a board state going to start getting the defense going downward on Invasion of Belenon. But Invasion of Dominaria, like you'd rather save that, right? Like you'd rather play a 3-mana creature on turn 3 and then maybe even another creature on turn 4. And then on 5 or 6, then you play this, get your thing and then attack it, and try to win that fight to get the Sarah Angel.
Yeah. This one you're kind of setting it up more. You're not racing to it.
Right. I really like it though. I would give it a B.
I like B- on Invasion of Dominaria.
Dude, the fact Sarah Angel.
But it doesn't affect the board itself, I think, is not exactly what you want to do, whereas Belenon does both.
It's true. That is true. Because it is interesting to note that, you gain 4 life and draw a card, but that, isn't the name of the game when it comes to battles. Next is Kithkin Billy Rider. This is 2 and a white for a 1/3 Kithkin Knight. It's a common, and it does have double strike. So this is another put +1/+1 counters and equipment on me type card.
Yeah, I mean, 1+1/+1 counter on this, and you've got a 2/4 double strike, which is pretty massive. It's effectively a 4/4. And then it doesn't take too much in the way of pump, or like imagine giving it +2/+2 and flying. Like this card, I think goes a long way in when it comes to fighting battles, if you've got good ways to kind of enable it.
Yep. And it is a knight, so that might come up, tribally or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
Needs help though. I don't think I would want to play a 1/3
straight
double
up. It's
strike
a
on its
3-mana
own.
2/3. That's just not good enough,
Right. But like you said, it just needs one thing, one piece of equipment, 1+1/+1 counter, 1 aura, whatever. So I like it at C- for Kithkin Billy Rider because it does ask you to do things, but it does pay you off for them. I mean, double strike's one of the most potent abilities you can have.
Yeah, I think C- is right for the Billy Rider. It gets better in the right deck, of course.
What about Phyrexian Awakening?
So this is 2 and a white. It's an enchantment and uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, incubate 4. And then it also says Phyrexians you control have vigilance. So I'm actually a pretty big fan of this one because it's 3+2 mana for a 4/4 vigilance, but it also gives your other Phyrexians vigilance. And I think that's going to play out pretty well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sold. Again, this is another one that maybe you play it on turn 3 and you're not that excited about it. You'd prefer to affect the board more directly, but whatever, right? You can fit it in. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. I think it seems fine.
Yeah, I think that the Awakening is gonna play out well.
Is it a C? Is it a C+? 5 mana ultimately for a 4/4, but
I would give it a B-, I think, because
you like it.
I think in the right deck, I think it's actually going to be pretty good.
Okay. Next is Phyrexian Censor. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 Phyrexian Wizard at uncommon. Each player can't cast more than 1 non-Phyrexian spell each turn. Non-Phyrexian creatures enter the battlefield tapped.
Yeah, this is a potentially strong one if you're being aggressive, because first of all, your opponent's going to have a decent amount of Phyrexian creatures overall. Like that's just the reality of kind of the format. But if they play non-Phyrexians, if you play against someone who doesn't have many and you play this and all their creatures come into play tapped, you can really beat them down.
Yeah, you can.
the spell restriction, I think, isn't going to come up that much.
Yeah.
But I do think that the 3-mana 3/3 that maybe their next 2 creatures coming to play tapped is pretty strong.
Yeah, it actually seems good.
It does affect you, by the way. So
it does.
If you're on the back foot and you play this and then you play a non-Phyrexian, you can run into problems that way.
Yeah, I mean, the assumption is supposed to be that it's affecting you less at least, right?
You're the one with the 3/3 at the very least.
Yeah, and then just
yes,
in
it
white,
probably will.
There's a bunch but yeah.
But Phyrexian Censor does have it is a bit of a double-edged sword.
Do you think this is a black-white card sort of at its core, or?
No, I actually think this is going to be decent in any aggressive deck. I think that's the most important part. It's like, is your deck aggressive? Because if your deck's aggressive, then you're happy with a 3-mana 3/3 that prevents them from blocking.
Right. I mean, interestingly, you would even, if it just said every creature enters the battlefield tapped, you would be interested in that if you were the aggressor.
I think that'd be better, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so where do you want to go? Do you want to go B- on Phyrexian Censor?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I
Those
think
look
B-.
really annoying. Next is Scroll Shift. This is 2 and a white for an instant at common. Exile up to 1 target artifact, creature, or enchantment you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Draw a card. This is the one you referenced a couple minutes ago. Outside of the context of does my creature have a pacifism on it, are we excited? Is this good?
It's good with ETB abilities. It saves it from a removal spell. You could even just block and blink your creature to get a free block out of the deal. I think the fact that this already replaces itself gives you enough leeway to want to play this. You would ideally have a combo or 2 in your deck, but even if you don't, I think this card can just be a solid card if you have room for it.
Yeah, I feel like finding room for these types of cards is traditionally very difficult. Like, you kind of need a reason. You can come up with ways in which it's okay or even starting to approach good. But in real life, when you actually build your deck, cards like Scroll Shift are ones that are very easy to not make the cut over superior creature removal spell. I would assume that you either play 0 or 1 of these, unless, you have a really strong reason.
I think if you add a couple ETBs to the mix, then that changes completely.
Okay. I would give it a D to start off with.
I would give it a C-. I think that it's got applications, but like you said, these often you don't have room for them. That is kind of how they work.
Yeah. So we'll see. Seal from Existence is next. It's 1 white for an enchantment and uncommon. It has Ward 3, and it says when it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Seal from Existence leaves the battlefield. These effects are very strong. They're traditionally quite difficult to deal with, and somehow this one's even more difficult with Ward 3.
This one doesn't mess around. Ward 3 is nice.
That's a lot.
I think that's going to be more for Constructed than Limited, because in Limited, most of the time, by the time you could blow this up, you can pay for the ward. It's not the biggest deal.
Right.
But obviously in Constructed, things are a little faster. Still, this is a great card. I mean, this is a B. It's 3 mana, enchantment, exile, so anything you want. Yep. And that's just great.
That's what you want. B for Seal from Existence. Next is Seraph of New Capenna. This is, man, they just really kind of got all the things in here. This is a 2 and a white for a 2/2 Angel Soldier. An uncommon. It's got flying. And this one does follow that pattern that we've seen for most of them. You can pay 4 and a Phyrexian black to transform it at sorcery speed. But again, this is 3-drop. Into next turn, you can pay straight away if you'd like. And it becomes Seraph of New Phyrexia, which is a 3/3 flyer that says whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, this thing gets +2/+1 until end of turn. So slams for 5.
Yeah, I mean, again, this starts as a Windrake, but it gets quickly out of that if you want to pump it. And once you pump it, the fact that you get to threaten to attack for 5 is pretty nice.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and even if you don't, you play this on 3, you say go, and you can kind of make the decision on whether you want to attack for 3 or 2 in the air, based on your mana scenario.
So my guess is that unless you have nothing better to do, most of the time you're not going to want to flip this until the turn where you want to sacrifice something. Because otherwise you're spending a bunch of mana to flip it into a 3/3 from a 2/2, and that's not the most exciting. But imagine, they're at you get them to 10, then all of a sudden you're like, flip it, attack, sack one of my incubate tokens, take 5, next turn take 5, that sort of thing.
Right. What do you want to give it?
I would probably give it a C+. I think that it's a threatening card. I mean, this is the kind of card that in the middle of the game, you're going to have this in play, and your opponent's going to be kind of scared of it because it's potentially
Definitely.
a 5-power flyer.
Definitely. That can close it out quick and take down a battle, etc. Next is Sigiled Sentinel. This is 2 and a white for a 2/2 human knight with backup 1 and vigilance. It's common.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. This is like kind of the bread and butter backup card. It's a 3-mana 3/3 vigilance if by itself, which is good enough. And if you want to put the +1/+1 counter on your other like 4/4 and attack with a 5/5 vigilance for a turn, that's also great. Plus, it's a knight. It kind of does everything together. So this is a C. It's not going to completely overperform, but I think it's going to be quite good.
Yeah, I like it on a 2-drop into this. That's very nice. Zalfarin Lancer is next. It's 2 and a white for a 3/3 human knight at uncommon. Whenever another knight enters the battlefield under your control, this thing gets +1/+1 and gains vigilance until end of turn. And it's an uncommon, you can tell they pushed it a little bit here, right? It's 3 mana, 3/3. So whenever you cast Knight, it's a 4/4 with vigilance. Like, it hits hard for a 3-drop.
Yeah, in the Knight deck, I mean, this is just going to be, clock them hit for 4 for the next 2 turns in a row, probably. And sometimes it'll do more. Like if your opponent, if you play like Knight of the New Coalition, which makes a Knight token, all of a sudden you're hitting for 5 with your 3-drop with vigilance. It's a great card.
Yeah.
Outside of the Knight deck, you're not that excited, but
right.
A lot of the decks will be Knight decks.
Yeah. I mean, I like it as a B in the Knights deck. I just think it's going to slam and just take off huge chunks of life. And outside of it, like you said, it ends up being like a D+ or a C- or something like that. 3/3 for 3.
Yeah.
Bola Slinger is 3 and a white for a 2/2 cat soldier at common. It has backup 1. And whenever this creature attacks, tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls.
This one's going to play so cool with backup where you're you're like, play this, put a counter on something, attack, tap something down, get a hit in. Next turn, this now attacks and threatens to tap something down. And even if you end up losing the Bola Slinger, I feel like you're going to be able to string together some pretty nice attacks as a result. I think this card is quite dangerous.
Definitely. This is also the type of card that just has to be blocked, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, your opponent is going to leap at the opportunity to try to take this thing down.
Right. And this is the type of card that you can use the protection ability or the blink ability. I mean, honestly, instant speed blink on this thing is pretty sweet. The scroll shift is kind of cool. You get an extra counter, you save the thing. Lots can go wrong if you're on the bad end of a Bola Slinger.
The most fun mechanic of the new set in terms of how it's going to change board states and how it's going to change how things play.
Yeah, I don't think neither you nor I are going to be saying it's fun after the first few days because we're just going to get absolutely ran over by these stupid cards.
No, not all of them are aggressive.
Dude, I think backup's too good, man. Like these curves, like if you get backup curved, they're going to just keep putting the counter on the one that came in prior. And you're just going to be like, I can never block. Like, it's just like, it's always one step ahead of each of my creatures.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
But I mean, that does require something specific. C+ for Bola Slinger.
Yeah, I would give it a C+. I think it's going to play potentially even better.
Yeah. Inspire Charge is back. 2 white for an instant. It's common. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn.
This kind of card is always feast or famine. Either you really want it because you're the go wide deck and you're gonna pick up 2 inspired charges hopefully and just run your opponent down with tokens, or you're not going to play it at all because you're playing white blue knights and you're not going to have more than 3 creatures and play most games.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a D range.
Feel
card.
Like it fits well in this set, right? Like. It isn't for incubate tokens or whatever, right? And like the green white is about +1/+1 counters, not creature tokens where Inspire Charge really shines.
Yeah, I think that it's probably not gonna be the best card in the world.
Okay, we'll go D on Inspire Charge. What about Knight of the New Coalition?
So this is I think a pretty important one. This is 3 and a white for a 2/2 human knight at common with vigilance. And when it enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2 white and blue knight token, also with vigilance.
Okay. Seems great.
Yeah, I mean 4 mana for 4/4 worth of vigilance knights including 2 knights, which double triggers like Zalfir and Lancer. Make sure you have enough knights in play for anything that cares about that. So outside of the knight deck, it's still, I think, probably decent in like a sort of sacrifice build. Outside of those two things, then it's just decent stats. You're not going to turn it down, but it's not going to be something that's super exciting either.
Here's your blink card again, just another, a couple of those is a reason to lean a little bit further into that scroll shift that we talked about, right? These are the types of cards. Does seem excellent in knights, as you said. C+ range for that. C, I guess, outside of it, something along those lines.
I would say it's definitely a C+ in knights, and I think outside of knights it gets a little bit murkier.
Tiller of Flesh is next. This is 3 and a white for a 2/4 Phyrexian Knight at uncommon. Whenever you cast a spell that targets one or more permanents, incubate 2.
So there's 2 main ways to use this card. One is you play it in a control deck where you're like, play this, kill your thing, make an incubator, kill your thing, make an incubator.
That sounds awesome.
Or there's play this, play a pump spell, make an incubator, play a pump spell, make an incubator. You don't have to tell me which one you prefer. I'm just pointing out that there are 2 approaches you can take with Tiller of Flesh. And I think in an ideal world, you want to save this till like 5 or 6 mana and go play this plus have a targeted spell up just to make sure you get a little value. But a 4-mana 2/4 is not the easiest to kill either. Plus, it is a knight too as well.
Yeah, and that also will definitely be handy. This looks like at least a B to me.
I would say it's a B. I think that you do have to do a little bit of work to build around it, but it just seems well worth it. Yeah,
like you said, you can pick your poison. Do you want to kill their stuff or pump up your stuff? You're going to benefit either way. Golden Scale Aeronaut is next. This is 4 and a white for a 2/3 dwarf pilot at common with backup 1, and I was waiting for it, flying.
So once again, you got some aggressive backup cards where you play this, send something to the skies, and you're left with a 2/3 flyer. I like this one a little less than some of the ones we've seen, just because the stats don't line up quite as nicely. But it's still a solid card. Like I would still be happy to top off my curve with this. You just don't need to go nuts picking up a bunch of them.
Yeah, agree. The 5 mana slot usually gets clogged, and you don't want too many of them. But I would definitely want this to be that one at common. Like, just gets in for a big chunk, leaves back a 2/3 flyer. In your worst case, it's 3/4 flyer for 5, which is a card you can put into your deck. You're not really happy about it. I like C for Golden Scale Aeronaut. It seems like it's going to pull its weight.
Yeah, I think it will.
Infected Defector is next. This is 4 and a white for a 4/3 Phyrexian Knight at common. Once again, when it dies, you incubate 3. This one I don't like as much. I don't love 4/3s in general. I really like that it dies effectively into another creature, but man, I got a bad feeling about Infected Defector actually playing out how you want it to.
Yeah, I mean, you do run the risk of playing this and get bounced or exiled, but it's also, I mean, it's a 4/3 plus a 3/3 worth of stats. That's not a bad combination in total.
I'm just going with my gut and going to call Infected Defector a D.
I think it's going to play better than that. I think it'll be.
I hope it does. I mean, it should. It's a knight.
I think it'll be a C-. I think it's going to be worse than either cards, all the cards around it. Like
that's what I mean. Like
worse than the Intercessor.
Right.
So I guess you're going to take it more at that level. Then yeah, that makes sense.
That's what I'm thinking. So. Last white card is Alabaster Host Intercessor. This is 5 and a white for a 3/4 Phyrexian Samurai. Man, they really mixed it up here at common. And it says, when it enters a battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Alabaster Host Intercessor leaves the battlefield. And this is the Plane Cycler. Dang, man.
This card's nuts. It's a
really
common.
Went off. This is crazy.
It's a common that has plane cycling, but also is a fiend hunter.
Yes.
A banisher priest that exiles something.
The only bad thing about this is that you don't really want to plane cycle.
Yeah, you really don't want to plane cycle. Yeah. This thing's nuts. It also gets rid of the incubate tokens, forever.
Oh, wow. It doesn't have a non-token clause, so you can just exile. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, this card is really strong.
Does it get to the B range? It does, right? Doesn't this one get to the B range?
I would say it's a B.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was an uncommon, you probably wouldn't even be thinking about it.
No, I would be like, this is amazing. Yeah. So there you go. All right. So that's white. That brings us to our last color, which is blue. Our first card is called Captive Weird. It is blue for a weird, which is a type of thing. It's an uncommon. It's a 1/3 with Defender. And you can pay 3 and a Phyrexian red to transform it at sorcery speed. And it becomes Completed Conjurer, which is a 3/3. And it says, when this creature transforms into Completed Conjurer, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. So this one's very centric on transforming it. Like the front side is a 1/3 Defender, which
I like
long term isn't good, but
you don't have to pay much on the front side, and then at some point you just basically flip it up and draw a card.
Yeah, awesome.
I mean that's a great place to be, you know.
Totally, and the fact that you could just sneak this in on one and it actually even affects the board on some level is gravy.
Yeah,
I like B for Captive Weird.
Also, end of your next turn is just a spicy.
That's so far, yeah,
place to be, because that means that you don't have to like. I thought that some of the conflict with this card might be that, okay, I have to flip it on a turn where I think I can play something, but this gives you just basically 2 turns to play it, so you don't have to worry about that too much.
That's right. I like B for Captive Weird.
Yeah, B seems good for that.
Just a very nice 2-for-1. Next is Omen Hawker. This is blue for a 1/1 Cephalid Advisor at uncommon, and it taps to add colorless and blue, but you can only spend that mana to activate abilities.
This one's good. Like 1 mana for a 1/1 that you can tap to flip incubate tokens or transform your more expensive cards. Like that's pretty sweet.
Mainly the joke here is the tokens.
Yeah, but I mean, imagine if you had this and one of the more expensive transform creatures like the white one. You could just flip it on turn 3. Because you can do that as a way to transform it. So that seems like a pretty reasonable place to be on that.
I mean, I was a little down on this, but maybe it actually just turbos out like a bunch of stuff in the format.
Well, okay, I guess here's the question. How many times do you need to tap this for mana before you feel like you got your money's worth? If you tap it twice, don't you feel like
two? Yeah.
Don't you feel like you kind of got there? So
yeah, I feel like it's even at 2, and then the third one I feel like I've really pulled ahead of my opponent, by a lot, like a really significant margin. I don't know, man. It just doesn't do anything else. Like that's a tough pill to swallow, where it's just like a 1/1 for 1. I don't know, dude. What do you want to give this? I feel scared to give it a grade because I think it's going to be either way better or way worse than it looks.
I think it's going to be more likely to be better than it looks. In the right deck, it's going to be amazing.
Yes.
A 1-drop that taps for 2 mana is just unbelievable. Obviously, you're not going to tap it on turn 2 very often, but in the right deck where it's just making it so all your incubates are like free and you get to transform stuff pretty easily, like that goes a long way.
All right, so build around B for Omen Hawker?
I like build around B, yeah.
I mean, you do have to put that stuff around it, yeah.
Yeah.
What about Assimilate Essence? What does that one do?
This is 1 and a blue. It's an instant at common. Counter target creature or battle spell unless its controller pays 4, and then you incubate 2. I like this one as well. I mean, countering a creature unless you pay 4 is a pretty burly counter. Like in the early game, it should do it. The fact that it can also counter a battle is huge because a lot of the time, I think you're going to end up in a spot where you leave up a counter like that was just counter target creature, and they play a battle, and you would feel pretty bad about how that worked out. So
and you get a 2-for-1 if you nab anything with it.
And even if they pay, you can also just cast it to incubate if you want. Like there is some good value to be had here. So I like Assimilate Essence. The real question with all these counters, it's kind of like twofold. One, is the card good enough on its own? And this card does pass that test for me. Like this card, I think, is good enough for most limited formats. But the second is, do blue decks want counterspells? Are counterspells good in the format? And we don't know the answer to that one yet.
Right. That's the question. But if you're going to play a counterspell, even in a format that's a little bit hostile to them, then the ones that don't cost double spell and are only 2 mana are at least passable. So you have something to do on 2 and don't get curved out on. Let's go C on Assimilate Essence.
I like C. I think that this card could be decent.
That's one that will jump up or down depending on the speed of the format. Change the Equation is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant and uncommon. It says choose one. Counter target spell with mana value 2 or less, or counter target red or green spell with mana value 6 or less.
So
I don't really like this one very much.
The problem is it's kind of bad to start with of 2 mana to counter spell that costs 2 or less. You leave this up and they play a 3-drop and it's just a disaster for you. It does not go well for you at all. So I don't think I'd want to main deck it, but it looks fantastic against red or green. 2 mana to counter basically any spell they could play. So I would say this is like a sideboard B, quite good out of board, but not really good otherwise.
Not going to main it. Disturbing Conversion is 1 and a blue for an aura at common. It has flash. It enchants a creature, and when it enters the battlefield, each player mills 2 cards. Enchanted creature gets -X/-0, where X is the number of cards in its controller's graveyard.
This one's cool. This is a spontaneous mutation from Shadows.
Just reversed?
Reversed. But for an extra mana, it's also a double mill.
Yeah. So it spots you to...
I do think it's a little worse to key off their graveyard than yours, though. Because
definitely
the decks that play this would just play all spells.
Right.
So this one's a little bit trickier there, but I still think that this one could be pretty decent. If you're in the like blue control deck looking to, just stall a game and do all this, like this still works. It starts at -2, -0 and just gets better from there. And it's not that hard to conceive of, killing 2 more other things and casting another removal spell, and then all of a sudden just having the game kind of locked up.
I mean, what if it was just 1 and a blue, creature gets -2, -0? Like that's already okay, right? And
that's okay, but not great.
There. Yeah, and it's going to often be more.
The upside of this is quite a bit higher.
Okay. You want to call it like a D+?
I would say it's a D+ still, maybe C-. Like really have to have the right deck. It has to be a controlling deck that's not really looking to attack, because these cards don't play that well when they get a free chump block out of the deal.
Right. And then the other stuff we talked about with blinking.
Also, the more interactive you are, the more likely you can put cards in their graveyard. Putting this in your blue-white Knights deck is not going to work that well, I don't think, or whatever, because you're just not putting cards in their graveyard.
Exactly. Next is Expedition Lookout. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/3 with Defender. Oh, I like this. Merfolk Rogue. It's common. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, Expedition Lookout can attack as though it didn't have Defender, and it can't be blocked. Turns the tables on you.
This is kind of like Vortex Runner from Strixhaven, where it just like sits in play as like kind of a dorky 2/3. Then at some point, it just like starts clocking them.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of, if they have 8 cards, it's like the blue-black theme. I'm a little skeptical of that. Just getting to 8 is pretty hard.
8's a lot.
And part of it, too, is decks that want 2 mana, 2/3 defenders also don't really care if those defenders can eventually start attacking them.
Yeah.
So I'm skeptical on the uses here. I think they would start this at D, but I could see there being a deck that doesn't mind having some of these.
I like starting it at D. I was a little more excited, but the benefit isn't that exciting. Usually you can find any way to win the game, and these aren't the way to do it. Next is Moment of Truth. This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of those cards in your hand, 1 into your graveyard, and 1 on the bottom of your library.
So a pretty decent dig spell where getting to put a card in your graveyard is always nice, and it replaces itself, gives you some good selection. That said, I don't know how likely it is you're going to have room for this card. So we always give these cards around a D.
Yeah.
And if you have like a strong spells matter theme or really need to fill your graveyard, then this could do something. But a lot of decks just won't have room for it.
Right. That's just how it plays out. You need an excuse. That's the bottom line, is like you need to have a reason beyond just the card selection. Next is Negate. 1 and a blue, instant counter target non-creature spell at common.
Classic sideboard.
Classic sideboard card there. Next is Oracle of Tragedy. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 uncommon human wizard. And it says, when Oracle of Tragedy enters the battlefield or dies, choose 1, draw a card, then discard a card, or shuffle up to 4 cards with mana value 3 or greater from your graveyard into your library. Did I read that right? Oh, that's a weird.
It is a weird card for sure.
So
it's 2 mana 1/3 ETB loot when it dies loot, and you also have this like reshuffle clause, which I don't think you're going to use very often. It's not like you're self-milling yourself, so I don't really know what's going on with this card exactly, but my guess is it's not good enough. 2 mana 1/3 draw a card, discard a card, and then it dies, do it again is just not something I'm like super interested in.
No, it's interesting, but it doesn't look that powerful. I would give it a D to start for Oracle Tragedy, and then if there's something we're missing, maybe we'll figure it out. Order of the Mirror is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 human knight. You can pay 3 and a Phyrexian white to transform it at sorcery speed. And once again, this one does have the 2-drop into 3 mana with the Phyrexian. It becomes Order of the Alabaster Host, which is a 3/3. And whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, that creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. It's a Phyrexian knight.
Yeah, it gets flanking.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so you get your 2 mana 2/1, and at some point it flips into a really hard to block 3/3. That's a good deal.
That's really solid. Yeah, just a really nice 2-drop, especially depending on how the board develops. But you could definitely just pay the 3 and start jamming with it. Usually you'll probably want to continue to add to the board before you start transforming, but you definitely could do it here. This looks like a C to me, like Order of the Mirror, just solid.
I think it's a C. It's going to be pretty threatening. The Knights decks are going to like it too. I'll get a C, but I think it's bordering on C+.
Agreed. Saiba Cryptomancer is 1 and a blue for a 0/1 Moonfolk Ninja. It is common. It has flash, backup 1, and hexproof. Yeah,
so when you use this to save something else, it's 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, it gets hexproof, and you're left with a 0/1 that's also got hexproof, so they can't even target it.
Woohoo!
I mean, I think this card is pretty good. What I would want to see is a good way to use the body, because
sacrifice
that gives
or
you
something.
Yeah, a little bit of extra value out of the whole deal. But giving a creature a +1/+1 and hexproof and then leaving behind a 0/1, that's just like a lot of little moving pieces. Cards like that just are good. Like they kind of get the job done. They don't look like they will, but they do.
Yeah, it's just and they always catch people off guard, and like they don't always see that much play. I mean, I'm going to give Saiba Cryptomancer a D, and assume that you will be able to find some niche case scenarios where it's actually like CC plus even better. But I think if you just throwing this card in your deck, you are not going to be happy.
I think this card would be quite good out of the sideboard, so I think it might be like a sideboard like C- or C+
against red black,
somewhere in the C range.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on this than you actually. I think it's probably like a sideboard C+ and it's like a main deck C-. But
come on, this is not in the C range. This card is extremely low impact.
I don't know. So you save something.
If you can save something, but sometimes they just go like 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop and start attacking you with them. And they're not like killing your stuff. And you're just like, here's my Saiba Cryptomancer.
Well, imagine they're
doesn't
like,
win combat.
Play my Bolus Slinger, attack to tap your guy, and you go, play this, give my thing hexproof. You can't tap it now, block and eat your guy.
Okay.
Like there's some sequences that I think are going to work out.
Also, I am discounting the +1/+1 counter at instant speed here. So
that's a big part of the card.
Okay. You're right. Yeah. A little better than that then. So it's part combat trick, part dispensable body.
Yeah.
Next is Skyclave Aerialist, which is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Merfolk Scouted uncommon. It is a flyer, so 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, and you can pay 4 and a Phyrexian green to transform it at sorcery speed into Skyclave Invader, which is a 2/4 flyer. It's a Phyrexian Merfolk Scout. And it says when this creature transforms into Skyclave Invader, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield. If you don't put the card onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. Oh, Coiling Oracle.
Yeah.
It's back. Except for it flies now.
This is a big Coiling Oracle. I mean, 2 mana, 2/1 flyer is already great. That's like into like, C+, B- level.
Yeah.
If it has anything else going on. And this card will often have something else going on because you could just flip it into a 2/4 and draw a card. That's fantastic.
Oh, I love it. This is awesome. The only problem with it is that it's so good. It's just going to get killed before you ever get to transform it.
You can wait till 6 mana if you really want to.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
6 mana and 2 life. You just play a 2/4 and draw a card. Or you can just spend 2 mana on it and don't try to flip it when they leave a bunch of mana up. And if they kill it, you probably spent less mana than they did.
How does it work timing wise? Like, let's say I do that play you said, I go 2 mana, they go, okay, resolves on the battlefield. Then I go, okay, pay my transform mana. Can they just kill it in response?
Yeah, you don't want to try to activate this into open mana if you can avoid it.
I like B+ for Skyclave Aerialist.
It's a fantastic card.
Yeah, the floor is so high. Next is Stasis Field. This is 1 and a blue for an aura. It's common, and it enchants a creature. The creature has base, power, and toughness 0/2. It has defender, and it loses all other abilities. Does this count as removal?
I would say so.
I mean,
compare this to Disturbing Conversion, where instead of -X, -O, you actually just lock them down to where they can't do anything, and it loses all abilities. They still get that 1 chump block out of it, and it's like any aura, it just sits in play and they can blink it or whatever. But overall, I think Stasis Field is gonna be solid removal if you're attacking in the air or don't care about attacking at all.
Right, I agree.
And I think those are important parts of the puzzle. But
C- for Stasis Field? C?
I mean, these do tend to play closer to D level. I think this one might play a little better than that, but
D+.
Yeah, D+ on Stasis Field sounds reasonable.
Zhalfirin Shapecraft is next. It's 1 and a blue for an instant. It's common. Target creature has base, power, and toughness 4/3 until end of turn. Draw a card.
So this is a weird one for sure.
So what's the scenario where you want this, I guess? Because you have to assume that the 4/3 is better than whatever the card was.
Yeah.
Which isn't always the case, or it might just be different. You do get a card back.
I mean, 2 mana and you draw a card is kind of nice, right? Like, so at the very, like, you're not losing out too much on this, but it's not going to give you huge stat bumps.
No, and 3 toughness is a little tough here. Like, and I mean, not a good way.
It is good with the incubate tokens because those are 0/0s. So
with counters,
this gives an incubate token +4, +3, that's solid.
How badly do you think the Lords are going to beat us with this card in the?
Oh yeah, they're gonna trash us. Yeah. Mr. Metronome, it's just got his name written all over it. No,
this is a Tups card. Are you kidding me? I love the fact that you get a card back, but it doesn't really feel like you're getting a card worth from it. So it's hard to call it a 2-for-1. I could see it being situationally interesting, but the average case scenario for Zhalfirin Shapecraft is probably a D or a D- or something.
Yeah, I agree.
But it also could just randomly win you the game sometimes. As far as Dispersal is 2 and a blue for an instant at common. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. And it says return target creature to its owner's hand and surveil 2.
So if you target an attacker, you're paying 1 mana to bounce a creature and surveil 2. And paying 3 mana is just not that bad of a rate to begin with, because Surveil 2 is like not draw a card, but it's not super far away from it.
No,
like,
especially
it's not crazy
in the
to make the comparison,
Yeah, especially in the later game when you've got your mana under you and you just need spells, like when it's more binary.
Yeah, I like this one. I think as far as Dispersal is going to play pretty well. So.
I do too, and it picks up your own creatures too.
Yeah.
We have seen.
You can even target your own attacking creature if something goes wrong.
If it's a disaster.
Well, so the thing about having a spell like this in your deck with this so nice is sometimes on turn 5 you play a 4-drop and then get to Dispersal their creature, and you just completely blow them out in terms of mana efficiency, and they might not even expect that you're going to play this card. Like, it just getting to make those sick double spell turns is really important when it comes to winning games. And
yes,
this gives you the opportunity to do that, even if it's not always going to line up that way.
It also just blows out combat tricks in a gross way, where your opponent's like, if they attack and you block, they have to be willing to run out the trick and also get dispersaled, which is really tough. And then also this card just seems good at protecting battles.
Yeah, this is very good. They play a battle, attack you, and you can just kind of dismantle their offense. So
Right, especially when people will sacrifice a creature to get a battle flip sometimes, or they'll be like, well, I'll just hack with everything. And yes, my 2/2 is going to die, but I'll get it back because I'm flipping the battle. And if you bounce their big creature with dispersal, they lose their 2/2. Like, it's kind of a disaster.
yeah,
I don't know. We're talking it up. I like it, but it's because it's not that great. Like, I don't think you'll have to be fighting for these or whatever. But
well, the more aggressive decks, I think, are not that likely to want to play this.
Exactly.
So yeah, you're not going to be facing tons of competition for it. But I do think, I mean, you remember Burying Books, right? Like that card played out real nice. And this is not as good as Burying Books. I do want to make that clear. But it's still, I could see a blue deck that cares about, not falling too far behind and is on the more defensive side, using Afara's Dispersal pretty nicely.
Can we give it a C, or is it a C minus?
Yeah, we can give it a C.
All right, we'll give it a C. Eyes of Gitaxias. Eyes of Gitaxias is next. It's 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says incubate 3 and draw a card. Slow, I love it. But you're getting some business there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it is 5 mana for a 3/3 that draws a card, which is a card I'm not embarrassed to play.
No, I would play that, and you're getting it on the installment plan. It's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, and then like you said, the installment plan is a big part of that, and then also there's other cards that combine nicely with Incubate. Like, imagine you play this with the 1 mana 1/1 that taps for mana, the Omen Hawker, and you're like, turn 3, I immediately flip it. Like,
that's sweet.
I mean, that is sick, right?
It is. Yeah, I like the tension that this card brings too, because like if your opponent's curving out and you do this on 3, you're not very happy at the moment, but like you're getting a card, you're adding to the board for later, and you could turn the game back around. I like C minus for Eyes of Gitaxias. Like, I'm not in love with this card, but I really think it's
you're
cool.
going to take it at C level.
I'm going to take it at B minus.
You're going to be like, so it does say draw a card, right?
Yeah. All right, well, this is a 2-for-1, What about Furtive Analyst?
It says 2 and a blue for a 1/4 human wizard at common. It's got vigilance, and you can pay 2 and tap it to draw a card and discard a card. So
I don't really like this very much, actually.
Don't really know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah,
I like
what
are we trying to do with this?
Yeah, I don't get it.
No, this looks like a D.
It looks like a D. Yeah.
I don't think you're that likely to want to put this. I just don't think in Modern Limited you're sitting there spending 2 tap, draw a card, discard a card, and expecting that to be a good play.
Not me. No. Preening Champion is 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flying bird knight at common. And when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 blue and red elemental creature token. That's a common. Yeah, and it's a relevant creature type too. Dang.
Yeah, that looks pretty sick. I mean, that's a really good convoke backup here. You play this, and then you're just convoking all over the place next time. Plus, 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer plus a 1/1 is just you don't have to combo with that to be happy with it.
No, I'd be preening too. I like C plus for Preening Champion.
Yeah, this looks like a C plus. It might even be a B.
It might even be in the B range, depending on how the format plays out. Zarek's Strobe Knight is next. This is 2 and a blue for a human knight at uncommon. It's a 2/2, but it has flying and vigilance, and you can tap it to create a 2/2 white and blue knight creature token with vigilance. Activate only if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. Where did that
Great
come
card. From? Yeah, I don't really know what's up with the 2 spells thing, but 3 mana 2/2 flying vigilance is already like, all right, yeah, I'm in for that. And then every now and then it just randomly gets you some really good value.
And you even get to attack with it first?
Yeah,
you can even do this in combat, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, double spelling's already what you want to do, but yeah.
You'd have to have 2 instants, but this is the kind of card that makes Zhalfir and Shapecraft, 2 mana cantrips a lot more appealing, right?
Definitely.
Like you can end up in a spot here where you're getting a really good amount of value out of this.
Artwork's cool too. Yeah, I like B for Zarek's Strobe Knight. Just solid floor, lots of upside.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
Invasion of Kamigawa is 3 and a blue for a 4 defense battle. And it says when it enters the battlefield, tap target artifact, or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. So that'll keep it tapped down, right, for a turn cycle. And then
that's an extra lockdown.
And then Rooftop Saboteurs is what it transforms into, which is a 2/3 flying Moonfolk Ninja. And it says when it deals combat damage to a player or a battle, draw a card. Oh boy. Yeah. Magpie me up.
It turns into an actual saboteur. It's pretty nice. Dude,
that's really sweet. And as we've mentioned, some of the battles help clear the way to get it transformed, and this one does that, keeping a blocker out of the way.
Yeah, this locks down for 2 turns here. You get to end up in a spot where you have a really good opportunity to take down the invasion, at which point you get a very strong card as a result.
Love this thing. I would go B on Invasion of Kamigawa.
Yeah, B looks right to me.
Super solid. Next is Invasion of Vryn, which is same cost, 3 and a blue, same defense, 4 for another battle. When Invasion of Vryn enters the battlefield, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. And if you can get it killed, it becomes Overloaded Mage Ring, which is an artifact that says 1, tap it, sacrifice it to copy target spell you control. It's a little mean that they put these right next to each other and they're so similar, same cost, same card type, and same defense, when Invasion of Kamigawa is so much better.
It is much better. The fact that this doesn't affect the board at all is a bit of a bummer.
Like ever?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, I mean, Luis and I are here for draw 3, discard a card for 4. I mean, it's not like that's a disaster, but like
that's a good card to start with. Yes.
Yeah. But then it kind of just falls off from there. Like this will probably be the battle that is least transformed. Like you might play this for the card draw and the card selection and feel fine about it, and then you just let it sit because
Sift is already just a good card in a lot of cases.
Exactly.
So yes,
but why bother attacking it? It's like,
well, the other thing is like the decks that make use of Overloaded Mage Ring, where you use it to sack a creature or sack it to counter to copy a spell, are decks that don't have a ton of creatures in them. Like what is this deck that you're putting together that plays 4 mana, draw 3, discard, flips it, and then sacks it to copy a spell? Like it seems like a lot of kind of weird, disparate things. Yes. What I think mostly is going to happen is you're going to put this in some kind of like control-ish spells deck and not worry about making it into Overloaded Mage Ring, because the reward is not huge and the deck is probably not that good at doing that. You just play it as like a Sift, basically.
So what would you give Sift? A C+?
Honestly, it's probably a C at this point.
It's probably a C at this point. Yeah.
I don't think that's really how these games play out.
Right. Realistically speaking. Meeting of Minds is next. It's 3 and a blue for an instant at common. And it says draw 2 cards. Okay, so 4 mana instant, draw 2. Not great, but it has Convoke.
I think like imagine you played a Preening Champion or a 2 mana sorcery to make 2 1/1s, and you just sit there and you're like, all right, end of your turn, I cast Meeting of the Minds to draw 2. Like I tapped a couple creatures, tapped a couple mana. It didn't really cost me a whole lot. That sounds pretty good to me.
Right, because this is where you really get to see the difference in mana costs and how vast they are from just 1 mana up, right? It's such a large unit of currency that they have to deal with, right? 4 mana, you wouldn't play this. 3 mana, okay. 2 mana, yeah, right?
Yeah,
and anything below,
you're
just in, and anything below that is like approaching broken, right? So it's funny because you should be able to get this for the 3 mana where you're like, all right, and there's going to be a lot of times when you get to cast it for 2 or less. So yeah, I mean, I think I want one of these in my blue deck. I maybe not my blue-white Knights deck or whatever, but like in any others, I think a Meeting of Minds is going to earn its slot just based on efficiency.
I mean, honestly, the Knight deck also just has 4 mana, make 2 Knights. Like
that's true.
That sets up kind of nicely, and they even have Vigilance.
That is true. No, you're right. With Vigilance, yeah. So maybe just all the blue decks want this. I would say C for Meeting of Minds. I like it.
Yeah, I think this card has potential.
Oculus Whelp is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 Phyrexian Dragon. Wow. It's common. It has flying. And as long as you control a transformed permanent, it has, when this thing dies, you draw a card when the Whelp dies.
Yeah.
Nice.
A 3/2 flying for 4 that dies a draw card is fantastic. You're not going to have that all the time, obviously, but you're going to have it some amount of the time. And I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I really like that. I think that's kind of right where you want to be for 4 mana common.
Yeah, I do think that it's gonna fizzle in the early game, or at least not have the enabling in the early game enough of the time that you'll notice it. But I still think it's going to be a good card for decks that can reliably go for it. Like the blue-green deck is the deck that's chiefly interested.
Do you want to go higher than C?
No, I would go C.
I would too.
I would. If anything, I'd go lower.
Yeah, let's just go C for Oculus Whelp. That upside's decent. Protocol Knight is next. It's 3 and a blue for a 3/4 human knight at common. When it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on that creature if you control another knight.
Yeah, I like it.
That's a really nasty curve out.
Yeah, it's got some real strong like mana war energy when you tap down 2 things.
And it's big. 3/4, is pretty good when you're locking down your opponent's biggest creature. It's going to be able to get in there next turn.
Yeah.
I like this for the Knights deck a lot. Outside of it, probably not at all.
If you are playing the thing is, if you're playing a blue deck that has any sort of like tempo going on, a lot of time that's going to be the Knights deck anyway.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. The one-off tap probably doesn't really get you much of anywhere.
Yeah, but I do think that that it's got some pretty strong aggressive energy that I could see like a red blue deck like that's gonna sneak it in. But yeah, mostly this is for the Knights deck for blue white.
Yeah, for blue white, I like Protocol Knight at C.
I would give it a C, but I think in that blue white deck it's close to a C plus.
Oh, definitely. Temporal Cleansing is next. It's 3 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says the owner of target non-land permanent puts it into their library second from the top or on the bottom. In other words, they get to choose.
Yeah.
Sorcery speed common, but I buried the lead here. It has Convoke as well. So it gets something off the battlefield at Convoke speed, let's call it.
Yeah.
Man, you really want to be proactive with this, though, right? Like, if it's sorcery, you really want to be like, get your blocker out of the way, get in with a bunch of my knights.
This would be pretty sick if it was instant.
Yeah.
At sorcery speed, I'm not in love with it. I kind of feel like it's going to be hard to end up using this in a way that's like really satisfying.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're making a lot of Convoke tokens, I guess I could see it doing something.
Yeah, it's just tough because we're just talking about a lot of mana to get that type of board state going. Does it matter? Like, how much does it matter about the on top of their library, second from the top or on the bottom?
Second from the top is pretty strong, actually, because they does end up in a spot where they can't access it right away.
Right. So, and if it's on the bottom, then it's gone and you're happy.
Yeah, the bottom part is a little less. You actually kind of don't like how that plays out because that means if it's bad, they can just put it on the bottom. You would like that. You would like that to be not an option for them if possible.
Oh, I see. Where you could strand it. It does kill tokens.
It does kill tokens. I think this card's going to be a little disappointing.
I think so too. Sorcery is rough. Yeah. Do you think?
I think it's going to be a D.
D for Temporal Cleansing. Next is Wicked Slumber. This is 3 and a blue for an instant at uncommon. Tap up to 2 target creatures, put a stun counter on either of them, then put a stun counter on either of them, and it has Convoke. So kind of weird wording, but you can stack 2 stun counters on one of them.
Yeah, so if they only have 1 creature, you can tap it and put 2 counters on it. If they have 2, you can put a counter on each, or still just put 2 on the same one if you really want to. Again, Convoke on such an aggressive card is a little bit tricky, but I think that this card has its merits. I mean, we've played with 4 mana, tap 2 creatures, put a stun counter on them, and it does its job in the decks that want it. It's not going to be every deck, but right. I think there will be decks that actually do want this ability.
I mean, this card has a massive effect on the board. It's just temporary. So can you take advantage? Can you kill a battle while the shields are down, or can you kill your opponent? So, and
exactly.
Honestly, I think you probably can, because normally blue isn't a very aggressive color, and these type of cards kind of feel a little bit out of place, but we've got blue-white knights, and you're going to be able to run over your opponent. So I'm higher on Wicked Slumber than I'd normally be. Still not super high. I mean, I think I'd give it a C, but I think it's a card you want in your Knights deck.
Well, I would give it a C, but the way these cards tend to play is they're either Fs or As.
That's true. When they play out, they win you the game or they don't do anything. Yeah, it's true. Astral Wingspan is next. It's 4 and a blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a creature. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. The enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and flying. And this freaking thing has Convoke.
Yeah, they did a lot to take away the disadvantage with the draw card. +2/+2 and flying puts your opponent on like a 2-turn clock in a lot of cases, and then you can convoke it. This looks like an actual problem.
This is a winner. Yeah, I mean, you need a window, but if you find the window, you get your card back, you smash them for $1 million. If it's left unchecked, the game's over.
Astral Wingspan looks like a B- to me.
Me too. I like that. That is just a ton of power. You know where they got us is to get the card back. Like nothing can go wrong as long as you can land it. Corruption of Tawashi is next. It's 4 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you incubate 4. And it says whenever opponent you control transforms or a permanent enters the battlefield under your control transformed, you may draw a card. You can do this only once each turn.
So this is the transform thing, but my main issue with that is I think that the transform deck is already going to run into issues of speed and not playing to the board. And I don't think this doesn't really help much. It's 5 mana. It doesn't affect the board right away.
No.
Draws you cards and sets up the transform stuff, but
it just seems too slow.
Clunky.
Yeah, it seems too. I would give Corruption of Tawashi a build around D or C or something like that. Like if you build around it, it could do a thing, but I feel like if you could just put your mana into a bunch of incubate, you're already doing fine, you know?
This is the deck that wants to play a bunch of like, the 2 mana enchantments like Stasis Field and Disturbing Conversion, and just try to spend mana in an efficient way to make it so the opponent doesn't get to kill them, and then play this and stack up a bunch of extra things that'll draw cards and get a long game advantage, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Just too slow. Next card is Halo Charged Scob. This is 4 and a blue for a 4/4 zombie at common. And when it enters the battlefield, each player mills 2 cards. Then you may put an instant, sorcery, or battle card from your graveyard on top of your library. So this feels a little out of place to me.
Yeah. I haven't been super impressed with the like putting cards on top of your library. Card like Meldweb Curator from Phyrexia was similarly just okay. Mm-hmm. But this is a 5 mana 4/4, which is a pretty solid stat line.
If it got you a card, I'd be interested, but it just doesn't. Halo Charged Scob just looks like a D to me. Like what am I doing with this that's getting me some big advantage? It's like a mediocre card that lets me draw, from some subset of my graveyard. I don't know. I'm not interested. I can't imagine that this is where I really want to be. Also, it's like random zombie. The mill doesn't seem to matter that much, right? Like,
it feeds into the mill your opponent for 2.
To get him to 8 thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so
and then
the
if you have
blue-black
a good
deck maybe
spell to put back, I could see doing it. Like a blue-black deck with a bunch of spells. Also, if you have good battles in your deck, I mean, getting access to those again is nice.
Yeah, it is. And this is a big hitter that can buy them back. I'm going to go D on Halo Charged Scob. Where do you want to land?
I would also go D on it. I think it's going to play kind of medium, but if you have some really good spells or battles, then look to this card. It's not the end of the world if you play it.
Okay. Artistic Refusal is next. It's 4 blue for an instant at uncommon. It says choose one or both, counter target spell, and or draw 2 cards, then discard a card, which is pretty sweet, but it has Convoke. So it really does let you, if you're playing the more controlling game, kind of have this hammer for the mid to late game.
This is the payoff, right?
Right. You get,
just
not
imagine
quite a 3-for-1, but something approaching that.
Turn 3, you're like, play my 2/2 that makes a 1/1. Turn 4, land, go, and they play into this, and you're just like, bam, got them.
Counter your thing, draw 2,
or
discard.
Just when you have 4 or 5 creatures in play, and you just pass with a bunch of land up, and you just have this, even if you're mostly tapped out, you can still cast it and get a lot of value. Because when you full cryptic command them, it sounds pretty good.
It does.
This looks like a build around B. Like, I think you need to build into this. You can't just be casting it. But
okay,
if you can reliably convoke for 2 or 3 mana's worth, this card does interest me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a hammer. I like that build around. Thunderhead Squadron is next. It's 5 and a blue for a 3/4 human knight at common with flying and convoke. So you kind of hit all the themes here, right? It's a knight and it has convoke. 3/4 flyer for
I think this mostly is for the Knights deck, not the Convoke deck. The Convoke deck, it feels like it's going to play a bunch of fiddly spells off its tokens and doesn't want a 3/4 flyer as much. I'm not saying it's going to be bad in that deck, but I think the deck you more wanted is you play your turn 4, make 2 Knights, turn 5, you play this.
Okay.
And you get a 3/4 Knight out of the deal, which is something you're pretty interested in.
Yeah, with flying.
Mm-hmm.
So D, I mean, this is
no,
a D plus.
I would give it like a C minus.
Okay.
I think that it's big enough. Like, again, if you can play this on 4 lands, it's still pretty big.
It is big. All right, C minus for Thunderhead Squadron. Last blue card is Tidal Terror. This is 4 blue for a 5/6 octopus at common, and it says whenever it attacks, you may tap 2 other untapped creatures you control. If you do, Tidal Terror can't be blocked this turn. And it has Island Cycling.
So this one's a little weaker than some of the others, but even then in the Convoke deck, if you can reliably tap 2 creatures to make it unblockable and you get this Island Cycling high-end card, I'm pretty happy with it. I would still give it a C+, I think.
Yeah, I it's just so hard to get away from giving these things even down into the C minus range just because of their flexibility. Yeah. All right, we've got 6 artifacts and effectively 1 land, even though it's actually 10 of them. Our first artifact is Urn of Godfire. This is 1 mana for an artifact at common. You can pay 2 mana to add 1 mana of any color. So not a very good deal, but in a pinch. And then you can pay 6 mana, tap it, and sacrifice it to destroy target creature or enchantment. It's kind of funny. They combine 2 cards that we just never like. The super expensive removal spell and then the super expensive mana filter. And these are 2 bad tastes that still taste bad together. I'm not interested in the Urn.
This is an F. I'm just not going to put this card in my deck.
Flywheel Racer is 2 mana for a 3/2 vehicle at common. It has vigilance and it taps to add 1 mana of any color, activate only if Flywheel Racer is a creature.
Really cool.
Yeah, and the crew is 1.
So this is basically a Jaspera Sentinel. Like, you tap a creature to crew it, then you can tap it for mana. So it's like it taps a creature for mana.
You like Jaspera Sentinels.
The card always plays better than it looks. This one is 2 mana instead of 1, but you do also get a 3/2 Vigilance, which lets you attack for 3, then tap it for mana. And a 3/2 is like a real stat line. This is looking kind of bad, but I could see it in the deck that's playing sack stuff and just is playing all these crappy 1 mana 1/1s and stuff. That's the kind of deck that uses this sort of card.
Yeah. I started off at a D. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kite Sail's next. It's 2 mana for an equipment at common. Quick creature gets +1/+0 and has flying, and the equip cost is 2. There have been a couple of formats where this card found a bit of a home.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it can serve its role in like green-red decks or green decks where you can get some dumb 4-powered creature on the ground up into the air and start slamming for 5, maybe knock out a battle, maybe knock out your opponent. I've always been a little bit less excited about cards like Kite Sail, but they do have a purpose. I almost like prefer it as a sideboard card if I feel that I'm going to have a hard time getting through, or if the board often gets stalled, rather than main decking it.
I think that Kite Sail hovers between the main deck and the sideboard. And it's the kind of card that can be really strong. Sometimes your opponent plays this and you're like, wow, I'm dead.
Yes.
They play it, equip it on their 3-power creature. Now it's a 4-power creature, and I'm going to take 4. On my turn, I can kill the creature, and then they're going to equip and hit me again, and I just can't beat that.
You can't remove everything. Yeah.
Right. So it's definitely got its high end. I would say Kitesail is like a C- level card, but look for it in the sideboard in any creature heavy deck. See if you have room for it if you're lacking evasion or finishers. It's a good finisher for like a low to the ground aggro deck.
It is. It actually does get the job done. Halo Hopper is 3 mana for a 3/2 artifact creature frog at common, and it has Convoke.
I don't think this is the way. I don't think that the Convoke decks are going to be doing this. So
no Frogmite for you?
I'm going to say D on the Frogmite. Yep.
Okay. Skittering Surveyor. Oh my God, Skittering Surveyor's in this set?
Oh, yeah.
There's the boy. It's 3 mana for a 1/2 artifact creature construct at common. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Ooh. And then Convoke stuff out with it.
Yeah, you can Convoke it. Sacrifice it. It's also just a 3 mana 1/2 that draws a good card because it gets you your 3rd land type or your 4th land drop or what have you.
Enables.
I mean, this card was like a B- in Dominaria. I think it'll land somewhere between C+ and B- depending on the speed of the format. I'm going to start at B-. Honestly,
let's start at B-.
Well, the harm of overrating this is that a lot of people who don't think this card looks good will get to try it, and that will be a helpful thing because this card is better than it seems.
Definitely.
Love this card.
Love that card. Yeah. Last artifact is Phyrexian Archivist, which is 6 mana for a 4/5 artifact creature Phyrexian construct at common. All the artifacts were common. This one has reach, and you can pay 2 mana and tap it to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library.
It's a weird Strixhaven reprint, and I don't think it really does a whole lot for you.
It didn't then, and it doesn't now. I would give it a D. It might even be worse than that. As for lands, interestingly, they're also all common. They're also all the same type of land. They're what we call the gain lands. I'll read Tranquil Cove, which is the first one listed here. It's a land. It enters a battlefield tapped. It's when it ETBs, you gain 1 life, and it taps for blue or white mana. And there is all 10 here. So all of the color pairs are represented. And when you and I recognized this earlier, you got pretty stoked. You love these things.
Yeah, formats where there's 10 common lands, especially the high power ones, gaining a life is really strong, surprisingly good. It just means multicolor decks are a little bit more viable. So I'm expecting this to have more of a 3-color vibe, especially with Skittering Surveyor, than the average format. We'll see how it plays out, but that's where we're going, I think.
Yeah, you can pick these up at the C or C- level usually.
I think they're closer to a C+ in terms of power level.
In terms of power, they are, but people will overlook them quite commonly.
True.
Yep. So those are really handy to have too. Keep your eye out for splashes. Remember, you've got the Phyrexian mana for some of your cards too, that you could, have one of these in there and not have to pay the 2 life on occasion, something like that as well. Okay, that's going to do it for the March of the Machine set review commons and uncommons. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. If you want to find us on social media, Marshall_LR and Luis's LSV, pretty much everywhere. And you can find every episode of the podcast over at lrcast.com, as well as links to all of our stuff, the YouTube channel, Facebook, the Reddit the subreddit, streams, your stream, all of that kind of stuff over at lrcast.com. I want to once again thank our patrons for supporting us. It really does mean the world to us. And that's at patreon.com/limited resources. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Marshall, where do you stand on the open decklist versus closed decklist debate that was raging on Twitter?
Well, it's interesting because I've been on both sides of it. Right. So on one hand, I hate open deck lists. I just think it takes away so much of the charm and fun of it. And I'd love to see them go away. But I don't know if you caught BDM kind of defending it, which was that when we first started doing, heavy feature matches on days 1 and 2 at the PT, which was when I joined the team, when we expanded the coverage out, people were not happy. And they would say, I don't want to be in the feature match area. Like I consider it a disadvantage and a meaningful one enough for me to come over here and say, don't put me in the feature match area. And now it's like, well, from a coverage perspective, you lose out on a lot. So it's not quite as simple as you'd think. All things being equal, I would much prefer to have closed deck lists.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, open deck list means all the deck lists in the tournaments are accessible online as soon as the tournament starts versus closed deck lists, which they're not. But of course, information disseminates. And yeah, I think a couple things. One, I think the whole debate is kind of not that important in the sense that I don't think it's a huge impact either way. Obviously, that's not to take it away from anyone's desire to debate things. That what else are you going to do at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday? But
if you're in Florida,
especially. But overall, yes, I prefer the gameplay of closed deck lists. I just find it more fun to sit down across from my opponent and not know what they've got, and vice versa. But I do think because of coverage, open deck lists make a lot of sense, and I always found the scouting thing to be pretty tedious, so I'm kind of glad that that's not something we do anymore. Overall, I think it's like a kind of a mountain out of a molehill situation. I don't really believe the people who are like, there's huge losses by people not playing brews at tournaments, and it's like, well, I just don't think that's true. I don't think it stops as many people as people seem to want to think, and I don't think it's that big of a loss, even if that's somewhat true. So
I agree.
I as much as I would like it. But if you ask me what would I rather play, I'd rather play a closed decklist tournament. Speaking of which, there's an open decklist tournament. There's a regional championship in San Diego this weekend. You're not going. I'm not going. You know who is going?
Who's going?
Our teammate.
BK?
BK's going. He's getting on an airplane.
BK.
He's flying out there. He's got actually a nice brew himself, so I'm excited to see that. He got up to number 3 Mythic on Arena playing, so he's been jamming. And I just wanted to wish our, the third resource here some good luck, and hopefully we get to see him at the Pro Tour. So I'm hoping that he does well at the regional championship.
Good luck, BK.